Back for a what? Y'all back for a who? Who told y'all that? Who told y'all that? Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Are they ready? Okay, we got 2 minutes. We got to. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Let me let the music continue. A lot of Cardi B trying to play. Hello, y'all. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Better not be showing us Vi today. I don't know, man. I feel like I gave y'all like a huge hint. I don't know. I might have broken NDA with my little hint. Low key. I don't know how nobody has gotten it yet. Like a site just spoiled by legend. Oh my gosh, wait. I want to see. Like I've seen some of the cards. Oops. I've seen some of the cards that like haven't been revealed yet, but not all of them. So that's really exciting. If you tell us jungle and it's Heimerdinger, like I'm out here giving y'all hints and y'all just like, girl, anyways. Like y'all not even paying attention. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. No, I think it's hilarious though. Like the people guessing in the comments, I freaking love. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good one. Okay, they ready. That I was getting some, getting some, ran down on the almost. Let's go, first in. There ain't no way we getting jungle pets. I guess there's no way you're getting jungle pets. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Ooh, somebody revealed Neela. Did y'all see that? Somebody revealed Neela. How fun. How freaking fun.
And welcome to
Neela's so tea. When I move, I gain 1 XP. Might be good for Master Yizzle. Let's go, guys. Today, for first stand day 2, we've got GEN.G versus JDG. Now that is, JDG is on the side of LPL, aka China, and GEN.G is on the side of Korea, or LCK. Now y'all know GEN.G had a beautiful run last year. They conquered, what was it, first stand? They conquered MSI, but at the finish line, they just weren't able to finish. They did not win Worlds. They were actually eliminated in quarterfinals by no other than T1. If I remember correctly. Grand Rising, what's going on, Blood Rain? So today we have China facing off versus Korea. Now, as we discussed yesterday, JD Gaming has a very highly loved, highly anticipated Hong Q. Now, if you don't remember that name exactly, I may be able to jog your memory with the fact that Hong Q was on CFO, or Chief Flying Oysters, last year. You may remember some of his teammates, Doggo and Driver. And so Hongq got picked up out of what do they call that region? It's like Oceania, Vietnam, a lot of combination of the regions were the region that he's from. So he got picked up and he got shipped out over to China, which is absolutely fantastic for him. So I absolutely love that for him. We love watching him. He's an amazing mid laner. Y'all may remember his Swain. He was putting it down in the mid lane versus none other than Faker. And I know I hate it when people say like, oh, he solo killed Faker, because everybody solo killed Faker. I solo killed Faker at this point. But Hongq was truly outstanding. So I think in mid lane, we're definitely going to have a showdown. Last year, he was a rookie, but today he is going up against the very famous, for some reason, Chovy. So I really think mid lane is going to be an amazing, yes, LCP and PCS. Thank you. Because yeah, that region done changed its name 14 times, has accumulated 19 different regions. All right, we're getting into champion select already. On the side of JDG, we have an Orianna banned, while Gen.G has banned J4 and Karma. So we got a little jungle, a little support ban. It looks like JDG is trying to take out some of Chovy's champ pool by banning the Orianna. We might see that Ari ban. We might see, you know, just think of Faker's champs and then you'll be able to probably rise. Yes, exactly. So, yeah, absolutely. No, this is not. This is not a Chovy Rose stream. I love Chovy. I love Gen.G. Okay. Matter of fact, I'll even go as far to say that Gen.G might win first stand. They are likely to. I might even go as far to say that Gen.G might win or probably will win MSI.
Getting Ginger into a position where he can have a really solid early game.
That's it. That's all of my predictions. All right, so we're getting a Vi ban on the side of Gen.G, so they're kind of targeting Gen.G. Now, if I remember correctly, Gen.G was on BLG at some point. Am I tripping? That name sounds very familiar. Like we were saying yesterday, BLG done had 19 different junglers since last year. Yeah, I hope they fix audio as well. I've got some energy foods over here. Can't wait to devour. Any more predictions today? If you're talking about like game predictions from me, no, but if y'all want me to do predictions, then yes. I'll make sure to put 15 different options for y'all again. I will. And 3 of them are going to be the same, so you better hope I pick yours when I select the winner. Thank you. Oh, show y'all. Yesterday we got our AC. We're getting a Seraphine pick. We're getting a Seraphine pick. Love, 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 love.
Have this type of pairing provide a little more stability.
A little Xin Zhao. Okay.
They chose to lock in the Seraphine alongside the Xin Zhao, but not get the Ashe. They want to take that Xin Zhao.
Guys, Lion Gaming is playing today. That means NA representation today. Let's freaking go.
Make sure that you have that comfort coming into game 1. Have that easy initiate tool with some reliable follow-up coming through from the Seraphine.
And that's the thing. You can encore on top of a Crescent guarding Xin Zhao to try and get it further into the enemy backline, right? It allows,
do we trust Lion to rep NA though, low key? I trust Inspired. I trust Dokla.
Early game jungler that can also have
who else they got on 18?
If things devolve into a 1-3-1 or develop into a 1-3-1, the Grand Starfield gives you so much.
Now, Ray, remember, if someone asks about how to get into LoL esports, deep breath first. Y'all think they gonna come back?
Combination. I mean, Talia Pantheon is a tried and true combo.
Y'all think they gonna come back?
They've seen the Seraphine. They've made a bit of a pivot. Instead, they're gonna prioritize.
What was their name? Rini. Rini, come back, girl.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense in the context of, I mean, you'll get bullied out in the early laning phase, assuming that the Ashe does come through alongside this Seraphine. But later on into the
Oh
game,
yeah, Berserker. I mean, Saint isn't horrible. Yes, come on, Jinx. Come on, Jinx. Okay, so Vi is when you conquer. If you assign 3 or more excess damage, you may exhaust me to ready a unit. That's kind of like Tryndamere. So Tryndamere has like, if you assign 5 or more excess damage, you score a point.
And we'll see what direction they end up going, because right now, I mean, the Karma's already banned away, which is something you'd often
Hello, Halos. Also, good morning, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being up early with me. You may be in a different region, like EU or Korea or wherever thou shall be. And it might be a little bit later, but thank y'all for being here with me earlier than when I'm normally streaming. They real life hover Jinx and then switch to Ezreal. Good morning, Chief.
So you almost always get a root. And if you have the passive stack so that she gets the double, you can then
Chief, question, didn't you win a $50 gift card from a raffle one day?
Poke and range, which perhaps he's concerned about with the amount of engage that Gen.G have drafted for themselves so far. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, still 2 picks remaining. The Civ are going to be banned away from Ruler, so that late game insurance going to be denied. Galio on the side of Gen.G going to be taken away, means that I mean, my instincts immediately go towards something like an Akali. Looking at this composition could be very open.
We might be doing some stretching throughout today's stream.
Also things like Orianna, he's quite good into.
Because
if you're banning away the Galio, perhaps
I don't know if I gave it to him.
Galio is a combo as well. But I'm also trying to think, like, what could Chovy be thinking about? That
I did. I thought I'd respond to you. Did you ever get it? Did I ever send it to you?
So if you are using this Pantheon in sort of a split position, then Galio's ability to hero's entrance
Let me check my DMs.
could be something that Gen.G want to avoid. Things like the Talia still available as well for Gen.G if they do want to look for some of that map movement with Desante and Galio.
I don't think I ever gave it to you. Nah, real life skimming. I'm about to send it to you right now. And I'm gonna send you a battle pass code just for the delay. I am so sorry about that. I don't know why it slipped my mind. It just hit me right here, right now. It was $50, right? I think it was supposed to be 50.
But in the laning phase, the fact that her auto attacks help stack her passive, combined with the fact that you can just bully out your opponents relying on both the Q, the E,
or was it 25? Do you remember? Wait, did you ever send mine? That sounds right. I think I remember it being like a big giveaway. It's so crazy how it just right here, right now. I'm so sorry about that. Y'all, I never mean to scam nobody. I just be forgetting. Simply that.
Yeah, from what I can tell, this looks to be Ruler's first Caitlyn of the year. So looking forward to seeing him bring that one out. Twisted Fate being hovered for Chovy. I mean, we talked a lot about Talia's potential side lane.
All right, we got Caitlyn and TF. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of gankage coming from Chovy and the Gen.G side.
The point and click is ruthless. Cleanse has a lot of value for Gala in this game, that's for sure. Don't be surprised to see the Mikhails come through. Right now we are.
Good morning, Spry. Remind me to let Ray not respond to me winning anything in the future for a free battle pass. No, I feel bad. Like, I don't even know how. When was this DM sent? This was July of last year. And normally people will like double ping me or like message me like if I've forgotten to respond in like sometimes like 5 hours, but sometimes like normally what I do is I message all winners at the end of the day and then I give it 24 hours and then I go back to see if they've responded, like make sure everybody responded, because sometimes people just don't be responding. And so
I think that's one of the risks really here for JDG. Gen.G are so good at playing the map, at finding
sometimes I forget to go back and then people will like double ping me or whatever. But yeah,
difficult for JDG to get
I'm
to
so
that
sorry about that.
position, but if they do, their composition works really well. They have a good front line, they have some strong damage, and then a lot of CC with the encore coming on top of it.
Dang, I gotta go get my
Not that many tanks. If they do start to fall behind, they are a relatively squishy team here. Pantheon obviously does have the Aegis Assault, but otherwise, you don't really have anyone that can tank up damage coming out from JDG.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if JDG just get that established front to back, they're happy.
Yeah.
They don't want flanks. They don't want Pantheon doing Pantheon things. They want to control the early game side lanes. And if they can do that and get to these team fights, then I have confidence that they can find good fights. But then, of course, the next challenge comes from, hey, when you're playing against 5 of the best players in the world.
Yeah. On champions that like to flank.
It's going to be a tricky challenge. Like, make no mistake, JDG are not the favorites coming into this matchup. Gen.G, let's see what they've got here for their first matchup on.
Let's go. I want JDG to win.
Number 2 seed JDG taking on the LCK's champions elect.
I want JDG to win. Talking about they not the favorite.
Really about whether JDG can
they
stop
our
some
favorite.
of the pressure coming out from these flanks, from these picks out of Chovy with the Destiny, out of the Grand Starfall with Canyon.
They're our favorite.
The junglers early on, because it does look like both junglers going to start on the top side of the map, and we'll see some plays down towards that bottom lane.
Okay, so I'm keeping my eyes on the junglers, especially as you were just talking about. Seems like bot lane is going to be the direction, and when I'm thinking about Caitlyn, like the main reason you pick Caitlyn is so that you can feel comfortable in this bot lane 2 versus 2, right? So you have that extra bit of range against the sheer amount of poke. Bard, as you know very well,
come on with the Seraphine skin.
Like he basically only has 2 skills. So we'll see how things pan out as they get into the 2v2.
Live on patch 26.06, you can check out Warhound Senna. A portion of all these
Girl, how do you even remember that? Sometimes I just remember like seeing things, like literally like photographic memory type beat.
To like play into a melee support or something, you get the electrocute procs off really easily. Here, kind of been trying to neutralize Vampire and Gala, who can step up in the lane. Vampire having a great time.
Welcome back, Pookie.
So far, and JDG having a great time back at first stand. It's been 2 years since we've seen this team internationally, Betty.
Well, 3 now. We're at 2026, mate.
Oh, dear. Yes. It was Worlds 23, though, so 2 years, 6 months we'll go with. There's a tragic ending for the Golden Road as Duro almost meets a tragic end in the bot lane as Vampire and Gala do catch him out. Good tilt over Peacemaker back from Ruler, puts the damage down onto Vampire.
But yeah, I mean, shout out to Nightmare, who's given me a lot of information as well heading into this tournament surrounding JDG. And like, this roster's gone through so many iterations. They've tried a plethora of different coaches. They've tried a plethora of different players. They've tried so many different things to return back to success.
It's like a little waffle with honey in between. It's usually what I eat before I work out, but it's so good. I just want to eat it now. They're so good.
He skips a camp. Chovy now getting very low.
Killing Chovy. Chovy has to
nice try, Hongkyu. Here we go! That's Hongkyu. That's Hongkyu. Yes.
He's continued his
wow.
Success just
really
like
putting it down.
He became a player that everyone had their eyes on at his debut.
I told y'all better watch out for that little Hongkyu now.
This guy could be good. And he's continuing to demonstrate that. What an impressive way to start this game off. 2-0 for JDG.
I love to see it.
New players coming into JDG. Yes.
And got his flash, by the way. And got his flash, by the way.
Ginger and Hongkyu brought over from the Flying Oysters last year after having such a performance through all the international tournaments for the LCK.
Shut him down.
Now popping off in
period.
The first international of 2026.
Yeah,
too very low.
Speaking of Namera, he was telling me his expectations were very much like he expected them to be good, but not this quickly.
Sure.
Right? And the thing that we know about these 2 players specifically is when they are on an international stage, they show up.
Journey. Oh, almost takes them out.
Whoa. Holy moly, JDG kind of just putting it down right now.
Keen going forward, doesn't really have anywhere to get out of this. Overheats and is taken out. Ginger cooks him.
What is happening?
Oh, JDG.
Ginger is making his presence felt here in the early game. He is snowballing like a madman, and he is making things happen for his
What is
team.
happening?
Impressive stuff coming out from JDG here in the early game. I mean, our expectations were that Canyon would be the one driving things in this early path, but we're going to take a quick look back at this gank in the top side. I mean, there's very little to say, to be completely honest with you. He applies the
I love this orange skin, y'all. It's so tea.
It's enough to secure that kill. I was hoping we get a replay of the solo kill in mid lane just to demonstrate once again how
Good morning, Holy.
putting that pressure down.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Dominant this champion can be.
Do you want me to give you a rundown of what you've missed in this game so far?
Still has a gold.
We're only 4 minutes and 51 seconds in, by the way. You want me to give you a rundown?
Having a great time so far in the LPL and now here at First Stand. These guys together,
I can catch you up.
3 LCP championships in a row.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Real quick. It's going to be a quick one. First one, Hongq solo killed Chovy very easily. Was no sweat broken. Also got his flash. Okay. Then they did a gank top lane and they got a kill. Yada, yada, yada. But yeah, that was basically it. I was telling chat, Hongq is from CFO. And we love and miss him. That's to be expected.
But there's a reason why
you know what, period. And you know what, period. It is to be expected. We knew. We knew that would happen.
So, yeah, can they bring
very efficient. Thank you.
6 minutes in, Dragon is up.
I'll give Streep the rundown when he come in too.
They're in a great position right now to
matter of fact, let me just go ahead and send him a little DM. I'm just gonna send a bunch of question marks.
Still hovering around the area.
It's a battle over the crab, right? If you get this crab, you get level 6. Canyon looking.
Why are you sad though? Like, I feel like that's so good for them. Like them getting the recognition that they deserve and going to like big teams.
I think he just snuck it away.
I feel like that's so lit, no?
Now Canyon is level 6, and because of that, you'll see.
Good morning, Jalissa.
A little bit of protection for the bot lane. Junja's going to hold there because there's Destiny and there's the Grand Starfall that could make it a 4v2 on bot side.
I mean, Junja is spending a lot of time making these two.
Okay, yes,
you can see the camp
their regional strength, but my thought process is like they get into the money, they get into the bag.
I wasn't sure if Jinja even had his smite up.
They did have an amazing year. They did.
For him, so the fact that he lost it definitely swung the momentum because now that dragon's going to be secured.
They did.
It's just such a big swing. It's level 6 first.
I don't think TSW was putting it down like CFO though, right?
Okay, I have to go back to farming. And because of that, now the gold lead basically.
Yeah, I just think of it like the little small town kid from North Dakota moved and got put on the freaking Giants or something, or got put on the freaking Patriots as a starter. Like that's how I think about it. That's true though. That's true. Like you wish they could have put on for their hometown. Like I get that.
I think he's also.
I get that. I get
that. You got to play to top lane as well. So those are offsetting the kills basically. And imagine if Hongq didn't have that kill, right? Like the goal difference would be pretty big, and this is just the advantage of
what can one do?
I mean, where like getting those kills, great start, great in terms of confidence, great that you're just kind of playing without any fear, but at the same time, you need to be able to keep that momentum going. We know that Junja is often a driver, a key component to the.
It does indeed.
JDG. So let's see if he can continue to make things happen in this game. As
oh, I will remember for the rest of the day to make sure I play the ads in between the game. I'm sorry about that.
The Raptors still remains for Gen.G, but Canyon got everything that he needs. He knows exactly where Junja is. Ruler and Duro can now play around that. And we're just kind of, now that, you know, like the level 6 have passed quite a while ago, we're waiting for these side lane plays to start coming through. Where will the focus be? Bot lane's not an easy place to gank. We did talk about how Cleanse has a lot of value in this game. And unsurprisingly, Garl has grabbed that for himself. Good vision control from JDG. They set the sights on bot.
Yeah, looking again to play around the Scuttle Crab. Maybe look for a little bit of an invade when you've got the pushing bot side. The blue, though, already taken by Canyon.
Money talk.
Attention over to the Grump. Ward over from Jinja. Means that JDG
everybody's got a price.
But really just a battle for that Scuttle Crab again.
Seems like it. Okay, so feeling as though the game has slowed down just a bit. The Grubs, I mean, I've seen Grubs in the LCK just been completely ignored.
Yeah,
they've sat there and said, you know what, I don't care. I'd rather just get another full clear done. Grubs definitely feel super weak right now.
All right.
Vampire flashing away early.
We're getting a game
will get
from
himself
Canyon.
for an ultimate, a good exchange.
Y'all think we gonna see some Canyon Italy? Or are they gonna try and experiment
himself
all day?
Chovy. Chovy tried to push out the wave.
My price
that bot river, ready to follow
is
up.
a Philly cheesesteak. We're gonna have to up the price.
Aware of this guy trying to roam.
We're gonna have to up the
He's
price.
not gonna get involved in the party. They'll just be happy with the flash they get off
On
Vampire.
half.
Immediate pings coming out from JDG saying, okay, we know there's no
half
Grand Star
yes.
for. We can go for at least a couple of these grubs. Ginger will be able to take the first one. You can see Canyon working his way across, but expect he'll just stop at the Raptors, accepting that these have been forfeit, so JDG will get their first neutral of the game in the form of 3 grubs.
These wards that, I think it's Duro that keeps getting them. You can see 2 wards, 1 on the Raptors, 1 now on the Krugs as well. Just to keep information as to where Ginger is, the fact that those camps aren't available, it gives you a clear indication these on the top side. The fact that the Grubs has also just been secured, it gives you that information as well. But Gen.G now converting this into a gold lead. Chovy, I mean, the CS gap hasn't changed, but Twisted Fate just continues to mount that goal.
Yeah, the passive is so powerful for him. Getting extra gold off every minion that he is killing. Canyon looking to see if Xiaoshu overextends in the top lane with the wave not being in the best of spots for him, but Xiaoshu still has the Call of the Forge God and a flash, so can just walk out of that one pretty safely. Duro once again stepping in and trying to get a little bit more vision for him. Which is it's an interesting play when you are barred by yourself and you know you.
I feel like game 1 TF is crazy, and LCK you usually only see him in game 4 or 5.
The tempered
Hi, Street. Really do you want me to give you a quick recap? Do you need a quick recap, Street? I can give you a quick recap.
Yesterday we saw
the kills that you've seen.
Similar, and he did get
like I can recap it for you.
Duro seems to be hyper aware of where the enemy jungler is, playing around that beautifully.
Muted.
Man, I'm not gonna say there's a slight skill
I just
gap
wanted to give you a
between LeBron
recap so you can.
Okay,
You asked why you're down 3 kills. I wanted to catch you up to speed,
like not too
so you
much
would
instancy to catch you
know.
out. You've got an encore, knock up from the 3 talents.
I want to make sure that you're aware of how we got to this point at 11:24.
Again, the wards on that bottom tri-brush 3.
Mind you, all of those kills happened in the first 4 minutes.
Full coverage of a potential flank that JDG could use to come in through from that side.
4. Barely even started.
A valuable spike that he'd love to have, but he's not going to have it ready. Same can be said though for Ruler. As the Dragon,
and one of them was a solo kill.
JDG, though, is Xiaoshu does not have his teleport, so he's now running down the river
to
try and get here in time.
I want you to guess which way.
More time just to farm up in the top lane. He can TP in if he needs to.
Go
top lane
through.
Quest is completed,
Go through the depths and guess
JDG will start
which one was a solo kill. You know what I'm saying?
This one up. Can use Duro for the Tempered Fate to delay this. There's the Destiny.
You might be able to do process of elimination.
The first big fight of the game, the first 5v5. TP
all right, we about to get a little fighty fight.
Barney right now as he's been forced underneath his tower. JDG begin a pincer movement, but it's the Ezreal on the bot side, and he's not really the one you want as one of those.
Everybody's got ultis up on the side of JDG. Big Sarah ult. Ooh, only hit one person. Yeah, JDG kind of sold the team fight, not gonna lie.
The chase continues. King with an electro harpoon on Gala. Gets the slow Grand Star ball in, and Gen.G begin to collapse.
JDG kind of sold the team fight. They did. But now I want to play Seraphine. Seraphine, Doozy, kind of fun. I'm sad that they hovered Jinx and then they really said, you know what, let me switch to Booty Cheeks Ezreal.
Made it so difficult for JDG to really have an angle of attack.
Y'all did that. Y'all did that.
Chovy, the fact that Gala was chunked out before the fight had even started.
Yeah, I don't know how they ended that.
One-shot him before he even gets the chance to ult. He needs to respect the damage output. Look at Gala's HP here. He's forced to use the Arcane Shift early. The poke from TF combined with an early Rumble ultimate. They then stun up the Xin Zhao. Don't give him a chance to ult.
The ultis didn't really ult.
Here. They take their time, they use their range, and they chip away.
Yeah, they weren't really.
Says, you know what? I've done enough damage. I think we can start the chase. Chovy's
they didn't really do any damage with the ultis.
They get the flashes out, and they pick JDG apart.
Gen.G didn't even need Ruler to do this. He's on his way down to the bottom lane to get the push in. The gold lead extends to about 3k, and this is why Gen.G are so feared. An even-ish game. Lead for JDG.
Gotta lock in.
Game, but a singular fight around that second Drake.
The Ezreal effect.
Gen.G 3k ahead. You can see in the Coinbase gold grind just how even it was up until
Did you
this
see
point.
my okay, I got your code, Chief. Chief, you still in here?
He is so monstrously far ahead now on the Twisted Fate. He's only going to continue to get stronger. Keen, a 1.1k goal lead for himself. Gen.G are now in such a terrifying position with a 2 dragon leads. JDG are going to have to find some crazy fights to turn this one around. It looked so good for them at the start, finding those early kills. They were looking confident. I love the way that they were playing, but now they find themselves in an awkward spot where the pressure from Gen.G, it feels like across the entire map is unrelenting, and those globals poised and ready to make things even worse for JDG.
Because the lanes are kind of still predominantly intact. We haven't seen a first tower fall. We haven't really opened up the map entirely. Gen.G having that ability just to be in multiple lanes at once makes it so hard for JDG. They've moved Vampire and Gala into the mid lane. Ruler the only one who needs to deal with him right now. And we talked about the Pantheon and the Twisted Fate as these side lane threats. Bard does the same thing. Tempered Fate is really difficult when you're a low mobility carry. Honku has a few ways to avoid it. No flash at the moment, but can use the Between Worlds, can go across the veil. But it is going to be very
skipping morning class to hate watch Gen.G. Bestie!
If they do decide to pull the trigger on one of these plays.
Not the hate watch. I'm freaking deceased.
Ginger jumped on Crescent Guard coming out. Tempered
oh my gosh, what is happening to you?
Ginger with the Crescent Guard isn't able to escape. Ruler takes the kill.
Are they Gucci?
TP coming in as well as Honku joins the battle, but Cannon can chase him out. Xiaoshu now in the middle of 4 members of Gen.G. A good true shot barrage landing across the backline. Call of Forge God coming out as well.
Are they okay?
But the root and the stun and the CC on Xiaohu means the Forge God will not make a return journey. Gen.G find 2 once again.
I mean, it's just so clean. Gen.G give no room for error. They find a single pick, they convert it into another one. JDG have the right instincts, but they basically are just TPing into their own demise. There's no way for them to escape. Gen.G pick up more kills, they'll pick up the Herald. The gold lead continues to extend. And I feel like we're already at a point where JDG need to be thinking about Game 2.
Does LPL know how to play League of Legends? Low key.
You had a good start. You got 3 kills
I'm
early doors.
there via Zoom. We chilling. Okay.
Game, but then Gen.G just took a fight that you started, that you went for.
Oh, Street, I was talking about, did you see my tweet? Because today I reveal a Riftbound card. Nobody else in the world knows what card I am about to unveil. It's going to be super lit. And my tweet, nobody is able to guess. I don't know how.
Single target stun onto Ginger, they chunk him out. Chovy pops the ghost, ready to follow up. Keen is the one that actually flashes in. But holding that stun card, like, it's just so lethal because of how quickly they can turn their attention onto a single person. And they don't necessarily have to get the kill. They can just kind of chunk them out. But of course, getting kills, he doesn't have his flash. He's got incredible. It turns out, beautiful spear connects. Easy kill secure once again.
What could it
Gen.G
be?
find themselves in a dominant position here in Game 1. And the problem is as well, like, I know there's not a lot of tanky, quote-unquote, members on the side of Gen.G, but they do build just a lot of HP.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages, very obnoxious for burst classes. Like Aurora, early laning phase, yeah, she was having a great time. You don't have any damage to trade back against me. But now, at this point in the game, you don't have the burst to just get through the raw HP and the Merc treads that he has. Now they're going to look to secure this tower.
Should be able to get it. Going forward, there's Equalizer. Xiaoshu almost half HP already. Tempered Fate's going to clip the heels of the Ornus. The Crescent Guard isn't going to buy Ginger.
These Seraphine ultis are not T.
JDG forced away. The Rifthold will get another charge in. And once again, they've lost their jungler.
Decimation is really the only word I have to describe what is happening right now. That early game looked optimistic, but Gen.G quickly silenced any semblance of doubt. The way they navigate these team fights, very clean. Dragon on the docket, tower as well. Pushing out the bot wave, getting deeper vision control.
If
We're
it's
18
fight
minutes
and
in.
I guess corrected, you have to wear a Chovy jersey for the rest of first stand. And how would I have a Chovy jersey? Enlighten me.
From any real engage,
I don't even think I could purchase a Chovy jersey and get here in time.
Try and defend a tier 2, that falls, and you lose a tier 1 on the top side because Chovy just destinies away. It is not a good look at all for the LPL number 2 seed.
I was very vocal about other guesses, but on Smite we just got shrugged. She's trying to not break that NDA for the next 4. Is it really 4 hours?
Gala's in an awkward spot. He's doing what he can. Vampire tries to
we got 2 hours. 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Just not enough. Gen.G's single target focus is too lethal.
2 hours and 30 minutes.
CC chain, it's very difficult to escape. Think about it. The traps layered on top of Pantheon stun, maybe a Bard route, maybe a TF stun. Like, it doesn't
There's
matter.
no way
You're
you can
gonna
get a
lose most of your
Chovy
HP if you come within range of a single member of Gen.G.
jersey
JDG never really been able to get to that team fight position they really wanted with this composition. Gen.G
by
now 9,000
I don't even know
gold
how
ahead,
long.
stealing away all of this jungle, suffocating JDG as much as possible. Canyon might just look for someone behind enemy lines here as he jumps onto Ginger. Tempered Fate in as Crescent Guard comes out from Ginger. Good damage here onto Canyon. Duro takes a chunk as well. The equalizer though, stopping JDG from being able to go any further. A magical journey over the wall gets Gen.G out to safety.
Oh, sorry.
Weirdly enough, it still feels like Gen.G's the one
Sorry.
that has
Yeah,
the
that's
flash.
look at how low JDG are.
I mean, JDG, they get the flash out from Canyon, and he's the one that's forced to retreat, but Chovy's full
I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can do the white t-shirt. I just don't think that
But Chovy's not done
that would
just
be
yet.
adequate.
Mid tower, the inhibitor tower at 20
I
minutes.
think I actually
Down to
have
less than
a
plate.
Gen.G
Gen.G will
sign.
back away, TP behind as
I think it's
Xiaoxun
when
looks to see if
Peanut
he
was
can find
on
a flank position.
Gen.G.
6 seconds
Because I
before
like
the call of
Peanut.
Forgot is back up.
So I made
Duro
a sign
in,
that said
running
like,
away.
oh, we love
Able
Gen.G
to
or
escape
whatever.
for now. Gen.G still looking to see if perhaps they can take the fight after this. It was
That's all I got.
who was on the flank. Cosmic Binding lands onto Ginger. Corner of the Forgot comes out as well, but the headshots for Ruler. Put Ginger in the dirt. Now
Ruler's
JDG, all hail the
poppin'.
retreat.
Ruler,
Chovy Destiny
Canyon,
flashes forward, lands onto Vampire with the stun card. And
Duro.
Vampire, even with the
Okay,
overall landing onto
finally a
Ford,
good
it's
Seraphine
just
ulti,
not
but they're not able to
enough. They
finish.
just don't die.
Yo, is
Gen.G
Caitlyn this OP?
levels above their opposition in this game. They all
guys, this is a
walk out
20-minute
alive
win.
for 4-man encore, and Gen.G could just march it down mid.
I mean, they're able to get 1 kill back. They're able to add a death onto the scoreboard of Ruler, but it is an ace nonetheless. The inhibitor will fall.
I do think Duro, Chovy, Ian, and Canyon are in Ruler.
Look at the single
They kinda
target
pop
focus.
off.
They find one target, they shut
kinda
them down,
poppin'.
they find another. Chovy then commits quite deep, and Vampire here lands a beautiful ulti onto 4 members.
That was a great
But the damage
ulti,
just isn't there
but
anymore. They're too far behind.
everybody's
in goal. If this
deceased.
play had happened earlier, maybe JDG would have a chance, but they're too far behind. The damage is too much. And it's only at this point.
I only
that they
say
get it.
Kate because who was it? Who played Kate yesterday and like absolutely
does go
smurfed?
down. Baron an option as well for Gen.G. Their
Who was
14,000
that?
gold advantage weighing heavy in their wallets. And you look at the side of JDG, like first item is all that Gala has. He's got first item and bits, now finishes the
Who
mana
played
moon.
yesterday?
He's gonna
It
upgrade to the Moon mana.
was,
2 items for Honku as well, but on the other side you are just in
versus
such a strong position as
VOD.
Gen.G. I think they could take it at like a very undernumbered fight right now and still.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
I know, it's
Xiaoxun's too
TSW
far away,
versus
doesn't have
B2.
TP, there's
I don't
nothing
think
they
it was
can do
Hansama.
in this state is
So it had to have been BLG
traps
versus
as well. Ginger's gonna
VFX.
have a bit of a sniff, but instead he may be. Oh, I think
Chovy,
he's gone.
Gold Guard, Crescent Guard comes out
Was
with
it
the Cosmic Binding
Viper?
there for more CC.
Yeah,
There's
maybe
the
it was
root for the
Viper.
Snapchat. Ginger will flash away. The Equalizer didn't do as much as they wanted. Grand Starfall into the backline from Canyon as
I
Honku
just
tries to
remember the
dash
key
over
was
the wall
just
and will
free
escape.
autoing,
Ginger
bro.
moves damage
Oh,
down as well, but can't
What's
kill
up, Shadow?
Duro. Keen with a stopwatch call of the Forge
Was it the
Guard.
Camille
What
game? It
gods are
was
you
the
praying
Camille
to,
game,
JDG?
yes.
They are not
Yes, it was.
listening. Gen.G.
Because I remember being like, yo, if I was Kate, I would be like, where the frick is my support? But she held her own versus the Gen ADC because she had so much range.
This was a shellacking. Gen.G showing why they are
23-minute dub. Quickest game of first stand thus far.
The LCK #1 seed.
You can't hate it.
The early game
Honestly, I love it.
with 3
If
kills going to
Gen.G can do that
looked
2 more
promising.
times,
Coming out the
I'd
gates,
be
swinging,
ecstatic.
Getting that early gold lead, but Gen.G, after a single fight, just blew the game out of the water.
Like, if we could get 2 more
well played
20-minute
by Gen.G.
games.
That second dragon fight really securing the victory for them.
I'd
And
rock
after
with that.
JDG, they tried to do things, but it was desperation stations all over the board. Flashing in for the kill on Ruler
I'd
at the
rock
end,
with that.
I think really demonstrates how desperate they were. We're going to hand it over to the AD to break down that game. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like as we said. It was good until it wasn't. I want to say.
Yeah.
God, they're strong.
I mean, we got a lot of what the early stuff that we wanted for JDG to actually happen. And
Did you see the picture of Chovy on
it was even
G-Sun's
more than
tweet
we asked for.
yesterday?
We
I
only
did
asked
not.
for a good early game for Ginger, but we
Do I need to
also
take a
got
peek?
Honku solo killing Chovy.
That was lit.
Yeah.
didn't even ask for that, and they got a really big early lead. I'm hoping
Yeah,
that
they
you
threw
see
that
the
for real.
B-roll at the moment of those plays. But yeah, they start out so incredibly well, and then we get to the Dragon fight, Emily and Gen.G. They perform.
In the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is that Junja and Hongkyu getting off to a good start did look good for JDG, right? Because you're like, okay, these
Fire
are the
your
two,
hairdresser,
this is the
bro.
mid-jungle that were kind of iffy sometimes in the LPL. We thought they were going to get outclassed immediately. But yeah, then that second Drake fight is
Who did
really
that
where
to
it
him?
just absolutely all falls apart, and Gen.G takes over.
Who did that to
After
him?
that, I believe it went from
That should be a crime,
like a
low-key.
minimal gold lead to 3K almost immediately.
Okay, so what happened there?
Yeah, let's bring up the fight because they played
That
their
actually
range
should be a
really well.
crime.
Watch Gen.G. Keen starts it out with this equalizer, basically cut them in half, and then you have the gold card. The precision with which they take out the enemy jungler here is so beautiful. You know, Xin doesn't even get his.
I ain't
ult
going to
off. Like,
rant.
I was thinking, oh, maybe he's gonna defensive Xin ult
I
as
ain't
soon as
doing
he sees, you know, Chovy's gonna come stun him, but they don't, and they just get annihilated. Emily.
Yeah, and you see that they're just so well coordinated. They knew exactly how they wanted to play this composition out with especially the TF and Pantheon combo. And then my big star in that fight was Keen with the equalizer because JDG were already kind of separated with Gala having to kind of take a route around immediately over a ward. Yeah, 23 minutes. It was a bit slower too until
What?
it wasn't.
I'm sorry, what?
Combined kills per minute.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
That's not slower game. Yeah,
Less bloody.
slower game, but it's a Gen.G thing. So like, do you feel like there was no chance for JDG to come back because of the composition that they have, or just because it's
Yeah, no,
these
23 minutes
players
is
against them?
insanely fast.
What do we think?
I think the big difference is you look at that team fight. The team fight encapsulates a lot of it. Gala is the only real like range
You
threat
get
that they
in.
have on JDG.
No
the Ezreal, and as
glaze.
Emily said,
That
Ezreal
was-
was kind of chunked out
that's
before
borderline
and on the bottom
disrespectful,
side.
what
And
they
so
did to him.
without the Ezreal range, Gen.G
Really?
just approached the fight so successfully because they utilized the Caitlyn range, the Twisted Fate range, and the Equalizer range from the Rumble. And so that's why you see the struggle for the initiation. Theoretically, if JDG had better setup with everybody there on time and they're able to have the Ezreal range and the damage threat there, then they can try and do Ornn ultimate and Seraphine ultimate and try and use their shorter range combo. You have to go for the big engage, but Gen.G are not giving them an opportunity to basically use what they want to use with their team comp. And so after you get that big lead, since they already got the first dragon from Canyon getting Crab and then getting first dragon, this is second dragon plus a bunch of gold, and they're able to play the map so successfully with all of the globals that they have.
Yeah, for me, it came down to not that JDG didn't necessarily have windows, but Gen.G just had such better neutral objective setups and team fight setups. And then also the power of this composition is the ability to spread the map, right? You have multiple globals, semi-globals to kind of join up or spread out in team fights. And I think we kind of saw the bones of what JDG would have wanted to do with this composition in that really late game fight. But by then it's just too late, right?
Yeah.
Like they're just too far behind.
Yeah, and we saw multiple
Did
times
I
too. They
tell
used Twisted
y'all
Fates,
what the card
and
is
some of
going
the
to
ranges
be
pick
on
off Xin.
stream first
This
before I
champion
release
doesn't
the
have a lot of
tweet?
escapes. Even if you do
Y'all
get
wanna
your
know it
ultimate
first?
off, it's just gonna delay it, and they were able to.
One of my
snowball
friends
so
said
successfully.
T1 purposely
big
decided not to
collective effort on
qualify
this side
so
of Gen.G, but
LPL
if
could
there
have a
was
fair chance of
one
winning
player
best of fives
who stood
versus
out
LCK.
here,
Honestly,
you
I
guys,
feel
who would it be?
like
I mean, I
that's
voted
true.
for Canyon. I would be okay.
Okay.
I
with
feel
multiple
like that's
votes.
What do
true
you guys
because
think?
one thing about T1, they gonna conserve their energy for when it matters. They don't really care about this little first stand. They don't care about proving themselves at MSI. They gonna win when it matters, and that's Worlds.
Canyon, I want to check on the other
T1
side.
ain't qualified for first stand ever. Okay,
That's what we're saying. It's a collective effort.
that sounds a little
Just
passive
Canyon,
aggressive.
Ruler, I
First and foremost, this is the second first stand, okay? Let's start there. There's only been two. Okay, talking about ever, like it's been 15 years of first standage.
He kept up his farm, farming the jungle crab. So he
Only
had
been
upgraded
two.
Smite.
Only
So
been
then,
two.
Actually, Junja was pushing the scuttle crab.
So
down the
100% of 100% is 100. Okay,
Canyon ended up
so
getting it. He had the upgraded Smite.
only been
And then he
two.
kept on
That's like
making these
saying,
plays with his Pantheon ultimate. I mean, Gen.G overall. the whole
all of
team
the
was
first
so good
stand
there, though.
Masterclass.
tournaments
I mean,
this
there's
year are in
expectations,
Brazil.
right?
All
Like,
of them.
Not,
Babes, there's
obviously
only
the game
one.
ended super quickly. but in terms of
Like,
it being slower, just their patience.
y'all
around these
not
setups,
gonna do
around the
too
way
much
they're
on
playing
T1.
competition team fights, it was
Y'all not gonna do too much.
Gen.G made it to first stand. That's what we wanted to see from them, and so far they are.
I mean, that would be an incorrect statement still.
Let's
How?
see if JDG can come back and make it a series in game 2. See you soon, guys.
He skips a cap, Choky now getting very
Just
low.
killing Choky.
Here we go. 3 for 3 tomorrow.
Red card came out, Hongkyu.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going on a rant. Y'all just talking sideways today. Like, who hurt y'all?
Choby Destiny flashes forward, lands onto Vampire with the
Like, who hurt y'all?
Vampire, even with the encore landing onto 4, it's just not enough. They just don't die. Gen.G.
Oh, okay. Okay. Dude, I'm so ready for NA to play.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ray, lock in. Lock in.
The greatest players in the world.
Oh, yes. Oh, well. The ads are already running, so I can't
You are going to see
run one right now.
never seen them before. It will as the Arcade Storm doing so much work in Gen.G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
So when do you do this announcement for that new card? Have you been sent like a sample card version of it, or is it just an infographic? I have a picture of it. So we will do it like that. Someone get her emails right now. Not you trying to hack me. Not you trying to hack me. How much longer do we have to wait? 2 hours. 2 hours and 14 minutes. I think the card that I'm gonna unveil is pretty good. I feel like it's kind of tea. And you're sending us all a copy, right? That would be so cool. I'm on lunchtime nap. I want a little nappy. Is the art good? Like good or just okay? The art is the art is the art is as expected. You coming up with the PR response? It's mediocre. Got it.
Your reaction to winning worlds.
Not it's Dookie. Dude, I'm so sad I didn't get a Lunar Irelia. It's not Dookie.
Flash forward.
Got some artichoke cards. Y'all, I love the snack.
On Baron.
I got these from Trader Joe's. Only 15 calories in one bag. They ate with that.
Riding Rift Herald into a tower.
What is happening?
Canyon just obviously the superior.
Right, well, I've got some
it auto-modded longsword, so I'm guessing it thought that was a sexual innuendo.
Why wouldn't they be? Dismantled JDG,
which is crazy when we're on a gaming website.
JDG, they're gonna have to cook something up. Tabe, show us what you got. Like, you do have a winning record against Gen.G. We really need to see that come through right now, because after game one...
Deadly! Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime in the 30 months. Good morning.
Oriana Nocturne gonna be taken off the board immediately. JDG looking to grab
that is crazy. I'm gonna start using that. What?
Look back. Rise still a priority pick.
Huh?
Talia, after the nerfs, definitely fallen to the wayside.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, should we do a prediction? Let's do a prediction.
But again, you can see that the mainstays that we saw for the majority of LEC versus in Rise, Talia,
the majority of regions, I think, had a similar mid.
Yeah. They mainly, after the nerfs have been pushed
2 minutes.
It seems that Oriana and Rise are still
2 minutes.
the top dogs of mid lane. But with Aurora gone, TF gone, Ari is the one that immediately I'm drawn towards. Ari Vi, you mentioned it earlier, I think can be an easy pickup, depending on what they want to prioritize. And I think for JDG, they should be thinking about that vibe.
Which of the same 56 answers should I pick? Lando, good morning.
A jungler that you can have agency on in the early game is one of the key pillars of success for JDG. Absolutely. We saw it in game one as well. Like, they did manage to get a lead through the fact that Junja was everywhere on this Xin Zhao, and Honky was.
Good morning, Pookie, and thank you for the 67 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
By Gen.G. So where would JDG go with their first pick? We do still have things like the Yanara if you do.
Not 6-7 months.
I think Vi has to be
67.
Tell me.
I appreciate you, love.
Some of the options, like
first game ended in like 24 minutes, which is phenomenal, and I really hope they do it again. Let's go Gen.G.
It's kind of AD carry or jungle is kind of their only options, I feel.
There's the option of Shoshu's Renekton as well. He does love that. I mean, with the Ambessa ban, I was wondering perhaps, but instead it is going to be the Lulu down towards Vampire.
So, there are some risks with this.
There's a lot of risks with this, Betty.
Blitzcrank, Nautilus, Thresh are the three that immediately come to mind.
Duro's Blitzcrank as well. Like, the guy made his name.
Hey, bro, whatever gets me into a League of Legends game the quickest.
I feel like in the LEC I've said it multiple
times.
Go
Gen.G, go Gen.G. Honestly, I was saying earlier. I was saying earlier, Streep. I said Gen.G is likely to win first stand. Gen.G is likely to win MSI.
That one away. Yunara. Interesting that they're going to pick the Yunara in. I guess they want to take the combo away from Gala and Vampire, but Aphelios is always something you can pair alongside it. I think Jinx also works.
Yeah. Jinx for Gala.
Continue. That's it. That's it.
And the Vi locked in for Gen.G.
That's the end of the statement.
I don't think you pick Cog into Vi.
Sarah Band, no, Sarah was played. Seraphine was played last game.
I mean, sure, but at this point, if you're picking a hyper carry, bro, there aren't many with dashes. Zeri is kind of your only option.
Don't start me. Hey,
so, I mean,
why you know what? You know what? Let's have a talk. You and me. You and me. Because y'all always think it's me starting something. I don't. Oh, she was doing something. He was doing something for sure.
You have to lock in your AD carry here, I feel, unless they feel.
Y'all always think it's me starting stuff, but really it's y'all. Y'all are some freaking instigators, okay? What y'all love to do, y'all like to plant these little crumbs, these little seeds, and then when I see it and I pick it up, okay, they pick Jinx, let's go. And when I
you have the kill one hero.
No, because I told chat, I was like, I need to message Street. I'm just gonna send a bunch of question marks.
Just to really pop off, and it doesn't really matter if she's threatened by things like the Vi, because you have the wild growth.
I literally said that, Street. I literally said that. But no, y'all hoes love to instigate, and then when I respond, all of a sudden, I'm the hoe. I'm the bad guy. I'm throwing a temper tantrum. That's crazy. It's always me. It's always me. It's never y'all. Wait, Tabe is on JDG now? Was he on JDG yesterday? Last year? This man go to every LPL team.
Spirit Rush into Charm. That's the combo I was talking about.
Yeah, he was on Anyone's Legend. Yo, one thing about Tabby,
I would say specifically in
he gonna have a job.
Mainly just been rising up in priority. Just her ability to
he gonna have a job.
Lockdown, especially into the charm, is very effective. I mean, I believe we saw yesterday.
No, the way Rini ain't never coming back, y'all. Let me see. Is Rini in here?
You could maybe. Depends how afraid you are.
Wait, it said Rini in here. Rini! Rini! Come to the front. Rini, come to the front. Come to the front right now, girl. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You think
Rini in here probably like, why do they keep talking about me?
But it's actually it's a very good. It's an old school.
Rini like, yo, leave me alone.
Swain into fakers.
Leave me alone. No, Rini said, and I'm not trying to set her off today. Yes, oh my gosh, Rini! I am so glad to see you. Rini, I just want to go ahead and apologize for the excitement, the emotion that was displayed after your question yesterday. I got a little not heated but excited with my response. Passionate outburst. Yes. I am so glad to see that you have come back today. I hope you didn't think I was like yelling at you or anything. I just get really passionate when people mention Faker. That's all. Neela, thank you so much for the gifted sub, and Rini, welcome to the Mother Redacted. Rini came back. Let's freaking go.
Namara was telling me that he thinks this is.
Rini said, "Girl, give it a rest."
So strong vote of confidence, but we knew, like, looking into him, it's one of his most played throughout the year. One of his most played.
Oh man. Have you been enjoying First Stand though?
The Rumble already gone.
Rini building a case.
Oh, you're really gonna go for the Victor.
Oh my god.
Think about the Swain. Veigar, really good pick into Ari as well.
Who is she? So yesterday,
Swain, though.
I can after this game, I will pull up the clip of the Rainy interaction. How about that? So y'all can see it for y'allself.
I mean, you're good with the building names. What's the baby cage? Event Horizon.
The way Faker has been on my body recently. Ooh, don't be mad, sis. That's peculiar. When he's here with me. Aw, period, Rini. You probably came from Stunt, I'm assuming.
Champions like this to deal with, specifically Ari, because while she does have a dash, it's not a blink. And there is a key difference between the two, because a blink will help you get out of the event horizon.
Jinx Lulu is T. Yo, JDG trying to scale. But I'm really confused. Why do they want to scale when Gen.G ended the game in 24 minutes?
Coming through from the top side. Their main initiator gonna be coming through from Ginger. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, I mean, they've got very similar to what they had before.
Isn't that a little peculiar?
More of a pick composition. They can leverage their range to kind of chip away at their opposition. But I will say, I think this Veigar does introduce a bit of a spanner into the works just because of the amount of zone control it provides. Now, I'm a big advocate of, have you ever heard of the Jarvan effect? No. You know, the EQ flash ult, yes. I'm in, and then you look behind and your team isn't there. Right, so Vi, when she ults in...
Chovy Ari, the best Ari in the LCK. Oh yeah, because like Chovy has an Ari skip.
But the zone control that champion provides then makes it much harder to follow through.
That makes sense.
So
I must be thinking about somebody else.
You can have on the champ. Again, slow starter. It doesn't really...
I must be thinking about somebody else.
Jarvan is that then they don't really do the same thing. You know, they
I must be thinking about somebody else.
Jarvan wants someone that can support his
I don't know who I'm thinking about. We only talking about people who can make first stand. What if we talk about people who can win worlds? What about we talk about people who can make it to Worlds Finals?
That is very true.
What if we can talk about people who can make it onto the final stage? What if we talk about that?
In his professional career.
If we talk about that, who's excluded?
JDG need to battle against the Gen.G monolith that took them down in game 1.
Well, let's see. JDG got off to a great start.
Isn't Faker jobless right now? Faker could never be unemployed. And even if he wanted to be unemployed, he would still have the dividends deposited. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Amen.
Some international viewers that perhaps only tune into international
Amen.
events, you might be a little bit surprised to see, like,
all right, we gotta keep an eye out for First Blood.
very common practice.
We have to keep an eye out for First Blood.
Very early to get that trade advantage, but specifically the movement.
Watching his children. Shadow. Clock that.
So that you can find
clock that.
Trade. So already going to see those heals expended in the bot side of the rift.
Clock
both
that.
Are starting on their top side once again, looking for a path towards bot.
His children, the people he raised, birthed, and you can tell by the champ pool that a certain hoe loved to use.
And at the very least get some control over the wave.
Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for that conversation.
Will be waiting for Canyon's
y'all not ready for that conversation.
Now in game 1, remember it was Chovy that built the Rod of Ages.
Anyways,
ooh, hang on a minute.
Who y'all think gonna get First Blood?
He's gonna get spotted on that ward. I think no pings. The ward expired. Wait, you going, Ginger going all the way around?
Crazy.
No, so he's going to put the ward down to spot Canyon on this red. He'll take the
this is our 50th time on the cup. And y'all still not hearing me. And you still not hearing me, stream.
I mean, Duro needs to get to lane.
We on the 50th round.
Okay.
And the ears are still closed.
Ginger, he goes in.
He loses the red though.
Canyon gets
did he steal it?
Ginger didn't smite, just jumped across, and Canyon's like, okay, I'll take the small.
He did not steal it.
Though he was like, why is there a Jarvan here? Was not expecting that.
I feel like Kenyon has the highest chance of First Blood participation. Kenyon's pretty solid. Can't hold him. Let me turn this up. I think I turned it down during the intermission.
But that bot Scuttle Crab now open for taking. Could be a double crab situation.
It could also be an invade. Like, Gen.G have the push coming out from bot side. A little bit
risky though. There's no point
risky,
really.
but
I think for you just
not every time they tuned in.
Okay, so yeah, so you're just going to get double crabbed.
Yep.
So that's the downside of all of this. By losing the red buff, you basically don't have the opportunity to go and contest the crab. And the fact that they had that bot push, I prefer this play from Canyon because you can get the top crab, go back to base, immediately start full clearing once again. And yeah, I think that just from a tempo perspective, it makes way more sense for Canyon.
You're right. You're right. I just like Invade. Vedi, if there was a possibility of action, that's what I like to see.
No, that's fair enough. And Duro, he created a slow push here in the bot lane as well, so that's also going to be pushing towards them. The mid lane.
I really want to know why these bots come into my chat, bro.
I wanted to talk earlier about how for
like,
Veigar,
shouldn't they be like in just chatting or something? Why are they in the League of Legends section, bro?
It just makes you more durable.
Yeah.
And remember that the thing about Veigar is you just continue to passively stack up the damage from your Q, so that when you do get those last hits,
I'm gonna set an alarm for 8:45.
So going for Rod of Ages, it's just like a very mega scaling type of build, and you reach a certain point where you just hit like a truck.
Yeah.
You just hit really, really hard.
8:45.
But it also just increases your survivability.
Gala caught out.
No,
Needs to
8:50.
get away. Polymorph down onto Ruler. Flash away from Gala.
Gala.
And they will take that exchange.
I mean, you
Duro
see
with a
how
great grand entrance.
significant levels are in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Being level 3 versus level 4, those just
Yeah, they must be
extra
everywhere.
stats, that you get, really giving you a big advantage. And
I don't
really
think so,
hitting the
Shadow.
hurt down in the bot lane 2v2, not a huge difference in terms of the farm. Meanwhile, Chovy, he is building a bit of an advantage. What you
Yeah,
need to do
AI
on
is
in
getting
this
out of
matchup is you
hand,
just
man.
kind of perma-push. You trade mana
AI
to get
is
control over the
getting
wave
out
to
of
shove as
hand.
quickly as you can, with the sole intention of forcing the wave underneath the tower, because it's much harder for Veigar to be able to last hit underneath his tower. He wants time to just queue those minions, last hit as often as he can, so Chovy doing the right thing and just perma-shoving that wave underneath the tower and making it harder for Honku to do just that.
Ginger spotted here by the Scryer's Bloom. Canyon's going to jump across onto
I don't think he can
Jarvan, just
kill him
forcing him
alone,
low before this Scuttle Crab fight begins.
Oh, it's spawning on the top side, so...
Oh, that it is. No Scuttle Crab Dragon fight. Those
we're
slightly
just
larger
gonna
Scuttle
drag.
Crab.
Yeah, somewhat. We'll use the smite early. Knows that he's going to get it off cooldown soon. With the bot lane control and the mid lane control, Ginger really can't contest this.
Yeah, he just has
Will that
cryo
stop him
everywhere.
from contesting it though? We're about to, yeah, I mean, your
think
Jinx
it's got
is
to.
going back to base.
Yeah.
I think there's not much of a contest here. But again, like, we kind of expected this. This is why I was
All
a little
right,
bit
first dragon over to the
skeptical of
Gen.G.
Jarvan plus Veigar, because Veigar really doesn't like get lane control. So there's not much that the Jarvan, who's not the best
I think they
skirmisher,
banned
especially against
Nocturne.
Divide, can do. So just kind of at the mercy of whatever Canyon wants to do, really, and Canyon is taking full advantage of that. And the invade, nice idea, but ends up backfiring quite significantly. Ginger, though, on his way to level 6, going to be working towards that. Polymorph, nice damage on the Duro.
Duro was trying to hug the top side of the bush to avoid the glitter lance.
I like the
hitting
name
onto Ruler, who was
Vampire.
backing in the second bush,
It's
but
a cool
he was
League of
just in
Legends
range.
name.
So Ruler's back was stopped, loses a little bit of time in terms of coming back to the lane. In time, the wave is going to crash in. You can see Gala here will step up to Duro to make sure that at least a couple of these
He's
minions
trying to freeze.
want to
Babe,
die
you can't do
before
it.
Ruler
I'm
gets back.
sorry.
Gala's already just gone back to base.
is so low.
Vampire, he needs to skedaddle ASAP. The good news is that Duro's also going to go back to base. Gala, though, successfully pushing that wave underneath. Going to do another recall.
I think Yanara's skin is so nice.
What's he going?
What gold does he have? I was going to say, he just spent
But I
his
also
gold.
think it's interesting
Not
that
much for him to do. The wave is now kind of in an awkward spot. You just got to tank it up, got to accept it.
she hasn't received a
Yeah,
skin
we'll push into him. His
since.
cannon minion was dying a lot.
But I
quicker than
also think
Ruler's, so
they've kind of
eventually that wave
reduced
will
the
begin to crash in
frequency
with Ruler
of
farming it up.
putting out
Canyon
skins.
here just getting vision control up towards the top side, but a relatively slow early game between these two teams. As you said, like, not getting pushed out of mid means that Ginger is kind of muted in the early game, and Jahu and Keen just very happy to trade into each other consistently on top side, but neither of them really have a huge amount of kill threat, especially with plated steel caps being the first item they both complete.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense for both sides of the matchup. One for mitigating the poke and one for mitigating the all-in. So both top laners happy to farm. Renekton with
If
the small
game state
gold
is even for
deficit,
25
small
minutes,
CS
who do you
deficit,
think
but
wins
nothing
off
too
comp?
significant. Vision control is immaculate for Gen.G on the top side of the rift. You can just see wards littered across the river and into the entrances, along with one control which is getting cleared out right now.
I think JDG
Duro,
needs
I mean,
30
he has
to
gone
win.
back to base.
I don't think 25 is going to cut it. I think they need 30.
Doesn't have any wards left. I guess he hasn't.
He hasn't upgraded as
Yeah,
well.
he hasn't got the upgrade. Yeah. I was like, kind of a little bit surprised, but
I mean, it's a little bit harder for the Rakan to like walk up and order the minions,
That's fair.
whereas the Lulu just gets to stand there and say, okay, you're stepping. Okay, cool, I'll auto attack you, get my World Atlas procs. Has those wards already stacking up. 5 seconds before we have the grubs spawning, but it looks like Gen.G want to Bring their attentions down towards this bottom side. Clear out vision once again. Make sure that Ginger, it just can't really do anything on the map. You can see so much vision control through both sides of the river, top and bot for Gen.G.
I don't know ADC itemization like that, so I'm not sure if there's a difference between Yanara and Jinx power spike. I think Yanara needs Kraken and Hurricane. Jinx needs
gesticulation happening there.
depending on what she goes first. Kraken, Hurricane, IE.
Ooh, there it is.
Low key and LDR. IE is like really when she starts popping, but if she can get, that's why I say 30, because at 30 she'll probably have LDR.
Bring it to me. Bring it to me.
Bring what to you, man?
The Horizon, Betty.
But it was uneventful.
Yeah,
I feel like Yanara only needs 2 items.
I see you've made another clever joke about the band. Bring me the Horizon. Well done, good sir. Well done. I can feel the audience riveting at our clever puns.
They're entirely riveted right now.
Now, Grub's begun. Becoming more British the more I cast with you, man.
Quite.
We'll see though. Like, Yanara really makes use of that Kraken auto. Jinx does too, of course, but like, Yanara really makes use of it.
So Grubs, Canyon gets the second. Meanwhile, on the top side, a bit of a fight happening as Keen and Xiaoshu continue to trade. The flash in cease and desist. Xiao, who doesn't have support of 420 gold, goes over to Canyon for first blood.
A nice punish from Gen.G. Xiaoshu going for a bit of an all-in when his team can't really support him. And he was doing pretty well in the 1v1, but the moment Canyon arrived, changed the dynamic, and things don't quite go your way. Duro doing what he often does, snuck his way into the jungle. Now Keen
has flash, polymorph, flag and drag, and down goes the nut. Good play from Vampire there, flashing forward to make sure Keen didn't have a route to escape.
Absolutely, love that play. Chobi taking a bit of a nasty trade there. I have to imagine that this one was eventful. And Honkyu was able to get the combo off, and now he has to back because an ult from Honkyu puts him in kill range. Yeah. So TP gonna come through. Come on, you can land it, Honkyu. There it is. Oh, nice combo.
Good damage, good damage.
That's just a taster of what's to come. More damage will continue to mount. Ooh, nice sidestep there from Ruler. No support, given that Vampire was sitting top lane making that play, means the Gala are going to be zoned away from a lot of farm. And Gen.G, without really doing much, have amassed a 1.4k gold lead.
Yes, I mean, they have won every lane.
Yeah, it's kind of the frustrating thing when you're playing against the best team in the world, when they kind of just have all the best players, they just kind of passively just win.
Yeah.
It's very annoying.
Yeah, Ruler has a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, it's like,
And part of that as well, like Vampire roaming across. Vampire, the only one on JDG who currently has a bit more gold in his pockets than his enemy number. Drake is up. Vampire and Ginger trying to team up to gain control around it. Sundered Sky completed on both the junglers. And
now, have you seen this statistically best build on Jinx?
No.
X Optics into Phantom Dancer.
Okay.
Into then either a Last Whisper item or Infinity Edge.
Okay, I see the vibe.
It's just
Optics got buffed slightly, right?
But it was a while ago, I thought. I don't know.
No, it was one of the previous 2 patches, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. By, sorry, when I say a while ago, we were selling 26.3 for ages.
Yeah,
so
my head is that was the last patch, but obviously
I always love the instigate.
Yeah. But you're right, it did get buffed.
Love the instigate.
Jinx, we've just been seeing it more as a first item.
Oh, y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember First Blood, but it looks like he was not involved in the fight at all.
We saw it yesterday.
So
yeah, exactly.
Diablo and Gala, they share at least
let me resolve this prediction.
And Gala, I mean, Gala is the Pentakill King. Right? He's the Pentakill Prince. I've demoted him slightly, but his alliteration is better. We all remember Sheen with the Gala call on that.
This dragon, I believe, is uncontestable.
Nothing is truly uncontestable, Betty.
He's going.
Flag and drag, he smites it, he contests it! And there's the Canyon as well, sees the on the back line as Duro looks for the engagement. Canyon might be the first to fall.
Okay, Jinx kind of free autoing right now.
Gen.G, they did manage to pick up Honkyu. Chobi still looking for the chase. Gala running away.
Okay, well, Gala.
Chobi means it is a 3-for-1 exchange.
Why do Jinx players, why do Jinx pro players love using this firecracker skin? Jinx has so many better looking skins than firecracker. I mean, tons.
Meanwhile, Canyon survives for so long.
If anything, they should be running Star Guardian.
He's able to get his ultimate off. He creates a bit of space. Meanwhile, Hongyu dead immediately.
Like, Firecracker
so
just feels
so
so
damage on the back
clunky.
line, surviving for all this time. The rest of Gen.G then arrive to offer assistance. Chovy gets a double, connects the charm, and they end up converting it into a third one. Chovy finds himself with 2 kills, Ruler with 1, and now look at that goal difference.
Not too much on
A single
Firecracker. It's some
dragon that was
donkey.
supposed to be an opportunity for JDG.
But they are
opens up one
also
for
a
Gen.G.
Chinese team, and it is a Chinese skin, so that does kind of make sense.
Internationally. Incredibly impressive from this guy that continues to
Star
level up
Guardian with
across his
Mythic
career.
Chroma, nobody's touching her.
26,
Nobody.
An absolute stormer so far.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned
Okay,
in the previous
Odyssey
game, it felt
Jinx
like
is
that
slept on.
Towards the end of the year,
Odyssey
you felt like
Jinx
he was tapering
Rockets
off a
feels
little bit, not
so
having the
good.
strongest performance relative to expectations at the very least.
Like, I don't know why
Coming
it's so
into
slept on.
2026, this man
Its
has been on
chromas
a
are kind of
mission. He is
dookie, but like the
performing
skin
excellently.
itself, pretty freaking good.
Finals MVP. And of course, already winning player of the game
Her
after game 1.
worst skin,
Strong
personally, I
start
think
to
is
first stand,
Firecracker.
3K gold leads, Chovy.
And I used to hate
doesn't
Cafe
quite find it, though.
Cuties, but I think with
Gen.G
certain chromas, it's
walk
okay.
away.
Like
Okay,
in game, it's okay.
Yes, hard question for you.
Okay.
How many stacks
Battle Cat
does
is
Hongyu want?
is good.
They do
Amazing
get the knock-up
chromas,
onto
has a
Duro, and
prestige.
there's another stack for Hongyu.
He needs more.
Okay, he's got 124 right now. Xiaoshu just winning.
I'm sorry, but Odyssey
1v1
Jinx is actually the
against
worst skin in the
King, gets a
game.
solo
You don't know
kill.
ball.
I see where the best Renekton in the LPL comes
You don't
from.
know
get
ball.
that
You're not
point.
gonna do her like that.
Solo kill onto Keen.
You is
Very
not
well
gonna
done
do her
from
like that.
Xiaoshu. Up on the top side.
The hair?
Definitely swings the momentum a little bit. The gold very much still in favor
The
of
hair?
Gen.G,
Okay.
but Hongyu
But
getting
like,
that kill.
play-wise, like how it feels, it's a good skin.
Nice swing for Hongyu. Taking
It's
over
a
to
good
level
skin.
11.
Glitterlance for the slow
But they
guy.
can't overcommit here. They don't have enough information.
Yeah, with
especially
3
when
worse
Kangol
skins?
is
What other
sneaking
skins
on.
are bad?
Has Flash, Bolt Breaker,
Beyond a
knock up from the
fiend,
Wild
okay.
Growth, Flame Chompers
Seraphine
down,
got
sees
the
assist
same skin
forward,
like 3
and now
times,
the chase
low-key.
continues for Gen.G. They thought they'd backed
She got a
away in
little
time, but
copy-paste.
JDG still caught
But she
out
does have some good
Gala
ones.
Force.
I mean, this is the problem for anyone playing against Gen.G.
It's
Anyone on
Zombie
their
Slayer
team can
Jinx
have-
is
And so,
a skin I
yes,
always
you get a solo
lose
kill on the
with.
top side. Well done, Xiaoshu. But
I think
when we have
the
a look at
chroma
Coinbase gold
from
grind, you can see that,
Doombots
sure,
is
the gold is
kind of
even
cool.
in the top
Like
lane.
that
It is
gives it
even.
something, but
Whereas
I don't
for
think it's
Ruler,
like
it
an
is
amazing
not
skin.
even. It is. Okay, TP flank.
Guys, do we
But
think
they got
Doggo is
TP
better than
flank,
Gala?
okay.
Chovy does have Flash and has Spirit Rush.
I miss Doggo, is all I'm gonna say.
That's a farming TP as the Vito secured here for Gen.G.
I miss
And they will
Doggo.
just back away from the fight.
I was about to say that was uncontestable again. And
Hey, they got the last one. The last time you said
but
that.
was
Benny.
it worth it?
No, it's still contestable, you know. We're gonna
Okay,
get
we're
into
getting into
pedantry
semantic.
right
I
now.
see.
yeah.
Right.
Right now, Gen.G, a little bit of a cheat code as Gala forced away by Ruler, the
No, the game's
ex-JDG
falling
player.
apart, isn't it? It's just,
Yeah, I
they get
really
the tower
don't
ball,
know
they get the tower
if
mid.
It's every
JDG is
second
gonna
Drake,
make it
man.
to scaling
Like,
heaven.
The second Drake happens, flash forward with the Cataclysm, but this Jarvan is a mile away from the rest of his
The
team.
Jinx
Ruler's
just
gonna get caught out by
ulted
Xiaoshu,
Duro
and the chase
at
continues. Shut
100
down to Ginger.
HP.
Duro next, JDG collapse, and managed to find 2. Chovy
Mind you,
recalling, should be
Jinx
able to
ulti does more
escape
damage the
Keen, able to
less
force
health they
JDG
have.
away.
Okay, so Xiaoshu, I love the use of the TP there to create a flank. That engage from Ginger felt way too deep. It felt like that was an ambitious play, especially with Gala having no HP. But they're able to make it work. They find 2 kills. They get a shutdown onto Ruler as well.
I think he was just there, by the way. I'm not sure he teleported.
Oh, you're right. He didn't TP.
Yeah, I think
You're
he
right.
was just there,
Actually, let's have a
Benny.
look back at the minimap. Yeah, he actually just went the long way round. Look at the minimap. You can see him finding the loop around. They're sitting on a ward. The flash engage comes through, connects onto 3. Xiaoshu pops the ulti early, finds Ruler. I think this second kill,
That's
they
a
should
good
have tried to give
shutdown,
to Gala.
though.
But you know what? Xiaoshu right now is doing all the work.
They do.
So sure,
Holy
take that
shit.
kill.
They use it at the beginning of the fight.
Oh! I mean, sure. Unexpected. Can we say that on the podcast? So, still a 2k gold lead for Ruler. Drake up. It'll only be the second of the game for either team.
This is uncontestable, Medic.
I don't think it is, Veddy.
It
Xiaoshu's
is,
on
it's
his way down.
uncontestable.
Chovy is already in the mid lane. Gen.G will take it.
Yeah.
It was contestable, but didn't need to be
No, it was
contested.
uncontestable,
Okay, sure,
I'm
I
telling
agree.
you. So, let's take a look at the game state, because
Let's do
it's
it.
better than it was. Xiaoshu has proven that I am now a threat that you have to be cautious of. And Gen.G definitely feels hesitant, so they're sending 4 people to top lane. And they're saying, you know what? fine. Let's play the numbers game. And the problem is without any mid tower,
I think it was Duro.
To threaten
Spider.
With the dominus, Duro going to dance away with that battle. Dance Drift out charges in, and there's the tower. That's all Gen.G really wanted out of the exchange.
Yep, they'll be happy with that. Extend the gold lead a little bit more. They got the
Can-
ult from Xiaoshu as well, so less of a scary
I need
threat.
to
That mid wave, though,
understand
this is the problem.
how.
Gala can't approach it.
Yeah.
He cannot go
Oh,
anywhere near it. The
plates.
threat of a canyon collapse is just too lethal.
Nor can Honku, really. Like,
I mean, you're right.
one
He's
event
been- he
Horizon
farmed
does
top
not
lane
deal with
plates
the
and bot lane
geometry that
plates.
is a Vi and an Ari.
That's why.
Absolutely. So they're going to have to play it safe. TP. What's our game plan here? Oh, mid lane is the game plan.
Yep. Gala steps up. And here goes Chovy. Ruler looking for it as well. Juro in with the quickness. Vampire with a great wild growth.
Jinx has put out
Juro
0
can't
autos
connect.
so far.
Vampire will still die. Ginger and Gala forced towards the top side.
And is
Cease
now
and
dead.
desist onto Gala. No matter what he does.
Yeah, guys,
to
I don't
try
think they're
and
making
escape,
it
there is
to.
no way away. A blast come back from Juro. You activated
That
his fight or
was
flight response to McCann.
disrespectful.
It's a
It
flightless
was.
bird. He
It
wants to fight
was.
as Gen.G
That-
continue to force JDG low.
He said,
JDG.
"Come back over here."
They're just getting the run around.
Come here.
Like we just talked about
Return
how
to
dangerous
sender.
it is
Yeah.
to approach that wave.
Yeah.
And it's like, why aren't you playing safe, Gala? And he's like, I had my
Honestly,
whole team
I'm
here,
not
man. I
mad
had my
though
whole
at
team
like
here.
a quick
And
speed
Chovy
run
just says, I don't
series.
care.
Like I'm actually
Engages
very happy.
beautifully. He doesn't connect the charm on the Vampire. Vampire with his fancy
And I
feet
hope
buys a lot of
Lion
time, but
does
that's
the
all they
same
got, really.
thing.
That's all he could do.
Like we
Delay the inevitable.
might be able to
And then
wrap
Duro just adding
this
insult to injury.
at.
So a nice engage comes through from Chovy, the follow-up from Ruler and Duro, they catch out Vampire, and you're thinking, okay, this is the end of the play. But Canyon hasn't arrived yet. Flash is
We
in,
could wrap
connects the
it
ult,
like 11
and
or
the follow-up
12
damage
if
means
they
that there's
stay
no way
on
for
this.
Gala to get out either. And then look at this.
This
He
type
goes
of
over the
timing.
wall, Blast comes him back in.
Get
Juro wasn't even
over
expecting that,
here.
still gets the kill.
Yeah, what do you do against that? Tabe there, you see.
Ooh man,
struggling
his
to find
face
a
is
formula
red,
to
brother.
take
Oh, she's so
down Gen.G,
pretty.
as so many teams have done this year and across the last few years. And now Gen.G 6,000 gold ahead. 2.5 items complete on Ruler. Chovy the same.
I mean, here's the thing though, like, I think they picked too much scaling.
Sure.
Right, and oh yeah, that's a flash gone. Your idea is solid. I quite like the draft in isolation, but if you don't do anything against Gen.G, then they do this.
Yes.
They just take everything, and you kind of need to be able to contest them at some point, because if you don't, they'll just run rampant. And the fact that you've gotten one dragon, at the very least, buys you a little bit more time. But now, you're looking at Honku, and you're like, are you nearly done?
202 stacks, Betty.
Can we finish the scaling part now? Is that possible? Looks like he's working towards Zonya's. The Rod of Ages is very nearly complete. Canyon stealing camps away from Ginger. It's a rough one for JDG as they find themselves 6k gold behind.
They just have no vision past like their raptor pits. There's nothing even superficially towards the river or into the Gen.G side of the jungle, and now Baron an option for Gen.G. A minute 20 before we see the next Drake. Ginger diving in onto Ruler, cease and desist. Cataclysm flash away from Ginger just to escape, and he goes back in!
What was the plan there, Ginger?
Yeah.
What was the plan? Because I don't quite see
You know, at
it.
least you're used to
They
waking
now
up
have a
early.
Baron
If I had to
angle,
wake up before 6
and they're
a.m.
gonna
right
do
now,
it.
I'd
They don't even need Chovy.
probably
He's still sitting top lane.
Sims.
He can collapse at any
Insane.
point, but with no smite threat, Gen.G's not afraid.
Why did you put you?
Poking his nose and prodding. He's not going to find anyone. Maybe we'll catch Chovy if he walks around. Xiaoshu here as well. While the rest of JG begins
What's
to
going on,
collapse, but that
Return?
Baron already down to,
Yeah,
well, it's
this
dead.
has
Gen.G have
been
taken it. Chovy
really
dives
nice
in, and look at
for
the
me,
damage
low-key.
immediately. Good double knockup coming out from Duro.
Jinx is
as
gonna have a
Xiaoshu
grand
and
total of like
Honku will
4k damage
fall.
done this game.
Gala and Vampire can only watch as Gen.G collapse
Honestly,
again.
I haven't
and
been
take out
getting
their
up
mid
at
and top.
4 like the past couple of weeks. Kind of
The
been
depth
off my
from
schedule.
Ginger
I was
has
getting
now
up at like
completely broken the
5:30.
game. Gen.G were
I think
already
it
in
was
a winning
because of
position, but now
daylight
with the
savings
Baron,
time.
They might be looking for another sub
But
25
this
minute
week has
win.
definitely
They don't
got
quite
me
have the
back
waves just
into
yet,
waking up
but
at 4
that
a.m.,
mid
which
tower is
I
soon
really
to fall.
love.
Chovy's
So
farming more plates in the top lane.
it's
This
just
Ahri is level
conditioning
15,
my body.
and that gold, the experience gap is going to close once
Yeah,
Honky
yeah.
finishes the
No,
Rod of
I'm really
Ages, but
glad.
I think it's too little, too late. Gen.G,
I'm really glad
they
for
took
first
control of this
stand.
game and they have not let it go.
Have a look at it again. Chovy
I'm ready for the next series at this point. Yeah, I think we get it.
So easy. Nice charm connects. The flash over the wall from Honku. He still ends up dropping. And Xiaoshu, the scariest
Random
member
question, but are you
aside of
excited for the new
JDG,
BTS album?
falls.
I will
paper.
give it a listen.
I was hoping for a
Excited,
med
no.
choice from Chovy. He's gone
For the
Storm
tour,
Surge
yes.
instead. Still a ton of damage coming out from him. Infinity Edge complete for Ruler. Gala.
It is kind of whack, but I can't wait to get that hour back.
Honku still yet to complete his Zhonya's.
Please don't say that, Dauntless.
Like 800, 900 gold.
Please don't say that.
Is Vampire. And yes, Ardent Sensor and Mikhail are great items on a Lulu, but you kind of need your carries to be in a position to use them.
You don't like BTS, Lando?
Right now.
I mean,
Hypo, you don't like BTS?
Rushing forward.
A bit deep there.
And they just walk away.
Dauntless, why are you cursing today?
To try and deal with this.
Why are you cursing?
Portion of the Spirit Rush does get zapped. There's a flank position here for Xiaoshu as well. Canyon looking for the engage. Junja going on to that.
Okay, anything after
he wants to join the fray. Ruler might fall here.
Blood, Sweat, Tears. You know what? I'll say anything after Fire.
Onto Ruler, and there's the Gnar back from Keen. JDG once
I
again
do not.
but Gen.G will not let a man fall, though chased into the base.
I don't really
the primordial burst
resonate
enough to
with.
kill off Canyon, but Honku pays for it with his life.
JDG tried their best.
I think the first album where I was like, okay, I'm done was
in the kitchen sink to secure that kill, but it wasn't enough.
What song is that?
Sub 25 minutes. They will ace JDG, and for the second game
that
in a
one.
row, will look
I don't
to
even remember the song
stop them
name.
here at first stand.
It's just a demolition. Gen.G.
Not Milo Soda. I'm dead. Yeah, no, the army is honestly kind of crazy.
Gen.G. I mean,
what K-pop idol photo shoot did Gen.G do? Oh my god!
My goodness, are Gen.G delivering? They are here to make a statement at first stand. And they are slaughtering the second seed from the LPL.
Now we gotta listen to the song because it's in my head.
Lots of players.
Y'all think we can watch the music video without getting copyrighted?
We're gonna hand it over to the analyst to break down that game too.
Break down that game too, break down that slaughter, or rather, holy hell. Gen.G is here to prove why they're the absolute favorites in this tournament.
Get them right, get them tight.
Playing the same game so far.
I mean,
it's been a rough time for JDG.
The first game was 23 minutes, right?
What's that song?
This was 24.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit longer.
JDG did a minute better.
A minute, 1 minute. Yeah. Was it actually better?
Jungkook looked good AF in that song though.
I would say no because the early games from game
especially
number
in the
was
beginning.
way better for JDG. But this time in the early game, Junja, he feels pressure. You know, Vi is not a strong champion early, so he wants to invade the Vi, but it's risky to go for invades like this.
All right,
and we'll see in the replay that we've got for you here how it can go bad if you don't get the smites. Now, this is critical though. It could have been worse because the defensive vision that Gen.G had placed expired just as Junja went across that ward. So they didn't know he's here. So what you're supposed to do here is you surprise Canyon and you smite away his red. But Junja also wants to finish this Krug in time to get value from finishing the Krug. So he goes in and then he's going to try and take it away from Canyon.
Love Yourself Tear
and he didn't even have to
was
use
the last album where I was like, okay.
So he
or like
still
the
has
Love Yourself
for the
ones.
following
Love Yourself Tear was like the last one.
So you're going to see Jarvan use a lot of time to go in.
All
he got is the big Krug that doesn't have a lot of value from the camp for golden experience. And since he doesn't get the red,
one day we're going to have a talk about your sleep schedule, Bestie. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're streaming well. Hope your games went well.
Start grubs first, and it really snowballs in jungle.
What is the impact of this? Because I feel
Alan's
like
viewers too. Oh my gosh! Wait, are we still linking this week?
Making this effective, Gen.G.
We should still do something this week.
And just preventing it's their
thank you so much. I'll message y'all or whatever.
Yeah, I think the big
but
thing
I hope
for
you
me
get some
is,
good
so
sleep.
After that, you get the double scuttle, right?
Yeah. We need to do something before you leave.
They end up
maybe
having mid-prio the entire
tomorrow or
time.
Thursday then. Would Thursday be like too last minute for you?
Matchup works early where Ari still ends up getting the push, right? So Chovy has
Let me go ahead and message.
mid pressure. It ends up setting up for the first Drake. And
now
I want to take a look actually at the second Drake fight in our HyperX Reflex replay, because when we look at this Drake setup, right? So they're going to be able to push in the bot lane. Even when Junja is able to get in there and able to get a smite off, Gen.G have such great setup that they're able to split up this fight. So when Honku is going to come in to try to get in, even when
Did you win your games today?
He gets the Drake, right?
We gonna hop on the rift after first stand, so I need to know if League of Legends is cute today or not.
Is able to clean up Honkyu on the other side. He's never able to get into the fight, and it's set up by that vision, by that lane priority, and it's just so hard for JDG to be able to get in because they're getting split up.
Yeah, the thing I want to highlight
We're
there
not
is
surprised,
how
per
early
usual.
Gen.G set up such good prep because they ward both the brush.
I've been seeing Will's clips on TikTok
That recall
every
from
time.
Their own blue
He is outplaying somebody.
Duro had just such a
Every
good
time.
flank there to set it up, so it made their kills really easy.
14-4. Oh my gosh.
Where's the
yeah. All right, we linking up today. We linking up
collective
today.
effort from Gen.G to make JDG's life a living hell. Who was the best player?
My one Valorant game. Dude, I was
really
so embarrassed yesterday. I was so embarrassed. I was so hot donkey, bro.
Again, I think
Some literal hot donkey. Low-key embarrassing, man.
Of how Gen.G set up. It's such a key component
An
of what's
hour
made them
and
such
30
strong
minutes
team
to my big Riftbound card reveal. I am so excited. I'm so excited.
Good combo.
Yeah, and
I think it's gonna be fire.
Fine here on the side of JDG. Any glimpse of
Go
hope?
for 26 minutes next
26 minutes. That's the hope.
Wait, what card reveal? So Riftbound contacted me and they were like, hey, would you want to be the only person in the entire world to unveil a specific card? And I was like, absolutely, what card is it? And then they showed me the card. I lost my mind, and now I will be unveiling it in an hour and 30 minutes. So very exciting. Cannot wait. I'll be unveiling it on stream. I think I want to like prep a picture for the unveiling. So yeah, very excited.
I mean, game number one
very
started
exciting.
out how I was thinking they were gonna get a game. They had, I mean, it was even better than I thought. Honky got a solo queue. Junja had really effective.
I'm gonna go ahead and prep the picture. Y'all can't see. Let me see.
They have 4 set up for the dragons because Gen.G's just doing it earlier
I'm gonna
and better,
prep
and then
this.
they have to execute in these fights better.
I gotta make sure that y'all can see it though. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to leak it early.
Big initiation tools. You have to just send them. You have to full send. So maybe draft for earlier. You know,
Do y'all see something on the screen right now?
Fearless mode. Get some crazier counters.
Do y'all see something on the screen right now? Make sure I'm not about to leak.
Sending it.
For me, it's actually the opposite, and just think a little
Your
bit more
pores,
further
that's
ahead, right?
crazy.
Because even when they were
That's
able to
crazy.
get that pick, and Xiaoxu
Okay.
gets in right on his Renekton, which he's
Belay. I'm
well
actually.
on. But right before that,
I'm really
Gen.G
gonna do
got
the most for
Rift
this.
Herald. They got
Because like the lighting is better when I stand up.
before that fight happened. So they've already wiped off so many objectives from JDG's.
So I'm gonna stand up for
That's
the
where I want JDG to improve.
picture that I'm gonna post.
Here. That's a long
You saw it? What was it?
One game at a time. They may have only one left here, though. So you want to make the next one count. JDG.
What was it,
opened up the
Pooks?
series here on the second day of first stand. Let's see what happens next.
It'd be so crazy if I accidentally leaked it. Riftbound would never trust me with anything ever again. Ooh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Okay, I should do something like clickbaity, like, you know? Oiled up set in underwear. So they already have that, believe it or not. They've already got that in game. They've already got that one. Wait, what? Yeah. Okay, let's see. How do we wanna? I have it like right here on the screen. It's gotta be something like that. Link or it didn't happen. I guess it didn't happen. I think I'm gonna put my logo over it because I know hoes are gonna screenshot. I know a hoe gonna screenshot. And then they gonna repost it and pretend that it, no. Miss Chim Chim. You gonna give me my cred. That's for sure.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Quinn just taught me what revealing split ends impacts. Okay. All right. Things are getting out of hand. Things are getting out of hand. Ooh, oh.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped in
Okay,
the
okay, okay. We're ready. We're ready.
for 12
I'm trying to think what pose do I want to do. Yeah, I think that's good enough.
evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered.
Was that a League laptop? Yes. Omen did a League of Legends laptop and PC. All right, 'tis done. We're gonna have EG in there as well. I might do a couple and pick from like which one I like. Getting my cavities done thumbnail. Okay, bestie. What pose would you rather I do? What pose would you rather I do? Nope. Just do this. Can you screenshot that for me? Play. Oh no, I had something in front of it. Period. I can't wait to unveil this. Or maybe this one. That one's actually like kind of scary, not gonna lie. That one's actually kind of scary. Wait, did I hear you're releasing a card? Yes. I will be unveiling a card in 1 hour and 26 minutes. Very exciting. It's a very exciting time today. All right, I think I got my picture. I think I'm gonna do this one. Oh, am I tripping or did the music cut off? Okay, very carefully, I need to hide this. Let me hide this as well because I don't want no problems. I don't even want to possibly leak it. I don't even want to possibly leak it. Let me put that away.
Hello and welcome back to First Stand 2026, where we are watching.
All right, assets ready.
A purple patch of a performance, an absolute
Assets
demolition.
are
from Gen.G
ready.
over JDG. It has been incredible.
Oh my gosh, I didn't release this.
Determined by Gen.G winning a fight at
I
second
didn't
rank and
release the
then
freaking
never
skin
giving up
reaction. I
anything
did.
after that point.
I did.
JDG
Okay,
did
I'll
the
release that on
Gen.G
Friday. Oh my
chose
gosh,
to
it's
be
so
on the
late.
blue
It
side
was
for
supposed
this
to be
game.
released last Friday.
Let's get into picks and bans.
Wow.
Paris, Nico are going to be taken off the board.
One,
again.
two,
Rise,
one,
probably gonna be
two,
someone from
three,
Gen.G. It might
release.
just ban the Karma You know what? Because why change anything?
Yeah.
So far, nothing has broken you. You are unperturbed, you are undisturbed, you are unbothered by what your opposition chooses to bring to the Rift because you are simply better.
Flourishing, thriving.
Moisturized?
Yeah, there was a thing for a while. It's like I'm moisturized, I'm living my best life.
Oh. I would recommend that you should
Hello, Frisky. Any predictions? So for this one, I do predict that Gen.G will also be ending the game in under 25.
What is the
under 25 minutes.
Junglers are gone. We're now moving into Wukong, Nocturne, sort of hard engage type of junglers, a little bit more team fighting. Galio going to be banned away.
Nocturne was banned away by JDG in game 2. So maybe we'll see them look for that early doors here. There are things like the Mundo as well, a very strong tank jungler.
I feel like blind picking Mundo into Canyon is a risk.
It is, I mean, blind picking anything into Canyon is a risk. Picking anything into Gen.G is a risk, buddy.
You got to be able to pick some things.
Sure.
I'm just saying that if we're going to... Are we really going to blind pick a Mundo? I mean, game 3, I guess the options... But blind pick an Annie.
Okay, Annie was buffed a little bit on the previous patch.
Okay. I'm immediately thinking, like, the way you beat Annie is you kind of outrange her. You could do Victor if you want to survive the burst and do, like, Rod of Ages Victor builds.
Is it?
You could do Azir. It's a little risky. But, yeah, I mean, Chovy's Azir is probably fine. I feel like he won't do it, though. Anyway, Ambessa is currently the hover, a flex pick. We play both top and jungle. We'll see what direction they choose to go. They don't have to decide right now. With Yunara gone, I'm thinking about 80 carries that might be really important at this point in the series. Corki, we haven't seen a huge amount of just yet.
Could look towards something like the Jin as well, if you just want an 80 carry that stands back as your team engages. Kai'Sa, if you want follow-up on a dive composition as well.
I don't know any of the teams. I don't know who's better than the other. So what you're seeing today would not technically.
Yeah, no, I've always thought you were very clever. I just like picking it.
Technically, these are the best teams of their region. Okay, so Gen.G did win out of all of the teams in Korea.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
and JDG did win out of all of the teams in China. Now, with that being said, that does not mean that these teams are automatically like going to Worlds. So this is, think of this tournament, this international tournament is like a benchmark tester for the entire world, okay? So each region sends 1 or 2 representatives, and it's only a week long to determine, like, right now who's the best, what the meta is looking like. It's like a benchmark tester. Okay, MSI is the halfway point where we get to see like more teams and really I think MSI is the midterm. This is just like the very first test. The very first test. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just benchmarking. It's your entrance exam. Type B. You see what I'm saying? Worlds is the final. The finale. That's where the best of the best, all of the teams have put in hard work throughout the entire year, curated a special playbook, got their best teams, their best champions lined out, mapped out, and ready, all of that.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Not go fly off a cliff. Oh my god.
My perspective of how Nocturne is to be played.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He's an electrician in Canyon's hands.
So they are representing their region, but they're also
I'm just going to turn off all these lights.
Absolutely.
Good luck. I have my night vision goggles.
They're also
apparently
right, yeah, absolutely.
He's got his goggles on.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're still playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it is still very serious.
The range we talked about earlier. Yeah, he's got the. Is it again? What I know it as is it's QW, right? That's how I know it. It is Severing Pole. Okay. But QW is good, following up with the Nocturne. And then Ambessa's going to be that natural follow-up as well. Now, the Wukong ban, we kind of expected Wukong to be the priority. Gen.G aligned with us and said, you know what, we're going to take that out of the pool. Jack's going to be removed as a response to the Ambessa top lane from Xiaoshu. I think that makes sense. I think Xiaoshu he demonstrated that he's got the moves.
Oh, yeah,
right?
100%.
So taking away that counter pick, I think, makes a ton of sense. The Nautilus that we just discussed, going to be removed from the side of JDG. Are they concerned about another hook champion? No, the Renata. Okay, so they are going to look for some type of engage. Is it a Malphite, Medic? How are you feeling about that?
I'm not a massive fan of Malphite. I mean, Malphite into my best is fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they probably want to see what AD carry or support comes through.
I think the problem, you're saying JDG pick Malphite top?
No, jungle.
Oh, jungle.
I mean, I'm looking at Ginger's pool, and one of his most played is Malphite.
I think the risk is if you Malphite ult the back.
I wonder why they banned Orianna if they were gonna pick Nocturne.
See anything on the,
yeah.
You know, there's a possibility, a Silas possibility, although you kind of need an AD top if you're gonna do that. I wouldn't mind Silas.
Do y'all think it's Hwei APC? I feel like they might
They might do a Scion top. Oh, Maokai, I don't like
they might flex.
I don't like Maokai with like an AP
Yes,
mid.
First
The main
Stand
reason is
was
just,
first introduced last year. So last year was the first First Stand ever. It was held in Korea. This year it's being held in Brazil. But yeah, this is the second one. Also, hello.
But if you don't,
oh my gosh, they had a Yumi yesterday. Oh my gosh, we might get a Zahin.
I don't love Maokai. I understand why they're doing
Zahin.
it. Fight control. They don't really have an engage, and so Maokai kind of acts as a pseudo engage.
I love the Zahin
and the Zahin's
pick.
going to be that follow up. I'm concerned about how much range JDG really have available to them playing into Hwei.
Yeah, MSI will take place in June. Oh, do it. Do it.
Chilling. They are mega. And if they go Sivir, oh, Sivir, I think it's so good.
Why are they like playing in our face right now?
All right, I mean, that's also fine.
I mean, it's the same idea, right? You just stand a mile away and you curtain call and the rest of the team goes in and you're like, cool,
Yeah,
excellent.
I was thinking about it actually, like Civ is actually relatively short range, all things considered. Whereas Jin, you're completely right. The ulti gives you so much space. And now, like, Jin, on paper, this comp seems a bit like it wants to do two different things. Because you've got Ambessa and Nocturne that want to dive forward, and you've got Chovy on Hwei and Ruler on Jin that want to play back.
Yeah.
But what they'll do is they'll leverage their poke first, and the moment that enough poke has been done and you overstep, then they go, right? And it's about that patient play that, truthfully, many teams in the world just can't execute. I think patience in League of Legends is a really hard thing to navigate. Knowing the right time to force the engage is, is a very hard skill, but GEN.G have mastered it. They are masters of that patient play.
Yeah, it's in Brazil. I don't know what time it is.
TF, you chip away at them, chip away, and then someone oversteps.
Yeah, it's 11:44 a.m.
So same idea here from GEN.G.
I don't know.
It's a similarity between myself and GEN.G. We have a lot of experience with patience.
I think it's because
you
could likely play 10 games if each game goes to game 5, or if each series goes to game 5. So if they started at 5, it could go until like 3 a.m.
But after that, really haven't had
So they started it kind of earlier.
And GEN.G.
They're at the precipice of setting a new record, Medic.
GEN.G are, yeah.
We've done the math.
We have.
I think they could have started it at like 12 p.m. and it'd be okay.
I would just give you numbers.
Fastest ever.
You know why some regions got 2 teams in this event?
G2 versus Team Liquid,
honestly,
MSI.
no.
2019. We have to say it.
Honestly, no. My thought process is because of how like Worlds and MSI went, but let me check. Because
the fastest ever international best of 5.
So 23
at
minutes
Worlds,
and 7 seconds is the time that you're looking
T11, which is LCK, and Anyone's Legends was second, which is LPL. So I think that's why, but I'll look it up. First Stand.
Not the fastest international best of 5.
Yeah, that is correct.
It's an important clarification.
So yeah, GEN.G, I mean, it's just a...
Oh, it's KT? It wasn't Anyone's Legend? Oh, well then.
At this tournament.
We were talking about it a little bit in the break. It's one of those things where GEN.G are making JDG look horrible.
Then I just lied.
They're not.
Okay, so why does China and Korea get 2 seeds? Because a 16 tournament is utter clownery in a premier esport. Last year, First Stand being 5 teams only was pretty hard to take seriously. They are the best regions by
Just
far.
have this effect where they just make good teams look very bad simply because of how dominant.
So apparently they just want to make it a little more competitive, and LCK and LPL are the best teams.
They already have a very small goal lead. Gala and Vampire off to a fantastic start in the 2v2 lane, simply because, I mean, Alistair is having
Somebody said because Riot wants T1 to make it the first stand. That didn't go as planned though. They normally place like 4.
Attacks to try and trade back. It's like, we're probably going to lose that into an ebb and flow. Tidecaller's blessing on Gala, who can use that Gatling gun to reduce your armor. So yeah, not the easiest early doors for the Cow and the Artist in the bot lane, but Gen.G should be okay just surviving a little bit of that early pressure. Does look like it's going to be a plate over to Gala and Vampire though on right of your screens.
All she do is lie.
Force Chovy down and has had to come back with a Sapphire Crystal here on the way.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest thing I'm concerned about for JDG's draft is largely this Maokai. I don't think they have easy access to the backline. I know that they were a little bit limited in terms of jungle options. I do think they should have prioritized getting that Wukong before, but also just double AP mid jungle makes Merc Treads have a ton of value. And how are they going to close that gap? How are they going to successfully get on top of these backline carries as Gen.G have demonstrated their ability to play?
When are we going to see Rengar in pro play? That would be so much fun. I would really love to see Rengar versus Kha'Zix. Like just pure assassin.
Devastating fire out of Chovy. It's a bit of damage, but nothing too major.
Thank you, Thorn. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you doing?
What we're expecting from these trades. And it has options, but overall it's just pretty stock standard, slow early phase. Duro, ooh, bubble doesn't connect. Could have been a nice chunk of damage from JDG's bot lane 2 versus 2. Not going to find much off the back of that though. TP's committed now from the majority of the solo laners. On a Keen,
if Gen.G wins this one, I'm going to make a little soft scramble
so kind of
during the intermission. So just want to let y'all know ahead of time.
Enjoying the calm, quiet sounds of Summer's Rift.
It's not too calm or quiet.
It's actually very calm and soothing.
Xiaoxu?
Just because champions are fighting to the death in their respective lanes doesn't mean that it can't be calm and soothing.
I guess the important clarification is it's not to the death. If it was to the death, then we'd see a little bit more death.
They absolutely die. Just because they resurrect doesn't mean that they forego the...
Right now, no one is doing that, Betty. They are just fighting.
But they can be fighting to death. They might not be succeeding.
Oh, true, I guess.
It's you that's the master of pedantry here. Are we not getting into the technically correct verbiage? Alright then.
That's just quintessential support gameplay right there.
How's it going?
I'm just standing next to each other and modem. You're like, yeah, wave stays good.
What's
yeah,
up,
for me,
man?
wave stays good. Yeah, solid. You know,
cool.
I'll take it. It's fine. No, Duro with the.
Wait, can't Vampire build stacks hitting Duro?
Only when Gala's nearby.
Yeah,
so he needs Gala to get nearby. As we see Chovy getting caught in the mid lane, Tibber's coming down. No follow-up CC onto Chovy. He can just flash away.
Yeah, but it does mean though that when Honkyu gets his ulti back up later on.
Spaghetti, yes please.
Tibber's gonna be something scary for Chovy to have to navigate.
What's your spaghetti sauce recipe?
Was a nice touch there from JDG, knowing that they had that small window of opportunity to make the play happen. Trade flashes. Small advantage gain for JDG overall. As the junglers continue their clear. Duro, ooh, nice combo. Bubble doesn't connect.
Gala has to use the barrier there to survive through it.
Ooh, that's the biggest loss of them all, really.
As opposed to the first 2 games.
Yeah, no, that one was for sure. Probably that one I felt the most, you know.
Understandable. Yeah, relatively slow early game between the two teams. Slight gold lead for JDG, but once again, Ginger, apart from that gank in mid, hasn't been able to have as much impact for JDG as they would like. It's a bot side scuttle spawn. Ginger goes in, Bramble smash back. Both of them have that upgraded smite.
This is contestable.
Honkyu, it is contestable, as you say, is going to force Gen.G away, and because of that, Ginger will get the level 6, and I think Gen.G might have to give up the first Drake of the game.
Ooh, I don't know about that. That wave still needs to be caught in mid lane. Chovy's got the push. The bot wave needs to be dealt with still.
Let me throw these things.
Oh, wow, okay,
we're going in.
Way away. Ruler and Duro might have to flash the cleanse out from Ruler immediately, but look at the damage onto him. Good Aqua Prism landing on the Duro.
We hit 6, we're going.
JDG won't go any further.
Okay, so
he wanted an immediate gank.
He won't have it for the fight, but Canyon's not farming anything right now. He's still half a level off. Okay. Okay. All right, this looks like this is going to be Dragon for JDG. I think this is their first Dragon of the series.
I think so too.
Yeah. Right now, this is not looking like a 23-minute and 7-7 victory for Gen.G. Right now.
We're 7 minutes in. It's the second Drake bet.
Yeah.
Every time it's been the second Drake fight.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Is Kenyon not supposed to be able to outpace Maokai's 6?
Just tuned in, you might be wondering, wow, I feel like
I really don't know how Maokai's clear is. I've never played him. And I rarely play against him in jungle. I normally play against him in bot lane. So I really don't know what that clear is like.
They can show us something as we get closer to the mid game because Gen.G have been
Nocturne has a fast 6.
And you have to remember, like JDG have kept one of their players from last year. It's Xiaoxi.
I feel like Nocturne normally hits 6 first, as long as he's focusing on farming, but as you can see, Kenyon is down in farm by 12, which is equivalent to 3 camps. So he is down a whole half a clear, which is crazy. Oh my gosh, the way he got passed around.
Gen.G though still looking to take him down. The curtains open on Honku and they close immediately.
First blood.
Secures the kill. Meanwhile on the top side, Xiaochu's gonna fall as well.
JDG is not looking very T. Oh y'all, JDG is OPL's second stream.
Magic happen in mid lane. They find a nice gank in top.
Well, it's an interesting unit. When I move, draw 1 card, then discard 1, then do the following based on the discarded card's type. Spell, draw 1, gear, ready up to 2 runes. Unit give me +3 might this turn. Whoa. That's kind of fire. But it kind of plays into what I love that Riftbound has done is they really have brought over the champions' play styles into the cards. So, I haven't done a full explainer. I have so many videos that I'm about to drop, y'all. I'm so sorry it's taking me this long. But I have 2 Riftbound videos about to drop. Do they necessarily explain how to play Riftbound? No, but I do have a video that will come out soonish.
He's fine. He's not going to be interrupted by Duro.
I think JT, like, you know how Hui's got his different, like, color paints or whatever that you mix to create different spells? I think that's really cool how they've kind of brought that over to Riftbound. Like, that's so cool.
Picked up a couple of them actually in consecutive years.
I also wish purple spells weren't so cheap, especially for, how purple always seems to dominate a set.
It was Gala sitting on LNG.
And with the card that I'm going to unveil,
the dominant team, not only in the region but in the world.
I feel like there are certain
on their way to a golden road.
JDG have gone through so many iterations of their coaching staff and their roster
that will be stronger because of this card.
For it to find success this quickly, for them to be doing so well.
Loki, I don't think I've seen Karma played ever.
Now though, they're looking to get a game of it. Gen.G as they set their sights on Keen.
I really want to know why you think certain things are certain things.
Goes in with a grim deliverance, but might just be taken out by the paranoia. Canyon fears him back. Keen trying to escape.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to play. I want to play tonight during like Riftbound on the computer, TCG Arena. But I also I want to go to a Nexus night so bad, but they're so late, y'all. They're so late, and they run until like 11 or 12. And I just am not on that type of timing.
They just didn't have the damage to find that kill. Gen.G turn it back. They find a kill of their own. Now Canyon on Nocturne already in a fantastic position with that first item completed. Keen now, we look back at this replay, the ulti comes through.
Is Mbessa just OP like that? I guess I need to learn that camp. Shoddy does damage, especially when ahead, and she's got 14,000 dashes. Like, she's kind of just T. Gosh, this makes me want to play Nocturne, man. I think he understands that they are losing this game.
In that replay as well.
I think I tuned that out.
Well, 11 p.m. wouldn't be crazy if I didn't have to be up at 4 a.m. Like, normally I would go, and then I'd just, like, sack my morning wake-up time. But, like, if I go and then I'm dead in the morning, like, that's not going to be a fun, enjoyable stream.
Just to try and force him out, with Gala and Vampire able to move first out of bot, Ruler having to catch the wave under tower.
Why do you have to be up at 4:30 though? So I gotta wake up, I gotta take a shower, I gotta put on lotion, do my skincare, get dressed, eat a little some. Like I still have to make sure I'm prepped and ready to make whatever post in the morning that I gotta do. Make sure I'm sitting in my chair at the adequate time. Make sure stream is set up. All of that. Sometimes I'll be going to bed at 4:30. Yeah, that's crazy. Why don't you just take a nap after first stand and then wake up, go, and then go back to sleep when you get back?
Chovy once again continues to be one of the best players.
I guess I could, but then like first stand is only for a week, so then after that, that's gonna be what my body is used to.
Getting more farm these days with more minions available on the map, but Chovy continues.
We've seen what happens when Ray doesn't get her sleep for these early streams. Chairs fully reclined, eyes are resting. No, truly.
In the grand scheme of things, his Twisted Fate, he was able to bounce back beautifully, and so far in this series, I would say he's been very clean. Doing what he often does, just dominating his lane opponent. And Honkyu has done a really valiant job of putting up a good fight.
Truly and wholeheartedly.
Very aware of an engage. Ooh, nice interrupt on the back there from Keen. When we talk about best players, I think like Keen is kind of the player that coming into this tournament, people are looking at like, I think he is the best player in the world right now. This series, though, not been his best, I will admit. Maybe just a start to the tournament, like that doesn't mean that he's had he's definitely had some solid plays, but I mean, Xiaoshu getting the solo kill in the previous game as well. This series very much feels like it's largely been driven by Canyon and Chovy.
I mean, with Ruler to a degree as well.
I mean, it's one of those things as well you don't appreciate it. We talked a lot about it, but Duro, like, you're just seeing it now. You just look at the minimap, there's 2 wards every time.
I miss what you were talking about that happens at 11. Is there something at Riot? At 9 a.m., I'm unveiling a Riftbound card. So in 1 hour, in 3 minutes, I will unveil my very own Riftbound card. Nobody knows it. Nobody else in the world is unveiling it. It is just me. So very exciting. I think this card is going to be heavily used, and I can't wait to show it to y'all.
Trap that has been laid in the last couple of games.
The goal difference isn't that, it's all pretty much on Chovy. So now
I do like streaming earlier. I don't think 6 a.m. is going to be forever tea, but
Galo ahead of Rulo, and then Chovy is the guy.
Riftbound was like, she spent thousands of dollars. Let's let her have this
You can see that is where the gold lead is for JDG right now, and that is the player that we're watching.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, dang, I wish like they would let me unveil like a Jinx card or something. But like, Jinx is already in the game. Like,
we've walked away from that.
We may have.
Nocturne is already in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage.
I guess if Tristana or Samira came, I could beg for that card,
the game
but
state was not in a position that I thought 1647 was going to happen.
That's very true. That is very true.
Unless I'm unveiling Samira. Dun dun dun.
Here, looks like
gotta wait to find out.
All the neutrals, apart from the grubs, going over to them. While this is happening, Honkyu is getting forced
Oiled
away
up
from the
Shin.
tower. Gold being given over to
Yes,
Chovy
I'm
once
unveiling
again,
River Shin. Shin is already in the game, no?
2K lead for Chovy when this is complete.
That is
no, Shin is coming to the game.
TP committed top side.
Shin is coming in set 4, right?
Want to make the cross map.
Grim Deliverance going in, Keen, flashing, dashing underneath
it would
the tower.
truly be a jungle diff with my jungler locked in Samira.
Public execution goes wide as Ginger goes in with a twisted advance, and down goes Keen. JDG collapse on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Gen.G continue to push through bot.
I think they need to use this Herald top now to get some momentum back. They're getting a ton of plates in the bottom lane. Bubble.
Great bubble out of Vampire. Uses the heal for the extra movement speed, but can't really follow up any further on it.
I really want to see this bot tower, though. Like, I feel, oh my god, they're just going to get it.
I feel like you're showing us a hint through the stream.
Injected into this duo right now. Chovy, how much is he going to pick up? Well, okay, 85. But collectively across the tower, they got a lot. He's got a 2.1k gold lead. Does he have enough to just finish an item?
Let's see, he's got a Codex. He goes back.
And yes, he does. Horizon Focus just going to be finished. Okay, so he's a full item up over his lane opponent. We'll look back at this top lane dive. A little to break down here, really. They forced the flash out early. He's got very few options. He can't do much to outplay this, really.
Yeah.
I think that Gen.G do the
I don't know. I think
they just
Gen.G is kind of outclassing.
No one that can answer them, really. And so another tower secured. That mid tower is getting very low. Chovy going to last hit it. Another tower secured. I mean, Chovy is just so wealthy right now.
absolutely monstrous. Next Drake up in 40 seconds time. JDG can still hang their hopes on an Infernal
And what
Soul.
about tonight? Were you talking about some event at Riot Stadium?
Double Trinity Force
I don't think
completed
so.
for JDG. Of course, Chovy is the biggest difference
look at
maker.
my
And again, we come
calendar.
back to that question. How do you get onto Chovy? JDG don't have the easiest engage tool. They've got good disengage,
No.
they've got great zone control, Nami plus Maokai. You can occupy a lot of space, but can you get onto the
Nothing
threats?
tonight.
That's the big question.
Honku can flash Tibbers. Meanwhile, on the top side, see the public execution, Grim Deliverance exchanged between Keen and Xiaoshu. Dreaded Return not going to hit onto Keen, who is able to walk away. Does have the TP, trying to get away from Xiaoshu right now, as Ginger's forced away from the Dragon Pit. Teleport out from Keen. Xiaoshu has a TP of his own, will want to go back to base first, though, if they are going to try and contest this.
Oh.
See if he goes for it. JDG fronting up. Nature's Grass coming out. Ginger puts the Rift Tail down as well. The Nature's Grass route only lands onto one. Canyon with the smite there, managing
You
to
can
secure
play
the Drake. Meanwhile,
Riftbound
Juro
online,
looks back
but it's not like official.
Still very healthy. Xiaoshu
Like
with the
somebody
flat position.
made
Juro
it.
with the knockup. Trying to headbutt him away from Ruler. Chovy in the middle of the pit now as Gala begins to open up. Chovy has the flash. Gala, flash Valkyrie, gets the kill. They'll chase Ruler out. He flashes as well. Keen's now joined the fray. Ginger flashes away. Canyon looking to kill off Tibbers here with Keen, but can they extricate themselves from this situation? Keen doesn't have the public execution. The curtain's open. One shot, two shots, three shot wide. Gala kills Keen.
Oh, brother.
Vampire flashes away and survives. JDG win the fight.
For the first time this series,
They won
JDG
the
get
fight.
a
They lost the
winning
dragon.
team fight against Gen.G. A lot of it needs
But yeah,
to
you can
be
play it
backed
online,
by
but it's not
Xiaoshu.
like an
By
official
forcing Keen
thing.
back to base that early on by getting him to TP, it made it so
He did
much
not
harder
need
for
to
him to
flash
get
that.
involved in the fight. That meant that JDG had the numbers advantage coming into this dragon
Low-key,
fight.
Munchie,
And Gala
low-key.
did exactly what he needed to do. He set his sights on Chovy, he looked to remove him from the fight, and he succeeded beautifully. So the ultimate comes out early from the Maokai. While the dragon gets secured, they turn their attention on the Dura, but look at this TP from behind. Xiaoshu comes in from the flank. JDG have lost a lot of HP, but with the arrival of their top laner, now the fight becomes a lot more playable. They've got Tibbers in there for the extra assist. Gala ignores the Nocturne, fully centered on the Chovy. They force the flash out from Ruler, and Ginger's just barely able to escape with his life as well. Keen finally arrives to the fight, but it's too little too late. JDG, they win a big team fight.
They did.
So close, though. A couple of those curtain calls hitting in the end would have been enough, but what a fight. You see, like...
I don't know what we bleeped.
Nor do I, but
Somebody had to curse somebody out right there, right?
presentable on broadcast. JDG
Somebody had to curse somebody out right there. Would you say playing it online can help learn it? Absolutely.
Away from getting
Absolutely,
sold.
absolutely,
Chovy
absolutely.
ahead of Honku on this.
Yeah, for sure, JT. I'm definitely looking to play tonight.
Isolate Chovy, take him out in these fights.
What time?
Gala,
Couldn't tell you.
So big on
But
this
definitely
right
looking
now.
to play.
Look at all the Merc trades that are being bought. So Honkyu's like,
You're
you know what,
EU
board-
though,
board
right,
staff,
JT?
That's what I need.
What time is it for you right now? I think you're 8 hours
We need
ahead.
that magic penetration. Another tower's going to fall though. That gold difference not significant enough that JDG has a strong foothold. The gold is largely scattered, and it's ultimately become a battle of Gala versus Chovy right now, with the single pieces being that potential difference maker. Can Keen land an ulti onto Gala? Can Canyon knock out the lights long enough to make it hard for Gala to find the fight? Can Chovy navigate his way around this CC? And with a target on his head, multiple members are going to be eyeing him up to take him out of the fight as quickly as they can. So these fights are going to be exciting. This feels like the closest game we've had so far in this series.
Ready. The other two games have ended within 4 minutes of this moment.
That is absolutely correct, Medic.
They've been holding on.
Defined as the closest game we have had so far in this best of 5. JDG trying to fight back, trying to prove that Gen.G are not as infallible as they've been made out to be.
I mean, yeah, they only lost 2 games so far this year. So for JDG to add another to the record would be a huge achievement for them, which is a crazy thing to say. But all right, let's think about this. A dragon in a minute and a half. That's likely the next main objective. Both teams want to get as much gold as they can. Honku, have you finished your second item? That would be huge if you have. Let's see, he's going to go back to base now.
Question, what do they call it? Like, what is purple called? Like, is that a domain?
From the Crypt Blue. Bit of a shame for him.
Or is it just a purple rune type? Like, if you have a Draven and he's purple,
You've got Dragon in a minute.
is he a purple domain? a chaos domain. Like, what would you call that?
I want to
Is
say
chaos?
it's like 80 seconds away, but that's very much a like, oh, it's 50 seconds away, so it will be back up in time.
Okay.
Like
Fair
that
enough.
card is a
great.
chaos
Observer's helping
card.
us out with that. So fair enough. Yeah, completely valid play. They get the cleanse up from Duro. I guess.
Yeah.
They would have preferred Ruler's cleanse, I'm sure.
That's what I thought.
His flash
But I
is
didn't
gonna
know
be
if
up
that
as
was
well.
like
Looks
a
like bunch of the
magic,
flashes. Actually, maybe
the
Gala's
gathering
won't be
way
up in
of
time.
like saying things.
Either way, we'll see if we
close
get closer as JDG just clearing out the vision.
Yeah, Gen.G gonna have all their flashes for this next
Hongq
fight.
catching that wave on the top side. I imagine maybe one more wave will be enough if he can get it. It's such a nice spike to have ahead of this fight. Duro though. Duro
going in, looking for the engage here onto Vampire with the paranoia there for this follow-up, and the damage from Chovy enough. Spiraling despair for Gen.G, and the severing bolt brings lightning down from the sky. The follow-up from Keen onto Gala, no escape for him. And once again, it's a fight around
They always seem to like
Dragon's
make a
Spawn that
counterplay
spells
at
the
some
doom of
point.
JDG.
But it's the Baron that they'll set their sights on.
April, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to the Mother Redacted Tournament Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
No ulti available for Gen.G. Just as you think JDG have got a foothold on this game, an opportunity, Keen is not going to take it away from them.
Chasing down Hongq as well, who will get the stun, but Gen.G can now turn their attention to Xiaoshu, who was starting up the Infernal Drake. They don't want to give anything over to JDG. Xiaoshu still has that flash, has the Grim Deliverance. TP coming in as Chovy's going to join the play. Keen diving on towards the Drake there.
Baron for Gen.G.
And JDG forced to walk
And they're
away
just going to walk away from
the
Dragon.
No soul
They're
point
stacking
for them.
Infernal.
Gen.G are taking everything.
Here comes the
Oh, they want to fight though.
Nature's Grasp in, looking to catch onto Chovy, but blocked by Keen so well. And here comes Chovy's damage to the fore once again. The spiraling despair on Gen.G is matched only by the despair for JDG. They thought they could take a fight, but Gen.G are just better.
Just like that, all of the hope is stripped away from JDG. Gen.G in devastating fashion get a fight, get the Baron, get the Dragon, and then win another fight. Gen.G went back to base after his death, obviously, and then comes back out and dies again. Absolute devastation for JDG as Gen.G take a firm foothold here in Game 3 and are looking to close this series out in a 3-0 fashion.
Have another look at this. This is the catch onto Vampire.
I
just
really
stepped
thought
up
this
for vision.
play was in. I thought it was way too deep. I thought they were going to get punished. But they have enough damage. They know that there's no flash available. Only just now is the flash coming up for Vampire. And then the long-range damage. And then the commitment.
This series could have been an email, Loki.
Beautifully done. Great awareness of how much damage output you have. They get 3 quick kills and they're looking for more.
Spiraling Spare once again onto Vampire. Good tide away from him though. They've already caught out Chovy. Canyon going forward. Duro trying to get the knockback. Just trying to disengage here for Gen.G. Garda joining from the side. Public Execution flashed away from. He has to Valkyrie to the safety of his team. Gen.G going a long way away with a twisted advance on Canyon. But Keen's going to try and chase him out. Duro with a good knock-up. And now Canyon's still surviving. JDG, they've been pulled all around the map and they just can't find the kills they want. They'll get Keen in the end. But they really wanted more out of that play.
They absolutely did. JDG, hey, at the very least, you find 2 kills.
Yeah,
one of those onto Chovy. You'll take what you can get at this point in the game as Ruler looks to get something for himself. That tower, it should end up falling, I think, thanks to the Baron buff. Has he overstayed his welcome, though? He has the cleanse. Yeah, he's going to be able to move speed his way to safety. Okay, so JDG still got some fight left in them, looking for what plays they can get.
And Ginger is so squishy. Plated Steel Caps and a Negatron Cloak, that is not enough. He's got some health from the Bloodletter's Curse and from the Leandries, but with the curtains opening, Ruler finds his mark twice, and the 4th is enough to get the kill. 4th shot from Ruler, and the 3rd death for Ginger here on the tree.
I mean, the only good news for JDG is there's nothing that Gen.G can get off the back of it. There's no objectives left for them to play for. Chovy, he's just a little overextended on the top side. He does have his team on the top half of the map, so he's feeling relatively safe. Ends up being a trade 1-for-1, but I think that JDG are happy with that trade, and then with the arrival of the Corki, it's looking pretty good, but they get the flash out from Gala, and what is a bit of a scrappy exchange. Ruler finally joins the fray. The fight becomes scattered when Xiaoshu commits his ultimate to the fight, but Ginger in a 1 versus 2 forces Canyon back, and then is reliant on Xiaoshu and Hongq to come and save the day. They get that kill onto Keen. A shutdown given over to Hongq means that he gets a nice injection of gold, but still, I mean, he's basically two full item, well, one full item behind Chovy.
Remember, like a few moments ago, we were talking about how Gala was the lead and Chovy was the lead for Gen.G.
Yeah.
Ruler's now ahead in gold, Betty. Gala 3-1-3, has 30 CS lead, but because Gen.G have been able to take the Baron, open up these towers, take that standing gold off the map, Ruler's now at 3 items, and Gala, he's at 3.5 as well. It's a Serpent's Fang for him to try and get through some of the shielding out of Gen.G, but it is a struggle now for JDG when even their Fed carries are falling behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that mid lane play from Gen.G still just so crazy. They caught JDG completely off guard.
They caught us off guard.
We're so used to this idea that you play around the dragon, right? Yep. You kind of wait for those timings, you wait for the setup. No, but they attack you in the setup. The amount of time that was available on those flashes was so finite that they had to make that play at just the right time, and they're able to pull it off. Really impressive stuff. They continuously demonstrate why they are the favorites here at first stand. The expectation is nothing short of excellence from this roster, and so far they are displaying it. 47 seconds until the next dragon. JDG had a good foothold over the first two, but Gen.G have answered back.
Oh, thank you, Misfit.
This is kind of JDG's last chance, I would say. If they don't get a good fight here, then the game
I'm looking for the Fed carry on JDG the casters are talking about.
One last opportunity.
I mean, you've still got a huge amount of burst, right? If you get a flash tibbers into a
Xiaoxiu's level 16.
Forward, yeah.
The TP is kind of early from him. It means that shield will fall off before the dragon really kicks off. Ginger, though, getting a little too close.
Stepping forward onto Ginger, as you say. He will be able to walk away for now.
Oh, I mean, Ruler playing with nothing but confidence. Look at the move speed he's got.
Oh, the severing bot onto Ginger as well.
They can't approach, man. This is what my concern was at the start when we talked about draft. How do you get close to this range? Like, Chovy's not even on the same screen as you.
Gen.G will start up the Drake. Again, only third of the game for either team. Ruler looking for the deadly flourishes, can't quite land them. Chovy puts the Gaze of the Abyss into the Tribush to force JDG to take a shorter path around. The Drake already down to 3,000. Nature's Grass coming out. Turn off the lights. The electrician's in the house.
Okay, Gen.G gets their third dragon, by the way. We get the engage.
Landing as well as Ginger's forced to run away from the fight. The spiraling despair on Xiao.
All of the fights are happening.
Close enough. Grim Deliverance only delivers him to his demise. Meanwhile, Gen.G continue to step
forward. Oh my gosh, Kian just
on the bot side. Gala knocked up and
what time is it? 29 minutes. At least they lasted 5 more minutes.
It's simple perfection.
Full 8s, by the way.
Gen.G. They play beautifully at arm's length. They make it impossible for JDG to close that gap. And off a single fight, they'll look to end the game.
Not the fastest best of 5 in history, but it was damn well one-sided. Gen.G proving they deserve the title of champions elect here at first stand as they sweep away JDG with a dominant 3-0.
Wow.
Nothing short of impressive. JDG looked like that they were getting off to a great start in this game.
Wow, wow,
and just
wow.
like that, Gen.G took it away from them. Impressive stuff. They're going to be a tough team to beat. And JDG, I just hope that we get to see more from them. Yep. Gen.G have this habit of making teams look much weaker than they are. I think
so
JDG,
what are we doing during the interval? I'm gonna go make some
competition for the other side of the bracket. But
oh, we finally get to see like a bow. They didn't show us this yesterday.
And why they are so feared by so many.
I think JDG showed us a lot of stuff in that game 3 and the start of game 1 as well. I think those were the two highlights.
I'm gonna go make a soft scramble real quick,
quite deep on the Jarvan, so
and I'll come back.
Things for the LPL number 2 seed, but Gen.G just a step above right now as we hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and lead us.
I also need to low-key record a video, and I'm trying to decide like if I can do that on stream.
Right now.
And I think I can.
It seems that was clean.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the big thing is, Kobe and I were preparing because we're like, wait, JDG had some better setups, right? Like, the mid-gang into the Scuttle, into the first Drake. Like, we were all prepared. We're like, okay.
We don't stay longer. Yeah, I'm glad they ended that quick.
And no, Gen.G always also have amazing team fighting.
Man, they were so good. When they just started sniping people from far away, kept getting all these kills.
Oh, it's good to get up and stretch.
Oh my goodness. He was choving his CS as well the whole time, by the way.
Instigate
I was like
Ray and make it her fault.
190 something.
Yeah.
I don't know what yet, but something.
I want to bring your attention to
That's how y'all do.
That
Not gonna lie.
aged well, sadly.
That is how y'all do.
I don't know if you can see it.
It was
okay.
It wasn't.
How do I want to do
They
this?
didn't get the memo here. Thank you so much.
Okay,
that
give
was
me.
That was
No,
a
but
pretty
as you
hard
said, they
zero.
had some good things going on for them, but it was never
do
enough for them.
this.
How did they make it happen? How is Gen.G so
Yeah, I
strong?
can make
We
this
knew
work.
they were.
Yeah, I
What
mean,
have we learned so far?
all of their players played so well. We
Yeah.
were talking about like, oh, player of the game and player of the series became really difficult. In this one, I thought Keen was playing so well on Ambessa. He was kind of like dancing around Xiaoshu and made so many really big setup plays where Canyon can also go up there. But Chovy was also just, he was so rich.
Also, like, small shout out to Duro, still doing his thing,
Yeah.
always getting out vision for those neutral objective setups. We've been talking about it was
sniping.
consistent in this game, it's consistent in the previous 2 games. It's always a team effort with them too.
Yeah, when you think about, because Gen.G were the clear favorites in 2025. They come here again in 2026. How much different are they this time around? Because we've talked about the improvements, Canyon being back at the top of his game. So what does it come down to?
That's the biggest difference for me, honestly, is like how much, because previously we had talked about how maybe Duro would do a lot for Canyon last year.
It is like a 180
in some of their
from
games,
yesterday's
right? In terms of
games,
vision
not gonna
setup,
lie.
in terms of kind of partnering with him. And this year, not only is Duro still really good, but Canyon has been phenomenal. He's back.
All right.
Amazing.
He's the
Give
GOAT.
me
Player of the game?
till this next game. I'm going to come back,
I mean,
but I
maybe
got to
player
turn
of
off
the
my cam
series. I think
for
this
a
game,
second
I'll probably go Chovy.
and my mic to make sure that I get this ready.
But yeah, Canyon had an amazing series overall.
Thank you, True.
Yeah.
Next
Talking
is
to me
NA,
about,
by the way.
this-
Lion
I
Gaming
just wanna check this
versus
test. Yeah, there we
Loud
go.
Gaming. So it's going to be
8-2 and
NA
3.
versus CB
We
LOL.
don't even have the,
It's going to be inspired. We're going to be seeing
that's what
Dokla.
matters here.
We're going to be
He
seeing
creates resources on the
Berserker,
map.
all
It's
of our
actually insane. He
faves,
keeps
and
on
they're going to
doing
be
it.
putting it down
Oh
for
my God.
NA. They're going to be representing. So it's going to be a really fun, really great next series. I'm super excited. This is the one that we got to get hyped for. This is the one that we got to send them our energy the most. No. Oh my gosh.
Honestly,
This is amazing.
you know what? You can come in the middle.
Don't
You
hate
can come
y'all.
in the
Love
middle.
y'all. But I also want to make sure that this unveiling is freaking tea. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to hide
Do you think they're
my
gonna drop a
camera.
game?
Nah. Do we actually think they're gonna drop a game?
And I'll still be here.
Are they gonna lose a game?
Actually, I'm going to go
At first
make
step?
my
Yes?
breakfast because I am
Gen.G.
hungry.
No.
But yeah, I'll be back before the next game starts. I promise.
Joe's from this side.
Where is...
One
Okay.
game at least.
Dan is yelling from the crowd.
Be right back.
It doesn't look good for now.
I'm still going to be streaming though.
Okay.
Test,
Hold on
test.
to that
Okay.
scope.
Y'all can still
Next
hear me,
series.
so...
Player of the series here, guys, because we've been talking about Canyon. Obviously, he's the one setting out on top here again.
Yeah, I feel like for me it was Canyon. Honestly, a lot of time when it's like a team diff, it's also
It's a jungle diff, yeah.
right? So we end up giving it to the jungler. But yeah, for me, player of the series was Canyon. Really took advantage of every kind of risky play that Jinja did try in order to get ahead. Was crucial in so many of these setups we were talking about, Kobe. And was just so smart around where he could play with his lane pressure.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, you mentioned the objectives, you mentioned the plays here with Chovy as well. They combined for a monster game. Chovy also in really good form, putting in some heavy carry work. But I mean, it's just like paying attention to each lane that needed it and then getting there for the objective setups. Really nicely done.
Also being patient when necessary, right? Like especially around said objective setup. So congrats to Canyon. Congrats to Gen.G.
Congrats to Gen.G. Congrats to Gen.G.
Amazing.
It is Gen.G's world and we're living it for now. We're gonna be back after the break for Loud versus Lion. Stay tuned.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Yeah, Madam Body don't know Sasha represent for hot man. Bring the fire, burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang, jump them loud, girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco, endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco, endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Y salieron las 666. Ladra mucho, pero no acá faltan mucho de su chin, chin, chin. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco, endemoniado. Loco, endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco, endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco, endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. Pégate a mí.
Meu nome é Chino. Bom, eu sou o Envy e eu jogo pela Loud. Que a gente sofreu algumas coisas que não são nada comuns. Isso me deixou bastante pensativo, assim, sobre como foi nosso split. A gente deu certo, assim. Eu acho que eu fiquei com essa dúvida, essa pulga atrás da orelha quando o Envy chegou. Mas assim que ele chegou e eu vi o tipo de pessoa que ele era, eu sabia que a gente conseguiria ganhar uma boa adição. E foi uma mudança que fez muito bem pro nosso time, eu acho.
O First Stand, pra mim, acho que representa toda a minha dedicação. Tava botando desde que eu estava no circuito, almejando voltar ao CBLOL. Do nada, cheguei na final, ganhei ela.
Acho que é grato por tudo que aconteceu no split, entendendo que é só mais um passo pra chegar num lugar maior.
Welcome back to First Stand, the match that I've personally been waiting for all week. NA versus Brazil, Loud versus Lion. Already some few boosts for Lion. Yeah, let's go Lion, let's go Lion.
Lion! Let's go Lion!
And listen, NA versus Brazil, Kobe, because of America's Cup,
bro,
it got interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting? It was painful. You weren't there, man. We got 8-0'd by Furia.
We're watching
my
from home.
goodness. We got blasted. It definitely was painful. I mean, Tatu especially was insane. Their solo lanes as well on top of it, outperformed our solo lanes.
I'm back.
We got demolished.
So at least I've been talking to the Brazilian casters, that the biggest strength of Furia is their mid jungle when they can play through
I have not made my food
But at the
yet,
same time, they never played Loud in the playoffs, and Loud is more of a late game, not strong early game team, so it might be a much worse matchup for Lion. But this was the America's Cup bracket, 2-0, 3-0, 3-0 for Furia.
Thank y'all for keeping me in the loop. We've got 30 minutes until my drop. 30 30 minutes until my drop.
That was a lot of positivity, and I need to make it clear that
Crazy.
I fully support.
Okay, I'm gonna go make breakfast real quick. I'll be right back.
Seating. Because this is a big controversy, right? Tachi said, I don't understand why we only have one seat. I did answer that question, so let's pull up the history. Let's pull up the history. Hold on. I will say the NA versus CBLOL history, you can see it all on the screen up here. We're going to get it on the big screen as well. 2013 to 2019, 7-1. Rather interesting. Oh, we're on the big screen now. Come with us on the big screen.
That's looking good. Okay,
yeah. 24-8 last year, 4-1 before that. So in the history of League of Legends,
what's this?
Not counting this one right here. 35-10. Listen, first stand was great. Or sorry, America's Cup was great. First stand, we'll see.
For Brazil, it was great.
We'll see. But then also the last 3 years of international results for the CBLOL of why you only had one seat. Where did they finish in international events? I'll say Worlds last year, 14th of 16 teams. MSI, they were 10th of 10th. Throwing that out there. Did not attend first stand because they lost Kobe. Who'd they lose to? I need some help. I'm flailing here. They lost to the LCS, Kobe. You got to remember to qualify. Either way, they have consistently not been highly ranked. And North America hasn't been great.
Where's NA in this?
Surprisingly better, actually. 5th of 13, 8th of 22, 6th of 12, 8th of 20, 5th of 5, top 5.
This is our first seed,
6th of 10th, and 11th of 17th. So I'd say considerably better, which is why I'm worried, Kobe. That the tides could be changing based on what we saw at America's Cup.
Are the tides changing?
Yeah, yeah. What did you guys see in America's Cup that makes you think Loud can take this? Furia?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I think it's more important what we didn't see. We didn't see LCS at all.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's a good one, because like my response to this, and I actually used to follow CBLOL like way back in the day in like 2014 through like 2019. But like the big thing for me is that Loud was not the expected team to be here. I actually thought it was going to be Furia or Red. And so that's where I'm looking at this and I'm being like, okay, when we look at some of the teams in this entire thing, we have some of the unexpected teams to make it here, right? Like Lion kind of figured out C9's game, where C9 had kind of had this early game where they're like, we're gonna fight over that scuttle, we're going to attack bot lane, and they figured them out. Loud had a little bit of a mid lane thing happen. We don't really have time to get too far into it, but ended up having Envy coming in, who I remember from INTZ like way back in the day. And they ended up pulling off this massive upset in the CBLOL Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's a veteran player, and I have a lot of respect for just coming in on very short notice and being able to fill the spot and getting them the wins.
I'd say the improvement actually lined up with when Lion got better is around the same time that Loud changed mid laners. So there are two teams that have been very strong for a short period of time, which makes this a little bit unexpected. Let's see what the fans at home think with the MasterCard fan prediction for this series. I wonder how many Lion people were spamming the vote. Not enough. Actually, Loud, 75% of the vote.
Fans have been 100% correct every time.
Yeah,
so.
Kobe, I've also been right 100% of the time. And I've aligned with the fans until now. So my predictions for this game, and we're going to roll your predictions as well for this one. I'm going to say I'm disregarding Furia. Furia's not here. They can't hurt us anymore.
Right,
Kobe.
it's Lion versus Loud.
They can't hurt us anymore. So I'm going 3-1 for Lion, but I do need to hear the fans. Anyone here for Lion? A single person?
No, you're in Brazil.
No?
Are you surprised? He said, this is Brazil, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that Lion have a lot better chance than Cloud9. It's a very different team. Lion, especially led by Inspired, they're much slower, much more concentrated on these team fights, and I don't think that Loud are going to be able to crack that. Let's toss it right to the casters.
Hello and welcome back to First Stand here. Lion and Loud making their debut. I am Azale, joined by Oxford's first ever international series here.
Yep.
We're casting some League of Legends, baby.
And a very tense matchup, especially as the Des was talking about with how the America's Cup has gone. You know, they
What's America's Cup?
Yeah,
I've never heard of it.
Oh yeah, you went there?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I saw you there a couple of times at least.
Well, that's weird. You're just some bald guy is there. You're just assuming it's me.
Yes, I do see bald people in the street. And I'm like, hey, Azale.
You think we all look the same here?
A little bit.
Yeah, no, it should be. I think there's a lot more importance to this match because we got our butts handed to us by Furia. You know, the NA fans are feeling hungry and feeling like we want a little bit of revenge. We want to be able to battle back. We want to be able to get the results that we're used to getting against the CB LOL.
Yeah, because I think losing the America's Cup, would be one thing, but the fact it was the sweep, definitely another blow entirely. But obviously, big stakes here at First Stand. I feel like losing this first match is going to put you in a really precarious position.
Yep.
It's going to make it really hard having to battle against, now we know it's going to be JDG. And even though they suffered a rough loss against Gen.G, that is Gen.G.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be tough to get out of the groups regardless, let's be honest, right? 2 teams get out, and each group has an LPL and an LCK team in it. So you have to beat an LPL or an LCK team to get out. That's just the way it works.
Yep.
So, you've got to be able to do it, but you definitely don't want to be knocked down to the bracket right here. This is going to be seen as the most beatable opponent for both of these teams, right? Both of these teams are thinking, great, this is the one we have to beat. These are the guys we can take down. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Loud, Emily was mentioning on the desk, was not the expected team to be here. This was a team that, coming into it, it was really kind of a tumultuous journey through playoffs. They 45 minutes, I think, or it was, no, 48 hours, excuse me, before the upper bracket finals, they actually had to swap their mid laner. They had been playing with Mago. They swapped over to Envy.
Yeah.
So, you're making a roster swap mid-playoffs in the upper brackets against teams that you're not even favored against, and then they end up coming out on top. So, the fact that Loud even made it here was a shock, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what they can get done.
Which also makes you think as well, because they managed to win that region with those circumstances. Now they've had extra time to practice with Envy on the roster. And the America's Cup, one of the factors of it, it was on home turf, right? And this tournament also on home turf with the fans here chanting for the team might be the boost they need.
Yeah, it very well might be. We'll see, though, because Lion here, obviously inspired, no stranger to the international stage. You're going to know a lot of these players, but Lion was also kind of not really expected to be here, especially if you watch the Swiss stage in the LCS. This team was struggling. They barely even made it into the playoffs of our lock-in tournament. It was actually through, the tiebreaker scenario that they ended up not having to actually, play to even get top 6. But they were struggling early on, and this team completely transformed going into playoffs. They really became, one cohesive unit, playing inspired style and playing, through his shot calling, and they just looked leaps and bounds better.
And now getting to the draft, you see Jarvan, that first pick priority by Loud. It was Lion who went for second pick in this situation. I feel like they put a lot of priority on getting counter pick for Doppler a lot more this year than we've seen last year, for example. He's had picks like the Vayne and the Varus even coming out. The Yunara being picked up here for Berserker, so someone that does have a dash available to get out of that Cataclysm when needed later. And Inspired going for that Pantheon, a pick that I don't think we've seen as much of it in the LCS compared to other regions. In the LCK, that pick is honestly often permabanned. So much early pressure, so much global presence as well on the back of that pick.
Yeah, it's definitely still really highly prized in the LCS. It is just often very, very often banned. Taliyah Pantheon was kind of considered the premier jungle mid lane duo in the LCS, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Taliyah here coming in on 3 for Saint. Ezreal going to be the option alongside Nico. So going for that bot lane, and now I feel like Lion have to decide, do you want to go for the Taliyah combo? Do you want to grab your Lulu here potentially and try to pick for that 2v2? Because probably whichever one you don't go is potentially going to get banned out in this second phase.
Yeah, I think matching bot lane here makes a lot of sense. You could obviously go for a solo lane pickup and then ban away any picks you don't want to deal with. Something to mention is we've only seen the Orianna and the Aurora banned away from mid lane. We obviously saw a lot of the mid lane picks taking down a peg with the patches that came through, but Ryze is something that was still really strong and hasn't really been touched and hasn't been looked at yet. They do just go for that Lulu, pairing up really well with the Yunara, and now going to the second rotation, going to be trying to thin out the pools. Cassiopeia immediately coming out. as a ban here, so maybe it's
shows they're
Lion
thinking
want to set up
Rise.
the Rise. Yeah, do they go
Exactly.
for maybe the Anivia as well?
Yep. Yeah, and that is interesting because it does kind of broadcast what you're thinking about, so then Loud can obviously respond with a Rise ban of their own if they so choose. But it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to play it out. Lion is a team that really likes to prioritize gold over objectives. They're willing to give early dragons.
We are back. We are back. We are back.
To trade for plates, to trade for camps.
I got my eggs.
To, build a gold lead in that way. Yes, Doku got a lot of attention in the TL series for the the Vayne and the Varus and all these counter picks, but that was more specifically as a strategy to beat TL because they felt like Morgan is the team. So we don't necessarily think we're going to see that from Dokla here, though Shino has been a really exciting rookie. If they feel like he's the only problem, they could definitely go for it. They can go for these range counter picks and try to just shut him down. But that's a strategy that I think they're only going to go for if they feel like Loud doesn't really have strength elsewhere.
Yeah, I think in this situation, if you get like a strong roam in mid, that mid jungle, you get pressure there, you can send it out to the sides. Either way, it's going to have a lot of power. The Rise Band does come through, but that Talia is still open and available, which is a really strong combo. Do still have
it is weird seeing him with short hair. I miss his long, luscious locks.
To play a distance, but I think matchup playable on both sides.
Yes, love an egg.
Expect the mid lane to
so
come
much
through here for Lion
protein.
and then leave that counter pick for Dokla.
I've also been getting into egg
what
whites.
I'm expecting as well, unless they do just want to round it out with something a little bit more straightforward.
Spicy
the
chili.
Ari, though, obviously, you talked
that
about
sounds
it as an answer to
phenomenal.
Talia, but also is a good pairing. Anytime you have point and click CC, Charm is easy to follow up. Vi plus Ari, a common combo, but obviously works very well here with the Pantheon also, and is going to be that point and click CC that you kind of need to lock down someone like the Ezreal to try to burst down this character.
I think also just offers a lot of safety into Nico Jarvan.
Let's go,
I think
Lion.
Even though the Unravel DF helps a bit,
Let's
I feel a
go,
bit uncomfortable
Lion.
to get on top of you, but the Mel coming through, and we saw this on day one. We saw Vikla playing this into Night, and how strong the matchup can be. The Charm, really low value if it can just be reflected at you, so NB
Love a Mel, but we're not rooting for them.
Coming through. There's options like the Gnar, like the Kennen we often see picked into this.
Loud is on home turf today.
To be honest, into the Renekton, or you can go for something a bit more
I feel bad for the boys.
And just kind of match.
Lion is literally on home turf.
Brick wall into it.
Exactly, and I think that's where we're going to start to see, what kind of strategy.
Oh
Lion
my
wants to come in
God.
here with. I was
That
expecting
sounds
they
so
would just kind of
good,
play
Chief.
standard, play meta. That they're not going to be looking.
Wait,
for
I need to make me one of them
here,
tomorrow.
So it's going to be about as standard.
I might
as
give me some
standard
salmon.
gets. Dokla will be playing the Gnar here. We've seen this matchup a million times, and I
No,
expect Lion
truly.
to be
I'm gonna have to
focusing more
unveil
on
the card
solo
during the
lanes, to be
game.
Really trying to play towards those. One of the things I know Inspired really values about Berserker as a bot laner is that he generally does not need help, and that's something that he thinks is very valuable. Is that he can basically ignore bot lane, and bot lane is going to be even. Bot lane is going to be doing all right, and that is kind of the way that he feels you should be playing the game, is maximizing your own time, your own efficiency, get ahead in camps, get ahead in gold, and then look for those team fights where you can kind of outplay with that advantage.
And I think if you're playing, Yunara, Lulu, and you just go even with this matchup, you're in such a comfortable position. Ezreal, Nico, I feel like you need to be winning. You pick this because you want to have the pressure, you want to get ahead in the 2v2.
Exactly, and I feel like Jarvan, there's a little bit of pressure to make things happen as well. Obviously,
all right,
very
let's
explosive
go.
ganker. We saw Tatu was kind of running
Let's
circles
go, let's
around
go, let's
us
go.
With the Jarvan at times. And the CB wall, also something that we had talked about at America's Cup, really utilized some level 1 cheeses very, very well. Roams straight down to bot lane with the mid laner, trying to get advantages at level 1, clever invades and things that you can do, because a lot of teams had kind of written all those strategies off, thinking, hey, the minions spawn too early, the camps spawn too early, you can't really go for it. But there are still some ways to really be efficient with it, just charge straight in, try to get an advantage, and we saw that a number of times at America's Cup. So I'm going to be really interested to see if Loud tries to take a page out of Furio's book, who had so much success against the LCS at America's Cup.
I mean, it's definitely possible, especially when you have the route set up from the Nico. If you go for something bot lane, you bring Mel in potentially. Looks like they haven't opted to go for this. I think bot lane, we're looking to have that pressure out of Bull and Redbird, but here in the mid lane,
Pantheon's coming, so they're actually looking for this. They are going to start Charm level 1 here. This is what I'm talking about. The level 1 problematic here for Envy. Has to flash, pop a potion already. Saint will pop a potion of his own and is starting Charm, which is, of course, not what you would really love to do. And it does delay the start here for Inspired, but not significantly.
I want to see Inspired
so
pop
just a nice
off.
little look here. They catch him warding a bit deep there, had no coverage, and they are able to get a nice punish at level 1.
I think it's a good start. Oh, seeing aggression in the bot lane as well. Heal bin already from both sides there just to try and push in. Yeah, I think Inspired's early move there, just to get some pressure on MV. If this lane
Let's
plays
see.
out
Oh,
naturally
an
as
invade?
the Mel into the RE, the Mel is going to have the edge, so I think disrupting
An
that
invade?
goes a long way. We see Young-Jae, though, going for an invade.
Isn't Young-Jae the name of a
Inspired's
Korean
jungle.
idol?
And it looks like he managed to circumvent the vision there.
Check out Warhound Senna. It is live on patch 26.06. A portion of the skin's proceeds will be shared across the LOL esports teams. So a nice little invade here from Young-Jae. We'll see if Inspired was aware of it. We didn't actually catch if he walked across that ward at Raptors.
He flag and dragged over, so I think he circumvented it, but you see the ping coming out at the Raptors, and they just assume, because they haven't seen, like, where is he? You know, something is up, something is different. There is a reason we haven't spotted him, and you see the on-the-way pings coming out. Inspired is like, okay, something is up here, I'm going to push in, and I assume my topside jungle is gone at this point.
Yep, Inspired, very intelligent jungler, is going to be able to make that read. And you could also see Dokla was aggressively contesting the wave.
I'm really loving
when
that
you know that you are going to be
tell
weak
us
side in
what,
those spots, you can't allow them to have a free crash, because
The,
if you're under that
pro
tower with
players
a
were
minion
playing.
wave there, they can
I was
potentially
calling out
look
earlier,
for
like, that
aggressive
was some
plays. So
feedback that I
Inspired
gave
going to be out there,
them
will
that
at least get this blue buff,
really wanna
and then
see,
will
like,
spot Young-Jae here. So ends up being, you know, +1
like,
camp for
overlay
now,
though.
stolen away there by Young-Jae as he took both the red, or excuse me, the blue, as well as that Gromp.
Yeah, Saint doing really well in mid lane. Bot lane has prior as well, so the support is there for Inspired, but he doesn't want to push too deeply. He's going to back away here, is in position to pick up the scuttle, though, and is going to be able to mitigate a bit of the camps that were taken away by Young-Jae in this situation.
Yep, and we'll see. It should just be, you know, a kind of trade of scuttles. Inspired, I don't know if he's going to go back in for the Gromp or just kind of go back towards his top side and look for some more clearing. Young-Jae is going to be going for that top side scuttle, so that will be uncontested, but Inspired is crossing. I just don't think he's going to get there in time.
Yeah, no way he gets here, so I think Young-Jae pretty happy with how things have panned out. Gets a little scrying vision to see that Inspired Wolves are up, so he sees what he's going to, has a good idea of where the Pantheon's going to be. I think especially into a pick with so much early pressure, the point-and-click CC, the execute damage, knowing where he is, really important. And Bull not having a good time.
Which
sorry,
team
not
is in
Bull,
A? Lion,
Bull
the one on the
and
left.
Redbird in the bot
Blue
lane,
side.
not having a good time in this 2v2 matchup.
No, not at all, and that is kind of concerning here. Look at Saint there. Just throws the charm to the side, knowing that the reflect will be used. So as soon as that charm's coming out, Envy hits the reflect. But Saint had just fired it off to the side.
I'm just like making sure I'm all set and ready for this unveiling during this game.
Set up for an easy route there for the Mel, which makes this matchup very difficult in the 1v1. Inspired here now, looking for a potential gank. Does have his flash available. No flash there for Envy. There's the flash, the stun, the charm. Envy's got nowhere to go. Inspired takes his just rewards. No first blood for you, Saint. It's going to Inspired.
Great setup there, though.
Does first stand decide who goes to MSI? It gives you an extra like seed for your region, but it doesn't guarantee you a slot at MSI. MSI does, if you win all of MSI, it does guarantee you a slot at Worlds though. But this is really just like a benchmark for the start of the season.
They do get the early flash out of the Lions though. It was you know, traded there. Isles flash for Redbird, so going to be able to trade those flashes at the very least. But
that's what I want, JT.
Really good.
I want the most
up,
retweets.
Gold at this point. Berserker
I want the most retweets.
In this matchup.
I don't know if this one's going to be like the
scaling up really well.
Cause the most
mid lane's going great. Inspired in comfort
outrage
zone,
though.
And Goku's just kind of doing his thing, chilling in topside.
I think it feels pretty bad for Loud so far. The fact that bot lane is struggling a bit. I think playing into the likes of a Lulu Yunara, if they get wave access, they can stack up that passive and you're not landing your skill shots. This is kind of how the lane can pan out. The poke from the Nico, the poke from the Ezreal, if you're connecting, you should be in a good position. But it appears with how it's played out, it just hasn't really been hitting. And now Redbird looking for a gank, doesn't manage to connect there though.
Yeah, Redbird does look for the angle. Have a little bit of time, so tries to find something there. Can't quite do it. Inspired hovering here around mid again.
I'll unveil it here at 9, and then like after I unveil it, I'll post on Twitter and IG.
They know exactly where he was, and it's going to be a reflected charm there. Saint going to be in some trouble here. Envy getting him incredibly low. Going to look for the ulti and finishes him off with the solo. His flash is almost back up. In comes Young-Jae to back him up.
That's not very
just walked it
good.
out. He didn't need to throw the charm. He had Inspired behind him, but he throws the charm, and Envy says, "Thank you very much. I'll take the solo kill."
Just complete disrespect there in that situation. Had ult, had flash. There's just no scenario where you should be dying there. And as you said, if he didn't throw the charm, I don't think it's really possible. We'll see the replay coming through. So Envy initially hits the level up, and the ult damage on Mel got buffed as well, the base damage. Lands the root, reflects the charm. I think Saint's thinking maybe if you know, he's a bit slow on the trigger, I can set up for Inspired. He just ends up sort of burying himself, digging his own grave.
Yeah, that was not a good look at all, but we can see a flash forward there from Shino onto
Quiz
Dokla.
on Team
Dokla doesn't even have to flash, he just backs it
Liquid.
off, but they're going to try to look for the dive here. Dokla
Weren't
desperately
people
trying
like
to get that
heavily
Mega Knight ready.
praising
I don't
Saint
think they can look for
last
this.
year
Young-Jae
for
had
how
the flag
he
and
was
drag
playing
out,
on,
and that
I
is
think it was on
dominance. That is flash
Dignitas.
off of Shino for nothing there from Dokla, and it's a free pass for Inspired to be able to start this up. But this is Saint's stats here in Swiss versus playoffs. He had a remarkable improvement, you know, from that Swiss stage into the playoffs. In Swiss stage, it wasn't even just stats that were looking bad. He was failing in big moments constantly. He was getting picked off. He was losing them games in late game situations over and over and over because of mistakes like what we just saw. So you don't want to see Saint reverting to that form.
Yeah.
Because when he is in that form, he was one of the worst mid laners in the league. We saw him move to a very high level, but he's got to be careful about that. They're going to look for a redive here. There's the stun coming in, the flag, the drag, and the ulti dunks Dokla down. Flashes, but flashes too late. Young-Jae gets out. The redive here working out for Loud.
Yeah, and I think it was good from Shino and Young-Jae not to go for that initial dive, but the Mega was nearly there. Wait, be patient, find the second opportunity. They saw Inspired on the Dragon. They knew they had time to go for it. I think Young-Jae, it's been a bit of a frustrating game so far. He's been trying to make impact around the map, and it hasn't always come through, but he finally gets himself on the board there with that kill.
Don't remind me. There's nothing wrong with Team Liquid.
Is that Dragon picked up for Lion? And as well, I feel like with it being an early Chemtech Dragon, feels pretty nice, knowing you won't be getting a Chemtech Soul. Next one's going to be a Mountain, so we'll see how that ends up panning out.
It's going to be a pretty even game now at this point. You know, just a couple hundred gold separating Lion.
Don't worry,
Loud.
they
So
gon'
at all. It really comes down
make it work.
more to, you know, the compositions, the setups from
They gonna make it work.
here.
We just gotta
And Lion
believe,
is
y'all.
kinda
We
taking
just gotta
that
believe.
atypical situation for them, where they're actually the ones that are getting the early dragons, that are looking to, you know, stack those objectives. Whereas Loud has been the one, you know, more focusing towards topside, and it is kind of that reversal of roles from what we expect from Lion.
I think also if Lion is getting those early dragons, you know, we've seen them a lot of times willing to hand over dragons if they feel like they're not in the best position to fight. If you have a composition where you have Yunara, Lulu, and you have early dragons picked up, you know they're going to be patient and not feel pressure at all and not feel obliged to fight when Loud has a good setup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can take those first two dragons and you can say, great, you have to contest us at the third. We don't have to show up. We can just take a tower top. We can continue to scale, wait for Berserker to get more and more
guys, just want to make sure this
depend
is
upon his
okay.
strength in those team fights. And it may be exactly what they look for here. As Lion, their bot lane doing kind of exactly what I said. You know, this is kind of what they count on, you know, what Inspired counts on from Berserker is for him to be put in any matchup and do well and just kind of go for, you know, even farming lane where he is not drawn down there unless he thinks it is a good move for him and for the game.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact there was the gank down there earlier, Owl's bin, his flash was very respectful with that. It's back up again, so wasn't really anything coming from that. Inspired just continuing to find value, but now we're seeing a big collapse come through. Jungler coming, mid lane coming, looking to see if they can find something more. And Inspired isn't close enough to ult right now.
No, he's definitely not close enough to ult. Saint is not moving, but Envy is heading back towards the mid lane.
Also, we must remember Berserker is purely like a playmaker. He's always going to go for the play. He's always going to try to make that moment.
So good heads up play there just to mitigate the dive.
I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be okay.
It feels like all that pressure just negated. Now, Inspired has reset. He's now close enough to ult in, and the play's been negated.
And Saint is even the one moving down, because Saint stayed mid while Envy was roaming. He was the one actually pushing in that wave. Now he gets prio, clears out a ward, is going to just move back towards mid lane now. Well handled there by Lion. As you said, Berserker pops Transcend oneself, is going to be able to clear out that wave, and everything is diffused, just keeping it a nice, calm game. The question is who is going to come out on top in the team fights, because this is a game with two teams that like to play slow paced, are very comfortable in this game state, really on both sides.
Yeah, and I think Loud, you can definitely see with that comp, they are trying to make things happen a bit more, but they're being very respectful, very patient. It is that first game of the tournament, and you can see that they don't want to make that big overstep, but they are going now.
Yeah, here comes the Grand Starfall. The charm is not going to land. The Pop Blossom coming in. It's not going to land on anyone either. As
this
Saint
is good.
Gets the resets going
That's good.
Forward.
Free kill,
They're
free
able
kill.
To take down Envy.
Not gonna lie, Berserker used to piss me off. He'd be too thirsty for it sometimes. Yes, but isn't that like his play style?
And are able
He
to
would
kill
just start
off
walking
Envy.
forward. Especially on Lucian. I feel like especially on Lucian, man. Especially on Lucian.
Like the thing is, the Mel into the Ahri feels great, but the Pantheon just feels so frustrating with the fact he can ult down on top of you. You don't have that mobility. The stun connects and you end up suffering. We'll see the replay here. Yeah, it's pretty overextended.
It's 8:50. My alarm just went off.
Ult in from Inspired, flash stun. There's just not much you can do against that. And the attempted counterplay that comes out from Loud, really not finding anything as well.
Yeah, he kind of had that false sense of security because Redbird was there with him and Young.G was walking up mid lane, so he's thinking, okay, yeah, we see their support, but my support's here too, my jungler's coming, but it was Lion who kind of just preempted the play, and Dokla,
it is, and I respect it, but sometimes he be doing too much. I can't argue with that.
With Shino, so no advantage up there. It is a
I can't argue with that.
Here for Lion.
Who we rooting for? NA! We rooting for Lion Gaming!
Getting all of the objectives thus far. They got all 3 grubs. They got that first dragon. They've held on the bot side.
Not costing them the series.
Very comfortable so far.
Yeah, we do see right now there's a decent amount of vision for the side of Lion around the dragon area, but currently JDG's moving in, clearing it out.
A little bit hot in here.
There's pings coming out, heavy pings coming out. Oh, Shino's in trouble.
Yeah, Shino in a lot of trouble here. Dokla gonna go forward. He flashes, but Dokla trying to chase in. Gets him with the boomerang. It's a solo bolo. You may take me down with your jungler, but I don't need one.
Just a great angle there found by Dokla, able to take down the opposing top lane, and Shino, who's been so hyped in the CB lol as a strong laner, someone who really likes to take the challenge to his opponents, being taken down game 1 by his opposition.
Yeah, Inspired here, now gonna get engaged on. Nice Aegis Assault blocks all the damage. Bullets getting pushed out, polymorphed and knocked back here by Berserker. In comes Envy. The True Shot Barrage is gonna land on the Isles. Inspired standing, Inspired fighting. The charm goes wide, but Envy is knocked down. It's a double for Saint. He's looking for a triple. He wants to take down Bull. The barrier will buy some time, but in comes Berserker and down goes Bull.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it.
They get everything they want and more. Solo kill on the top lane, and then the fight, they get such a huge cleanup. Redbird, you're in a lot of trouble there. I don't think he's going to have the damage to finish him off.
He might. The polymorph comes in to buy a little bit of time. Isles trying to kite out, staying out of vision, but now Saint is here, and Saint is looking for a freebie, and he's going to be able to get it. Redbird has got nowhere to go. It's another kill for Saint. It's a 1.5k gold lead for him, a dragon for Lion, and it's them in full control of this game.
And you see here, Loud try to go in uninspired, but it's a Pantheon. He can mitigate so much damage. He dodges away from the flag and drag. They do back away initially to give some space, but again, this committal in. Young.G's so low, and it gives that initial, it's not even a reset for Saint. He hasn't popped his ult yet, but he dives forward and just starts getting this cleanup potential. Not much Bull can do in this situation, and it feels like Lion were just waiting to pounce on their opponents, and they crushed them there. Look how high Dokla is.
Yeah, Dokla feeling really good. That was just beautifully played by Inspired. Small little movements, but sidestepped perfectly on the flag and drag. Times the Aegis Assault perfectly as well there with that Pop Blossom landing. You can see the CB LOL versus LCS all-time head-to-head. It is 38-20 in games, but 2026 has not looked as good, and it's not looking as good for Envy now.
And we still fighting.
Kill going the way of Lion. Berserker on fire. Lion are cruising. It's nearly a 5,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes, but Lau gonna try to get something back. Stun comes in. Pop Blossom there to follow, but it's a great gnar back from Dokla. Knocks him away.
God,
he's taunting him. He's taunting him, and Young.G, he wishes he had some help on the bot side because he's going to get killed off in his own jungle. And Loud now looking for more here, trying to chase in after Dokla. Did Dokla get a little bit too confident? They're not going to go for the play. They know that Pantheon could be coming. He has that ulti ready to respond. And Dokla's just making fun of him, and in comes the Grand Starfall, and down goes Redbird. Lion can do nothing wrong. Shino is running for the hills, but he's got no flash. The slice will be back up. Inspired still chasing. He wants this kill. Gonna be able to tank it up there for Dokla. Dokla looking to try to finish him off. Shino's got nowhere to go, and Lion can do no wrong in game 1.
Just feels like they're getting everything they want. Loud try and go for a counterplay, and Dokla is laughing in their faces.
6 minutes.
This is pretty brutal at this point.
Are y'all okay if I just put the card on the screen? Like, we gonna be in game. I don't know what to say.
If they think we don't have the right setup, we don't have to go for this. I haven't seen that from them at all this game. It feels like
I mean, nobody else is gonna release the card, so I can wait till the end of the game.
Loud into the
Like nobody else is gonna release it. So
we saw earlier in that Coinbase gold grind, they had already created somewhat of an advantage.
I think I can wait.
That has now exploded since
We
then.
might not
and
be
this
in
game is
game.
already looking somewhat out of reach here for Loud, but let's see if they can find a play down on the
Nobody else is gonna release my card, so
beautiful charm, well timed. The Cataclysm
I'm gonna
comes
be okay.
down, but for what? As Saints cooldowns are so low on that ultimate here, it's gonna be able to trade the Spear Rush. Berserker just running in after Bull. That tower is not yours, buddy.
I feel like when you're collapsing onto an Ahri in the side lane who still has a T1 tower up.
Desperation hours.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. The charm was pretty great as well, just to add insult to injury. And now Berserker, he's feeling himself. He's hyped. He's stepping up in their faces, getting damage down. Does take the root, but it just doesn't seem bothered at all. He has Mikhails to back him up as well.
I mean, he's a full item up. Like, look at the itemization. He's 2.4K ahead individually.
Yeah.
We're at 17 minutes, and he's a full item ahead of Bull.
Yeah, and it feels so bad with Ezreal, where that 2-item spike really is where you want to have that point of strength. By the time he gets to it, is Berserker going to have 2 items? Maybe.
Probably.
You know, at this point, it's looking that way.
It is definitely looking that way, as Shino able to defend that top lane tower, at least for now. Berserker just constantly pushing in these waves, harassing down the Loud bot lane.
I think
Envy is around, but
I'll
he
be
is warded
okay.
out. They really can't get anything. You can see Inspired is waiting in the wings here. Shino going to look aggressively on Dokla once again. G.E.N.G and Shino constantly going up here, but Dokla is just handling this like the weak side king he is, and now going aggressive, chasing after them. Loud knows they need to try to force plays, but just nothing is working.
Yeah, I think at this point, it is just, you see them constantly looking for plays. It's not even the wrong approach. You have to try and find something, but it is starting to feel a bit desperate.
G.E.N.G is coming. They're going for it again, but this time Inspired is running up the river. He can respond with the ulti. A teleport coming in,
Oh, no.
and I think the Grand Starfall is probably coming as well, but it's another solo for Dokla. He doesn't even need him, but he's got to
Dokla
help,
never
and
in
Zane's
danger.
gonna force a flash, knock
Man,
down
I be
a
hyping
tower.
Brazil and saying
Another
they deserve
play
more
going
respect,
the
and
way
Lion
of
is making me eat
Just
my
feels
words.
like nothing can go
Well,
wrong.
I
Dokla
think they
gets
do
the solo
still
kill,
deserve
but the
more
Ahri
respect
was
than what they
there.
get.
The Pantheon
People
was there
really
just
spit
in case
on
something more came from this.
Drive-by high five. Good hustle there,
like
you
the
know?
Brazilian teams.
Good work,
Like
top
they
lane
think
there,
they're
you
like
know,
not
you got it
even
in you.
worth
We're here to show
like
up
playing
occasionally.
against type of deal.
And I think at
But
this
I think
point,
some of the
I don't see the angle.
some of the teams
I
are
think you're looking at
key.
game 2.
It's time to think about game 2, I think, if you are allowed. Try
Yeah,
to
I
shake
can't just
this
throw
one
it up
off
there
a bit.
willy-nilly.
It was
You
even
get it.
for a while, but it is
You get
crazy
it.
to see an 8.5K gold lead pre-19 minutes.
You know?
Plus every single objective has gone the way of Lion.
There was a stat that we were talking about with Lion, the combined kills per minute. They're extremely low. I don't think this game is going to change it too much because combined kills per minute. And Loud, they don't have many kills. So
that's true.
I'm not going to change that stat too much at this point. Almost at 9,000 gold lead. Going to be picking up that Deer Dragon as well. It's an Ocean Soul. That's, I mean, it's not too much of a silver lining, but not the most meaningful soul. So Loud not too concerned about that being stacked up. They've got a lot of concerns. That's probably low in the totem pole.
Exactly.
Not an ad. It's okay. You're not gonna miss nothing.
Yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a perfect game, but honestly, it's not that far off thus far. It is just the 2 kills. There are no objectives on their side really whatsoever. As Dokla, this is a player who has had, you know, a pretty tumultuous history. You know, he obviously won the LCS with Gen.G. They got to quarterfinals. He had this really big performance at Worlds, but then they had a really kind of a struggle that next year. He ended up getting 6th in 2024 summer. He ended up, you know, not even having a team.
I'm gonna release like a picture and then I'm gonna release a whole video.
Then from
So
there, he ends up
I got
in
a
this
little-
spot where
little
he's ending up, you know,
shine.
subbing in
A little
for his
shine
top
for
laner who's
everybody.
playing in tier 2. When he swaps in for General Sniper, they end up getting 3rd in LTA. They go to Worlds. He looks good again. And then everyone's thinking, oh my God, this guy's great. He's going to end up on a top team. Well, he had no team planned again at the start of this year.
That's the thing I found the craziest. You know, obviously you are much closer to the LCS than I am, but I was so shocked that Dokla didn't immediately end up on a team based on what we saw from him at Worlds. In terms of branding and in terms of performance.
Fried chicken swain skin for freaking April Fools. Are you serious?
And, you know, my understanding
is it on
that
Twitter?
He did have some offers, but only from bottom teams, which he wasn't really interested in.
I'm nervous, guys. I'm nervous for my unveiling.
Unfortunately for him, he has been plagued by visa
The world
issues.
is
He was supposed to play
watching.
for them last year as well. They couldn't get a visa for Zamudo. And
Holy,
Zamudo's misfortune
especially
became,
after
you know,
what
fortunate for Dokla,
happened
as that
in
gave
the
him an opportunity
offseason.
on a very
No?
good squad. where he is
Especially,
once again been
this
able
man
to
is not
deliver.
even supposed to
But
be
I
on
think,
this
you know,
team.
You talked about it. He is a clutch player. He shows up in these big
And
moments.
look, they came
because
crawling
his
back
start
for
to the year
him.
was not good
Did
either.
you see
He was
that?
really looking out of form. But in
Crazy.
playoffs, looked really, really good. Got a lot of attention with these
Crazy.
flex picks that they were pulling off, with these range top laners that they were pulling off.
Insane.
And has looked
like
fantastic
no,
so far
genuinely
here in the first
disrespectful
game.
to him. They need to put respect on his name.
Again. Everyone coming
What
up here
the
from Loud,
frick
but
is this
Douglas going
video?
forward.
They
He looks
released a
for another
video.
solo kill.
Oh my gosh.
Bull now
Okay, we gotta
coming
watch
in,
this
as
video
is
after the
Young Jay,
game.
as is Redbird.
And
They are
after
sending the
our
entire
unveiling.
squad. Douglas says, all right, you're going to get me this time. Ults the wave, tries to get most of the minions. But look at where the rest of the map is. It's a tier 2 mid getting knocked down. It's Saint unanswered on the bot side.
And it's inspired on his Raptors. He's still clearing the jungle. He's got his priorities in order.
That's a jungler right there.
Absolutely. He knows what he's... I mean, he's got a big farm lead still in this game.
Which is the better camp, top laner or Raptors?
I mean, that's very true. I can't disagree.
There's multiple Raptors. There's only one top laner. There is only one Saint, and he might be dying, getting CC'd up, but has the Spirit Rush, lives through the burst coming down. Redbird spends the heal, spends the ulti, but they can't finish him off there. Has the Merc Treads to get out of CC and just Spirit Rush to safety once again.
I think it's good pickups, right, that they got that kill onto Dokla, and you know they're trying to get it on a Saint. The problem is they're not getting too much in terms of resources, in terms of summoner spells.
And Berserker is just a beast at this point. Pushes Young Jay back, no problem. The experience advantages
I feel like
are
I'm
also getting
late.
pretty big. You're looking down across the board.
I feel like I'm late
it's
for
multiple
this.
levels in some roles. But even at its closest, it is like an entire level down in the ADC. I mean, Bull's about to hit 13. Berserker just hit 14. Saint is almost a full level ahead. Inspired is over a full level of experience ahead, and Lion can do no wrong.
At this point, Loud, they want to find a big engage, get onto the right target, but summoners available for every member of Lion. All the flashes there. You have Mikhail's for Berserker. Berserker has that Infinity Edge coming in. 3 items to 2 in comparison to Bull. It's really hard to see you winning a fight where everyone on the enemy team, you go for that big engage from the Nico, from the Jarvan, and they just flash out of it.
Yep.
And then they just one-shot you with the damage.
Yeah, no one can stop Dokla. I mean, they focused all of their time on trying to put Dokla down, and Dokla is getting multiple solo kills. He's 2-2-2, but right now I feel like he is the one that has most impressed me in this first game from Lion, because he was getting constantly attacked, not getting any help,
King, thank you so
and
much for the
able to
Twitch
find
Prime and the
multiple
7
solo
months
kills,
of
able to win his matchup heavily,
support.
has drawn so
Hope you're
much
having a
pressure
beautiful day
inside.
today.
It's not
Yeah,
an
the
impressive
game's
score,
almost
but it is
over.
an impressive performance here from Dokla.
Game is
Unfortunately for
almost
Loud, he
over.
does respawn, so even though they put 4 members top to kill him, he's back bot lane, putting the pressure on again.
Nah, we
Herald
wait,
comes
we wait,
down,
we wait.
Put some more pressure on the mid lane tower, and it just feels like Loud are trapped just at the limit of whatever towers they have up and available,
like a
and can't
pin
really
in
get a
my
look outside
shirt.
of that.
And they have no vision. I mean, look at their wards, right? There's just nothing on the map on that bot side, where Soul is going to be up here in 10 seconds about there for Lion. And that is going to make things even more difficult.
Okay, they are venturing out. They're like, okay, maybe
I
this
wonder
is our
why
time
people do
to risk it
not
all. Oh, Dokla's in Mega.
respect
Dokla is in
for
Mega here. We'll
his
see if they can try to find an angle.
gameplay.
Will
Like,
have
he's
that
proven
expire, but is gonna just
that
try to push
he can
Chino
be on a
back
carry
now.
top
Gonna look for
laner,
an
he can
angle as
be
Young Jay goes
on
forward,
weak
but
side
Inspired
top
happy to
laner.
take that
He
challenge.
was
The
on
ulti from
Scion
Chino has already
jail
been
for
forced, and
half
Dokla
a
is just taking
year.
the
Like,
1v1. Loud
he
trying to
always
reinforce
seems to
as quickly as
perform.
they can, but it might be too little, it might be too late. Envy gonna get found on the side as well. Pop
And
up
his
is coming in here
branding.
from Redbird.
That man
It's gonna be
got
landed, but the
Chinese
Cataclysm gets
fans.
flashed away from, and in comes Saint with
Doing
the
social
Spirit
media.
Rush. He's taking him
Lovable
down one
personality.
after another. Berserker flashes over the wall. He's going to be able to finish off Bull. Everyone from Loud is falling. The base is going to be crumbling. They're pinging on
Let's
to
go,
the dragon. They want
Lion.
the soul.
Represent
Nice move towards the
NA.
Baron first. Loud, try and make something happen. They can't even take out Dokla.
Yes, yes,
They get his
yes.
flash. They get a decent amount of
Yes,
summoners,
yes,
but
yes.
the damages are now. Now they'll look for Dokla.
Yeah, we gotta
they're
gotta
gonna go
watch
for it. Chino
the
and
YouTube
Envy
video.
do
We gotta
arrive
watch
behind
it.
him. That is
There's
double
so
TP
much,
committed.
guys.
Dokla
There's
hits him
so
with the
much
thumbs
stuff
up. He just
being
wants to go
released.
for the wave.
We've got
Chino
yesterday
gonna be able to finish him
Riftbound,
off, no problem. You
Valorant,
have to
new
think
game
good
mode,
Gnar to knock
new
him back,
champion.
but surely he cannot get away. The
League of
Golden
Legends first
Eclipse
stand
will
today.
finish the
League
kill
of Legends
here
first
for
stand.
Envy.
I'm
They
doing
get
my
something,
Riftbound
but the
unveiling
prize is
today.
that much greater
And
for
League
Lion
of
on the
Legends
other
is
side of
putting
the
out
map.
this video.
You saw the angle when it came to the fight where it looked like maybe.
Oh
he
my
was the fast Dokla initially,
gosh.
you get him in the end result. But I mean, just the fact Dokla can face tank Chino in this situation, it seems like he's just not taking damage. Redbit though finds this angle onto him, gets him, but he still has his flash available. And this is what I mean. They go for the engage, he flashes out. You lose all momentum in the fight. And then, honestly, Loud, they're getting chased down. They're lucky that Envy survives, because if Envy goes down, you get another reset. Maybe you're losing even more members in that situation.
Ooh, we gotta go back to live. Louder trying to rush this. Inspired is in the back of the pit. I don't think they realize that he is there, and now he's gonna reveal himself. Young.G goes in onto him immediately. Nice Aegis Assault there to block some damage to buy some time. Berserker pushing Shino back. Young.G's gonna go in. The Pop Blossom on the side only catches Isles, and he has the Mikhails, and Berserker has the damage. They're focusing down the soul. Gonna be able to claim it surely here, as Envy on the side will fall
And
as
that's
well.
gonna
It's
be
only Shino
Soul.
standing. It's a triple for Berserker. It's a dominant win there, as the priceless moment of the game. The Dragon Soul is claimed, and Lion looks to be claiming the Nexus shortly after.
Period.
Just too far behind, trying to find the angle in there.
Even
But
during
unfortunately,
NRG's
Lion
championship
just too
run,
crisp
I
this
think he
game.
was super underrated. Everybody was
maybe
hyping
he'll
FBI and
survive longer than
Palafaker,
Nexus, we'll see.
but I really think their
He's gonna run
success
for it.
is due
Dokla
to the
trying to
space
chase
that
after him,
Dokla was able
even
to
if he
create
gets
for his
away, the
carries.
Nexus can't run. It's
Yeah,
got
I
nowhere to
think,
go
I mean,
as the
I think that's
Lion
like the
members
same reason
pushing
that
forward
supports
here,
don't get the
looking to
recognition that they
claim a
deserve,
dominant
right? Like
game
supports set ADCs up for success, but it's very rare that carrier sees an MVP or supports get the praise for a win.
Just a super
People
clean
rarely say
performance
support
from Lion
dev.
in this one. Didn't really put any steps wrong throughout
It's
that game.
always like the hyper carries or whatever.
Stuff.
All right, guys.
Really, the only thing I can think to nitpick was
Are
that one
we
death from Saint. You know, got a little careless in mid lane.
ready?
Inspire was everywhere. They played.
Are we ready for the unveiling? All right, guys. The card that I am bringing to Riftbound is... Where's it at? Is this it? This is it. Dun dun dun! Smite! That's why I tweeted the little Smite pets, the jungle pets, because they give you different smites. So I think this is gonna be a really good card because you deal not only 3 to a unit at a battlefield, but if it kills it, if it dies that turn, you get to banish it. That means it is completely out of the game. It doesn't go to your graveyard. It doesn't, no. If it dies this turn, if it gets killed, and out. And out of the game completely. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. All right, I gotta post on all socials real quick. I'm putting up the Twitter post.
Does say that it's Dokla because they were listening.
Okay. I know.
Yes, slay, slay, slay. So this is the card. I think this will be kind of tea. I was saying, like, if you are looking at if you guys are looking at freaking like Kaisa, Annie, I feel like this card would be good. But Rip Ornn, oh my gosh, if you can kill it, if you can kill the Ornn, that would be so tea. Because yeah, if you like Ornn has the 1 unit. Also Irelia, if you banish the Irelia, holy moly, what do you do? So yay! Yeah, banishing it I think is like the biggest part. All right, I'm posting on socials. Give me 1 second.
If that was the gambit.
I think that was the gambit. You heard about Saints mechanics.
Afterwards, though, too, is the extra plays from Inspired because there's this dragon fight towards the bottom side.
Ornn and Irelia decks are in trouble. Gotta post it on my story.
And we'll take a look at this one. Now, Inspired, you can tell already, is probably calling for the collapse. Look at the minimap of Saint coming down, because here, after his damage immune, he starts pressing S. He's pressing S to stay next to Isles for when the...
Oh, let me turn up the... Do you know,
you get enough comms listening.
Do you know what the other cards were revealed today? I know some of them. I don't know all of them. But they release all of the cards at 5 on the website.
We're gonna turn. You know, look, Jarvan. Look, Jarvan. Saint is on the way, and so he's pressing S key. He's waiting for the castle to come on him and Isles, and then they turn it, and they get so much money in. Saint is fed, and Berserker is fed.
Yeah, thanks to the reliable Cisco network for that replay. After that, it was a snowball.
Yeah.
We've got the goal graph in our AWS post-game breakdown as well. It's going to show Dokla doing a lot of damage. I feel like he was just farming the Renekton this entire time.
Dude, you can't give Dokes credit. Big Dokes deserves credit, right? He was 2v1 up there.
He was the second best player in the game, I think, for the team.
Okay,
yeah, I think Inspired. You voted Inspired too, Colby. But Berserker also hit his item power spikes at the very end, slowly farming the entire time. Pretty much deathless for Inspired, Berserker, and
I'm just making sure everything is good.
And the big thing is,
and then I'm going to
add because if there was going to be a way that Loud was going to come into this, it would be that Lion would forego the early Drakes and maybe Loud would be able to start stacking objectives, but they were able to stop that through good mid and bot prio. But how would Loud come back from this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is, again, if they do want to do kind of a slow play out, really focus on some of these setups, because that's where Lion were getting the better of them. Kobe, you want to ask
Loud fans, how is Loud going to win this? How are they coming back?
Okay, we have a saying in Brazil that hope is the last one to die. So first of all, with a lot of hope. But I do think that if we can nullify Inspired, because I think he's the shot caller for most of the well-played plays in the game, I guess. So I think GEN.G has to step up a little bit and maybe counter him, or I don't know, play a little bit more for the strong side, because I don't think the combos really went in. But it was unlucky.
I mean, I do like
unlucky.
That. Inspired plays great
that.
from ahead. And then also, I don't think Jarvan had a good place against the enemy team comp. Yunar, Nar, Ari, nothing at all. Anything else? How would Lion come back?
Loud.
Tis done.
How would Lion come back?
There's actually meta shifting low key. Wait, new Riftbound is releasing? There's going to be a new set releasing soon, yeah.
My bad.
It is called Unleash. So Smite is a GA Zanya workaround, an anti-death knell.
Yeah.
Does that work? So like,
o jogo tá legal. Acredito que a Loud tomou muitos gaps.
I don't think it just skips GA, no?
Nosso primeiro pick não foi tão bom, mas tá tudo no começo, né? Vai ter
it releases in May for US, April 4th for China.
Translation? I'm doing great. This is all my fault.
He said, I'm getting nervous, sorry. He said that it was just the beginning of the series. We have a best of 5, and Loud is gonna come back. And
Win for the US in May.
And we just have to wait, basically.
I'm trying to respond to all of the comments.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, don't be at game 1, Andy.
Appreciate it. Game 2 coming up after this.
I can see Pantheon here, okay?
Pantheon no flash, okay?
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Nice, good. Nice.
Shino's in trouble.
Yeah, Shino in a lot of trouble here. Dokla gonna go forward. He flashes, but Dokla trying to chase in. Gets him with the boomerang. It's a solo bolo.
Oh, period. He's speaking a little.
Nice.
Isn't that Portuguese? Yeah, it would, because if the unit would die this turn, it's banished. So if it would die by GA, Zanya would save it, so it would still have died. Whoa, so it just kind of purely... There's no way! Yo, when there's like... There's so many like... technicalities, you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
every moment of your journey crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real.
If it would die
scene,
this turn.
smile,
Yeah, I think it goes over GA.
Oppo, Find X9 series. Hasselblad telephoto. Zoom into detail.
It says if it would die this turn, banish it instead. All right, I'm gonna post the video. Should I wait? I need to post the video as well, but I want to let this like tweet marinate, so I might wait like an hour or two.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen.G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners.
To me, it seems like it doesn't matter when in the order of operation it goes into effect. It's just if she's dead at the end of the turn. Because like technically, yes, it would be dead at the turn, and that's when GA takes into effect. So does this completely overtake GA? Yeah, I think we need an official ruling. Rule 368, if more than one replacement effect applies to the same event being executed, then the owner of the object being acted on determines the order the replacement effects will apply. Dang, no, truly brought the rule book out. Holy. Okay. So that means the person with GA would determine the order. I'm about to put in the Discord. Did y'all see Smite get revealed? It banishes cards. Now they're gonna go look for what Smite is. My main question on is if it matters if she's alive at the end of the turn based on gear spells. Because there are some cards like Last Rites that get stuff out of the trash and fizz, but Ray, why you gotta release that card? It makes my deck worse. Mwah! Mwah! It's so exciting. Oh, wait, did somebody already ask? Does this get around? Wait, did that happen in here?
Welcome back to First Stand 2026.
Oh, y'all actually talking about it right now.
Yeah, there's still more series ahead of us.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the question is how much series? Because game one looked very one-sided.
How y'all? Oh, you posted it, period. You posted it.
Games would win all 5. So you don't know, right?
True.
You know, you see
You
game one
posted
stop, maybe
it.
Loud's
gonna battle back
Period,
and stop
period,
in game
period.
2.
I think it comes down to how you reset after this game one. This was obviously a rough one. It felt very one-sided.
I didn't even see.
They were still trying to.
Yeah,
make things
Rengar's gonna
happen
be a
despite
legend.
that, but I
Okay.
think there was definitely a point where it was like, okay, we need to focus on game 2.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into game 2.
A really rough game in terms of
Let's
how
get into
quickly
game
accelerated
2.
out of control. Dokler in the top lane just was completely in control of that matchup. Loud going for first pick here. So last time it was Lion.
Right, exactly, JT, exactly.
That's interesting.
Gotta stay linked in.
Loud.
Same side, same pick order.
Yeah, we've often seen Loud prioritize early picking for top lane compared to Lion, who often go for late pick for Dokla. I feel like getting counter pick in this top lane matchup could have been really important, but you know, won't have the opportunity to definitely get counter pick in this one. And we saw Dokla ran away with that counter pick matchup.
He really did. I mean, it is interesting, right? People have very different views on how the game should be played. Inspired is extremely opinionated. I remember when they played against Team Liquid, he was telling us, Liquid just plays the game wrong. They're playing towards bot. You shouldn't do that. That's not the right way to play. And so, you know, for them, they think, I think, more that you blind your bot, you just have a stable bot, and then you play more towards the solo lanes. You look for advantages there. You know, you use them to kind of create those edges where you can farm plates, play towards side lanes. You know,
there's a lot of good cards getting revealed today
from Lion and from Inspired. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments they want to make here. A couple bans towards Inspired. You know, not too surprising. We've seen a lot of Xin Zhao bans thus far. And
the star cross item
not going to be allowed despite that.
What the fricky? Like, this is a lot of like Uno reverse cards getting played today.
And that is where the bans are being thrown.
But just interestingly, despite the fact we've got same sides from the teams, and it is
a lot of Uno reverses.
Big shake up in terms of what is being banned. You know, we saw Loud go for Vi, Karma, Varus. This time they've only maintained that Varus ban themselves. So we'll see what they look to prioritize, and they are just going to go for that Rise off the bat. You know, of all the mid laners we saw kind of toned down, a lot of the control mages got hit leading into first stand, but it was Rise who was kind of left, and he was so strong already before that.
He was, but Cassio and Anivia are both up.
I feel like a weight has been lifted.
The Cassio matchup is more kind of solved, honestly, to me, where people just feel so comfortable in it at this point. I do think that Anivia not only can create a lane advantage and do fine in lane, but it's very difficult for Rise to play against in the team fights too. So will be interesting. Looks like
what
it
is
might just
replacement
be Seraphine Ashe.
effect?
Whether they go the Seraphine here or not, they'll probably grab it on 3, I would assume, because I don't think that anyone's going to take Seraphine away without that Ashe being up.
Yeah, we did see yesterday there was that sort of flex where, you know, you
when I die do
available.
Gotcha.
Maybe if they go something like a Nautilus, you can go the
dude, the way these card games are so like technical. Oh my gosh.
If you do go Ashe plus something else second, it kind of locks you into picking that support on 3.
Like,
so
you really got to read the fine print.
This is something that Saint played a couple of times
and really lock in
so far this year.
Ooh, so it's going to be Kalista coming in. So Kalista Renata, not a surprise, is, you know, pretty powerful against really heavy commitment, against a lot of engage. But the thing is, when you're playing against Ashe,
Seraphine and Ashe, a great combo.
And prod, and Renata can really struggle against matchups where you get outranged. So
honestly, Lion,
yesterday too, where we saw this.
Let's run it back, baby. Let's do another quick 23-minute game.
Casting. And then the other team
like say,
genuinely,
right, we might be done before 11, guys.
Yeah, Bull is a Kalista specialist. In the LCK, we often saw him get Kalista and Draven bans. It's like a pick that is his forte. But I think Kalista into Ashe, Cassio, Seraphine, that's not a fun
Good luck in esports.
Yeah.
Super stun. Like, literally all Ashe has to do is auto, and then it's an automatic root or stun.
Matchup, you kind of need outside interference. You need a gang.
Yeah.
So we need to see what Young.G is going to be able to play. The fact that they have the Rise is obviously good.
Loki, I agree with something someone just said in the Discord. Smite should have been a spell with level up, like in game. Oh, so like, because yeah, like the jungle pets level up. So maybe it does more damage each level up it has.
Vulnerable to that engage. We already know you basically have to force it. You can't just play a slow.
But at the same time, and I haven't looked at all the legends precisely.
You're gonna get outscaled. So
stacking stacks on Smite equal upgrade. Yeah, but what
go either way?
Other like which junglers have the XP thing? Isn't it like Ivern?
So 8 jungle bans, 2 taken out in that first round. So you are getting
do all of the legends use XP?
Junglers at this point.
Yeah, Bull's being trimmed very heavily at this point. I feel like maybe for the side allowed, like a Lee Sin as a potential thing with the setup from the Rise and the pressure. Mundo on top of this Ashe Seraphine is just disgusting. When we've seen Mundo with the Ashe Seraphine, it's so powerful. You buffing up, he runs forward. It's a target.
Yeah, you definitely have to. You definitely have to use it as a last hit,
and also,
undoubtedly.
If you're a Kalista, you know, you can stack spears on that Mundo all day. you have to stack so many before you can rend and actually take them out.
Yeah, exactly. It's carpal tunnel waiting to happen there for Kalista. It's going to take a lot of spears for sure. And with that Trundle being banned by Loud, they don't have the kind of obvious response that you would want to pick into the Mundo. And they still are going to have to be blinding on that top side. No real engage just yet has been picked up here for Loud. Considering the Scion, I do think it makes sense. You need some space creation here on this team. And it is a relatively safe blind. But still, no real guaranteed go buttons. Where on the other side, you both have low commitment engage with the Enchanted
I want to see the most retweets. I want to see the most quotes.
So Lion does have a lot
I want to see the most controversy. Controversy.
I mean, you can go
I want to see people fighting in the comments. Run up them engagements, brother. Especially on Twitter.
To start the fight, but also
Especially on Twitter.
They end up going for the Aatrox, which
I just hear this every time.
Achieves either of those for me.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm looking at what Loud has, if they get really far ahead, you could snowball this game. But if you do not,
every time.
It's going to be so
Ginger, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, fam. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
From Cassio, from Seraphine, you know, the Encore gets such incredible value because there's all these low-range champions.
You know, I think one of the reasons they might have picked the Aatrox is...
are we getting the Vayne? Oh, we get Vayne top here from Dokla. You blind the Scion.
Ooh, barrier would be cool. If they have like an ADC,
but he just goes right
I think
to
the next... The next set is supposed to be about assassins.
Of course, that was into the Camille, so very different matchup. But you have Scion here, and you have not really a great ganking jungler in the Aatrox, which I think makes the Vayne that much more attractive.
Yeah, and I think with the comp that Lion already had, I feel like they ticked all the boxes. They had front line, they had DPS, they had, you know, engage as well from the bot lane. I think Dokla could kind of play anything he wanted with this
barrier could be fire.
Comfortable going for that Vayne. I think maybe the reasoning for the Aatrox from Loud could have been because Aatrox is a pretty good pick.
I see them in the Riftbound community Discord. This might bypass GA or Zhonya's.
Yeah, and he's very comfortable on these range top lanes. It is not just something he randomly pulled out. It's something he loves to play in solo queue. He loves a lot of these niche champions, these counter picks. I know when he was coming back into the LCS after having coached 100 Thieves,
some people say yes
as the counter to some of these matchups. He
some
loves
people
playing
say
Varus,
no.
He loves playing Vayne, loves playing Quinn, and all of these style of champs. So if you give him the window, he will take it, and Lion have confidence in his ability to pull it off, and he doesn't necessarily feel like he has to dominate in the 1v1 early on. I remember speaking to him about it, and he's very comfortable saying, I actually feel like I outscale in a lot of these matchups, so as long as I'm farming and I'm not...
No, when you guessed it, I was like, alright, bro. When you guessed it, I was like, bro.
Focus your attention around bot lane. So if they start putting attention towards the Vayne, just at the Vayne time, it's never really been achieved that much.
You got it, man. But I couldn't like be like, yeah, like I couldn't do that.
I think there's just too many fires to put out right now, and a jungler.
Yes, I'm reposting this.
So I think Loud need nearly lead. We need to see hopefully the rise.
I like the what is rule 368? What is rule 730 730 41.1.d? I'm freaking dead.
He's just going to get to do exactly what he wants. He's going to track you everywhere on the map. So we're looking for that from
you got the receipts. So yeah, what you could do is like if it's your turn, you do the showdown
to really push it over into Loud's favor.
You kill the GA or whatever, but they wouldn't be at the battlefield anymore, right? They go back to base. Don't you recall the unit?
But it does mean 1-6 is hit.
Nice meme, Street. Nice meme.
If you get by 1 CC, you are dead 100-0. So yeah, I agree. But they clearly are at least kind of drawing
I cannot wait to smite Immortal Phoenixes.
We must get ahead early. And Young.G going to be starting on the top side. So is Inspired. These are both very much kind of full clear style junglers.
Double camping.
Yeah, he is double camping, and you can see Loud. This is the last time that they were actually, you know, at an international tournament. It's been a couple years for them. You know, has been a while.
Yeah, no, when nobody got it off of Jungle Pets, I thought Jungle Pets was too close.
Entirely changed.
I thought Jungle Pets was a little bit too close.
New players stepping up. So much excitement in Brazil around these new crop of young players. Talked to with Furia, obviously, but Chino as well has been such a story, and is level 2. Nice sidestep on the handshake there for Isles, but I'm not sure if you've heard this story from Shino. I've heard this repeated a few times from a few people, but I've never been given a source to it, so I don't know if it's 100% confirmed.
Is it the 80 carry thing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was an 80 carry player, and he basically thought that all the top laners were not good in the league, and he says, I'm just going to swap to top lane, and then is instantaneously the best top lane in the CB LoL. And if that is true, that is a really cool story to have that confidence and then be able to walk the walk, not just talk the talk.
So Death Knell
I feel
for
like
Riftbound.
I had a lot of high hopes for him. I think he's not yet in this
When
series
I
been given a
die,
great
get the
opportunity to really
effects.
excel. Last game matchup,
So-
playing them in Excellence now, it's a tricky matchup. This game matchup,
So
have fun, buddy.
Death Knell doesn't trigger at all.
Playing against Vayne.
and bot lane, we saw Redbird and Bull get the
'Cause
early level
it's-
2.
it
right?
doesn't
Something definitely
die,
get- the handshake
it's
didn't connect,
banished.
And already the health bars are starting
That's
to suffer
crazy.
in this 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, they're down heal. Redbird
That's
has to base.
crazy.
Their 2v2 is already screwed. The wave is pushing away from them, and you're having to base with no summoner in this aggressive matchup where you get heavily outscaled. So that is pretty brutal for Loud already to start things off. You know, you're Young-J here looking at this bot lane. He can't even go for the bot lane scuttle, even though he's playing with that Callista, because he knows their 2v2 has gone so bad, so he's going up towards that top side. And we can see Dokla, he's going to just flash past that devastating smash, trying to knock down Shino, will force a flash of his own. And I think that's a great
With your
trade
Irelia
there for
deck.
Dokla.
I think Irelia and
Without flash,
Ornn
there's not
are the
much of a
people who
chance to
need to
really
be
set
like the
anything up.
most
Young-J has no smite, trying to
concerned.
finish this off. Will be able to do it, but here comes Dokla. Flash to get the slow. The knockback doesn't stun him into the wall, but will it matter? Inspired hits the briefcase. Young-J is getting slowed down. He is getting chased down, and he's got nowhere to go. That is going to be first blood for Dokla and a blue buff.
And look at the confidence. He didn't even ghost in that play. He just knew, I can run him down. We have the time. We're going to be able to catch him. The condemn, super close.
Yeah, but
Actually
Irelia
hitting
is
the
so
stun, didn't quite, but it got him far enough
fun.
back
Irelia
that
is so
they're
fun
able
to
make the
play.
And yeah, so Loud, not the greatest start with the composition that definitely needed it. Here, Dokla got slow, just goes for the flash, says, okay, you know, not the best start of the trade for me. I'm going to flash to make sure that it finishes good.
And he knew he had the lethal tempo stacked, and also the soul furnace was popped, and so he flashes past, breaks the soul furnace, so you're not going to have that pop of damage. Young-J had to flash.
Vayne
but
with
this was just
Ghost is
greedy.
kind
On
of
the bot side,
crazy.
Redbird is
Dokes-
having to flash away.
Dokes is
This
him.
game is already a disaster here for Loud.
And he's the one
It
with
feels
first
like
blood.
4 minutes in, it's kind of slipping away from them. This is Dokla last time he played on Vayne. This was against Team Liquid. Morgan had been running the show for top laners, you know, in those 1v1s, was doing so well. And Dokla brought this out against Morgan's Camille.
I wanted to build a LB Lilia deck anyways. Let's go.
Losing his tower early, it just didn't really matter. He was able to scale and really be effective in the team fights.
Yeah. And
I feel like Smite isn't T versus LeBlanc because she can just make so many like.
The Seraphine.
LeBlanc has been released, right?
Yeah. 600 gold ahead already.
Yeah, that is going to be really tough for Shino.
Before I continue.
Game here. They need something to
Let me
work.
make
And
sure.
Saint has no TP, so they could look to set it up here with the Rune Prison. Saint going to be on the
LeBlanc has been released, right?
Envy has a level 6, but he's just going to kite
Y'all
back,
know what
getting
that card
where Mundo
do,
is.
right?
They are just going to back right off, but Mundo was getting pinged on the bot side. I'm surprised they didn't continue to chase with the Rumble,
Okay.
but at least try to get a flash, because I think they spotted Inspired. I saw red pings on that Tri-Brush. So I don't know if they were
That
just saying
would've been
maybe he's here, what
crazy. That
happened,
would've been
but they don't
crazy.
commit to the play. I think Saint loses nothing.
Yeah, because she can make so many like clone units or whatever. That would have been crazy.
On the minions there? Oh, well then, I don't know.
Ooh, had to check and make sure before we continued.
A need to get ahead early, and you've gone for this Aatrox pick, who just, we're seeing from these gank attempts, it's not really coming to fruition.
No.
Is that technically breaking my NDA? That's not my card, so you know.
And he went for 3 or 4 attempts, he did finally get that gank, but
Is that technically breaking my NDA? I do just want to say, I think that the alt art
You have no engage on this team.
for Rengar's Trophy Hunter,
set up or follow up better.
That's why I thought Wukong would be the answer.
like I
because
feel like
all
it's
other
the same
good AD
picture, they
junglers
just
that were engaged
changed
were
like
Bambell.
where he's looking.
Smart. But they are going to look for Redbird here. Remember, Redbird has no flash at all. He has put it incredibly
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Bull is
Rengar,
low as well. Good
alt
handshake
art.
pulling onto Berserker, but Redbird,
I'm
I think
looking
he's
at
gonna
the
get ran
website
down,
right now,
slowed
so
down.
it's
He's
officially
trying to
out.
get out of there. They are a little bit hesitant to chase, but the volley does find him. He shields himself up. The bailout is there. He will escape. looked like a little bit hesitant to chase in. I don't think they had eyes on the Aatrox, but they do have eyes on the Rise, and Inspired's got his eyes on the prize. Knocks down the blue man in mid lane. It's another kill for Lion.
Yeah, going so well for them. Bot lane going good, mid lane going good. Plate picked up as well, and I think Isles and Berserker not going too aggressive in that situation could have definitely stepped a bit more, but being respectful. They know
I want purple. I want all purple cards to be the worst cards, but I feel like purple cards are so good.
And there's no way they lose.
Like Baron Nashor,
yeah, is going to be really,
Miss Diana,
and Dokla going a little bit of HP here, so not just rushing in towards the Blade of the Rune King or anything like that. And does have the upgraded tier 2 boots. He has the Berserker Greaves. He has the Ghost, so has a lot of move speed here. Shino going to look for the all-in here. Ghost has just popped early, and I think he's gone way too far. Going to get knocked back. He has the Spellbook Ignite.
Oh, you don't like those? You don't like the little anime?
Shino still has the flash, but
Go
Dokla chasing
Dokla!
forward. He's going to be looking to finish him
Okay,
off.
we like the
Shino
flash.
has the flash to
We'll
get
take
out
the
of there.
flash.
Dokla has no flash to follow, and Envy is behind him, so Dokla's going to look for the kill. He goes
Execute?
in. The barrier gets
Ooh.
popped and keeps him alive. It's
That
a
would have been dope if he got the execute.
air quote solo kill there as Rise escorts him in, and Shino claims his prize.
A little bit of hitting there.
Y'all think people are saying stuff about him doing
And Shino kind of commits everything to that play to make it work. But I think it's one of these things that will mitigate the pressure from Dokla. It's not going to stop it completely.
Vein top?
You can see committing to this play here, goes for the ult. Dokla goes to try and get some space, but the Soul Furnace was popped there midway through the ult to get the damage down. And combined there with the Ignite, Dokla's already so
Oh my
low,
gosh, you know, somebody just said
Flash gets enough
that would,
distance,
oh my
and then
gosh,
the
that would have been
cooldown of the
so
Soul
cool.
Furnace comes up again.
What if they gave Smite all the different colors? So like red Smite, green Smite, blue Smite,
Isles is level 5, so he's got no way out.
and they have like kind of different effects? That would have been really cool.
Young-J as Loud roars to life, finally finds
That would have been really cool. The first card with 3 different colors.
Yeah, great moves there. Didn't have the ult from the Seraphine available yet to mitigate, and Young-J sliding in there on the Aatrox. Seeing some light from Loud now.
I love seeing people post my card in the Discord.
Misses the first Q though, is going to be able to hit the Petrifying Gaze. Redbird is gone, he flashes forward. Bull is in trouble, he still has a barrier, but it doesn't even matter. The minions can't help out enough. Saint gets an easy double and survives.
And that feels so bad. Just when Loud gets that early pressure they wanted, the double kill, it gets turned around, answered
They
back.
give
Saint
me
matches
5
it now,
unreached
though.
boxes now. I agree, that would be really cool. I hope they do that for us. I do.
The grubs, but it looks like for now they're just going to be heading back because mid lane
I
is
do,
getting
I
pushed
do,
in,
I
bot
do.
lane is getting pushed in. And Young-J hopping into the pit, trying to steal one. Inspired claims that first scrub, but does use his smite, so Young-J should be able to grab one, and does.
I think Young-J can get one and get out, but already we have the bot lane of Lion has moved over to mid, so I think wouldn't really be able to stay around for a fight. Inspired also very tanky, very healthy already at this point. Hard to take down, hard to focus down. Gold lead still in favor of Lion. It definitely did a bit of a dip and then bounced back up with the bot lane plays. Right now the concern is Saint pretty far ahead in that mid lane matchup on this Cassiopeia, and a lot of champions on the enemy team that this
When is
Cassiopeia does
Berserker
very
gonna
well
start popping
And look how
his
far Envy is from
stuff?
Roa, and Roa's already done now for Saint. Envy has got a long way to go to get that completed, so Saint going to be stacking up early here on that. Ashe has been moved down towards the bot lane once again as Bull was looking to try to catch someone from Lion in transition. Won't be able to do it just yet, though. It is going to be Cassio they're looking for now. You can see 3 members there from Loud heading in towards Saint. He's going to try to kite out, but he has no flash and he has no ulti. He has no chance. It's a shutdown there for Envy.
Guys,
another good punish here from
why are
Loud.
we
They're
not
back
locked
the mix.
in?
The gold lead almost eliminated.
Good pickup. More plays like this, exactly what Loud needs. And finding opportunities to challenge, finding moments where, you know, Saint a little bit pushed up in lane, didn't have the flash available from when he burnt to bot. If they keep chaining these summoners being down and finding kill opportunities, this is where they can find some success.
It's absolutely what they need to go for because they have no traditional hard engage, right? So it's basically punishing missing summoners. You got to be able to just run in there and hit a room prison or some sort of CC, a handshake to be able to set it up. And they have been
Are you
able
going to do
find a
anything for
number of good
release,
plays.
like a
Young-J
box
now in a pretty
opening
good
on
spot.
release day?
Unfortunately, only a couple
Hopefully,
hundred gold ahead
especially
for
if they
him,
send
but
us
still
something, because
feeling
remember
good
last
about it.
time for Spirit
And
Forge, they
Envy
sent
has
us
now
a
grabbed
box
his Roa,
before
so
Spirit Forge
he's
even
stacking up
released,
as well.
and we got
Dokla
to
on that
open it
top
on
side
stream.
is still gonna
So
be working in towards
hopefully
his
that
first
happens.
completed item.
Yeah, you saw G&G moving into the
pray.
dragon, but does back off. Doesn't really have the presence from the team. And actually, we're getting a swap from Loud. So we'll see if Dokla, I mean, he has both sums, should be safe here. He's also playing very respectful.
Yeah.
This means Loud giving up the second dragon, but potentially trying to make an aggressive play on the top side. But Dokla is wise to it and doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, I mean, he knows everyone from his team is bot side. They're not showing anyone to contest the Drake. Where could they be? They can be top side. So he's actually going to go see if he can spot out the jungler. He knows that they could be looking for a dive. I don't think he can defend this. Vayne has no wave clear whatsoever, so you're just going to have to back off until someone from your team gets towards that top side. But it is Hex Rift, so Inspired's going to be out on the map much faster. Saint is here now, and Inspired has arrived. They're going to look for a potential fight as Saint is chasing after Envy. 3 members strong on the top side here from Lion as they are trying to get zoned off from this top lane tier 1 by Loud. But looking to skirmish, and now the Ash Arrow going to be coming in. Nice dash away from G&G. It does connect in onto Bull, but no one in range to follow up on that.
Yeah, ends up not connecting onto a target they can really follow up on, but the presence from Lion does force Loud away.
Realm Warp going to be coming in there from Envy, and you can see no response right now in the bot side there as Shino's pushing up that. So Loud starting to play the map well. They zone Dokla off the top side. They're able to get some plates on there, deny some minions. They get some plates on bot side as well. Still lying in wait on this top side, looking to try to punish Saint, who has
I want to see Berserker pop off on the Ash.
Does have the petrifying gaze. If he plays far back, it's going to be tough, but they are going to look for him with the Callista all over the wall here. Saint has got to try to sidestep, and he does sidestep that handshake. Kiting back
Saint,
into the tower, but also take over there. The CC just
yo, why are we trolling right now? Like, why are we just entering?
Set up there, got on the immobile Cassiopeia. They were waiting for a while, but
Why are we letting G&G, aka an Aatrox,
the swap to top,
get super duper big?
Time. It's been gold positive for Loud, just eking some advantages there. They did end up giving over that second dragon for it, so there was a cost to this whole endeavor, but they have managed to pull ahead in terms of gold. It's just what they can do from this point here. You know, Lion are this team who are very slow to play this one out. Generally, if they don't see a favorable situation, if they think they can scale better, which I'm sure they feel that way in this game, they are happy to play it slow. So Loud, you need to keep pushing the pace of the game forward.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Dokla looks like he's just going to be going for experimental hexblade probably up on that top side as Shino making use of some powerful support itemization, going in for that Frozen Heart here second. There's double 80 carry on the other side, so it's going to be nice to have that up end available as Berserker pushes in mid. Saint has reset back out towards that top side, has Swifties to try to deal with some of this, you know, kind of relatively weak engage that does have, Loud does have. And he has his flash available once again, so pretty much all summoners are back now.
Not on ice skates, trying to figure out where to be. Maybe he'll pop off in team fights coming up.
I think with a lot of mobile champs on the side of Lion, you really want to just be trying to burn these summoners as often as possible for Loud, so you can set up for these plays, especially going
nice
into those
spacing
objectives.
from
With it being a
Berserker.
Hextech Soul as well, that's a big win con for Loud. That's the sort of Dragon Soul you're hoping for when you have pressure on to get an advantage early. Obviously, it would be a long way before they can stack their soul up, but it is a win con for them.
It absolutely is, and Redbird has completed his Mikhail, so great answer to that potential engage from Berserker as Dokla taking a bad end of a trade on the bot side. Ghost going to be popped here by Envy, looking for a fight against Saint, and Saint is losing out on that trade, has to retreat back. Has been getting pressured pretty heavily, and as a result is down a little bit of experience, but they're at the same level for now. Nice root lair landed onto Redbird. He is put low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land. Redbird is knocked down. Doesn't have the timing on the self Mikhails. Can't get it off as he is CC'd down and killed.
Yeah,
nice. Starcross does kind of read as a better spell compared to Smite, as it's a reaction even if it doesn't banish. Yeah, you take their unit, right?
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab the Herald. Shino doing great in the
I haven't seen the skins that just dropped. I really want to, but like we have to watch the game, so I have to catch it during intermission.
Trying to make these plays towards side lanes, but Dokla is going to base. He's not going to be messing around.
What's going on, Sup? It's VV. Hope you're having a good day today.
And it is going to be Shino TPing out towards that top side. Bit of a weird lane assignment when you're rushing a pretty early Frozen Heart to be placed against the Cassio, but Vayne is not easy either, so there's not really a great side lane matchup.
Jin's signature spell.
He was doing pretty good into the Vayne.
Was it released?
When he had item advantage, you know, Dokla going towards his Hexblade has just now completed it. But Chino does feel very bulky.
Curtain
at this
call.
point, and I think
Choose one
doesn't
you
quite
haven't
have the
already
damage to cut
chosen.
through, even though he doesn't
Draw
have that much
one.
magic resist.
Deal
He's
2
pumped
to a
in so
unit at a
heavily. I
battlefield.
think for now he can just
Deal
hold it.
3 to a unit
Moves
at a
enemy down
base.
bot lane to pick up that
Give
tower.
a unit at a battlefield -4 this turn. Repeat. You may pay each additional cost to repeat this spell's effect.
On the top side. And some slight edges here for Lion on the bot side. Saint looking like they're going to try to jump in. Nice
I might be
backstep from
playing
Young Jay.
Jin.
Avoids the petrifying gaze, but pops the world ender, so it's just going to have that.
I might be
running
playing
out.
Jin
Inspired
next.
looking to try to play this. Pops the max dosage. He's getting CC'd down. I don't know if the healing is going to be enough here. He gets knocked down. Inspired got way overconfident with that ulti, and now Sage is in trouble.
Are we just a little bit cocky in this game?
Has the flash. We'll have to use it, but they can tank this forever. Sage is on the run. The tower's trying to help him out, but I don't think he has the damage. J.D.G comes in. It's a sword to the heart. It's a couple kills for Loud, and it's their first major lead of the series.
J.D.G going huge there, and this is the thing with the Aatrox into the Mundo. The passive stopping the CC kind of irrelevant.
I mean, hasn't he always kind of
with those
been
sweet spots? And Shino's so tanky. He walks in the turret, starts to get low.
a little
the harness
bit?
kicks in, and it's like he's got a whole nother health bar you have to burn through.
Berserker in trouble, taking this fight here against
I agree,
Bull,
Tone.
but now in comes Isles. The heal is there as well. Gonna try to land the encore. Good side
Close.
step by Bull. He had no
Where's
flash.
Blando at?
That
Is
would've been his
Seraphine
life if
being
it landed.
played?
Close one there. Did have the barrier available, so maybe could have saved him. But it was definitely close. If the follow-up was there for Miles, maybe could have taken him down. But Loud now having the pressure, able to pick up the second dragon for themselves, seemingly uncontested. This is a much better spot than what we saw from the early game.
It really is. I mean, the scaling's still good for Lion, but they've got to be careful. This was just straight up overconfident from Inspire.
Yeah, I think feeling super tanky in the Mundo, like he can walk forward. They are the ones who aggress here and move. And it's just so easy to proc the passive on the Mundo. Doesn't have that CC immunity. They kind of just charge him down.
Don't
and
they
he doesn't
kinda
get a chance to
always
really get a ton of
treat-
value from the ult. And then here,
Don't they kind
the
of
fact that
always?
Saint's like, oh, I can kite them, I have the tower, and Shino just kind of ignores it, and the Cassiopeia damage again. No magic resist. Doesn't really matter. He's just so bulky at this point of the game.
Yep, very tanky at this point. And Inspired also got no value from his W in that fight. You know, he didn't actually get it down as he was getting
Brazil
stunned.
kind of
Had he been
too
able to
lit
pre-pop
right
that
now,
W
man.
as the CC's landing, it is such a massive
We
amount
can't
of
let them get
mitigation,
this
but if you
win.
are not timing that correctly, if it comes out when you're already low, it's a
You're-
useless ability. It doesn't
What's
do
going
anything at all
on,
for you.
Oso?
So much of the tankiness of Mundo is about how you use that. The Ren comes in to slow down Isles. He has the blast cone. Will be able to get back to safety. As Berserker is there to cover, but still keeping this pressure up. And look, Doku can't even walk up on top side, so there's 4 members here from Loud. They're just moving around the map, and you gotta say it, they're out macroing Lion at this point of the game.
Yep, good moves. Getting a goldie, 2,000 gold up. The crowd definitely feeling enthused now. And kind of reminiscent to the series we had yesterday with like game 1.
Yeah,
so
no, it definitely feels that way. We need like a proper counter to purple.
Land there on a Berserker. The hostile takeover lands, but it's the arrow coming
Immediate
out. Beautiful
cleanse.
Mikhail's there. That's a
Dude,
Captain
the
Jack from
way
the support.
that cleanse happened so quickly, it didn't even look like he got stunned at all. Like there was no break in his movement.
Losing the
Crazy.
flash hurts from Redbird for sure. So he's gonna have to be a bit careful now.
I feel like when you get a clutch, it's not as bad. You know, you have that safety net.
That's true.
We obviously did see him get punished earlier and die when that ult wasn't available, but gives you that second out as an immobile sort of enchanter pick. Compared to what is typically
You
available.
did miss the card reveal.
The Dead Man's has been completed.
I can link it though.
Sterix for Young Jay. Inspired still trying to continually scale up here. Doesn't really have much
That's awkward.
MR at all. I assume he's probably going to go Spirit Visage next would be my guess. Just such a powerful item there on Mundo. And you do need to respect the damage that the Rise can do.
Yeah, I mean, as well, we were so critical of the Aatrox pick and how we felt we needed more early pressure, we needed more impact, but Young Jay really having a great game for himself. And in these, he's been able to find angles to access these fights, and now is just a big threat. Isles does get out off the tether just in time.
Had the angle to walk out of the Infernal Chains. It's pretty easy to walk out the side of it. It's impossible to walk out the back of it. The Herald going to get dropped here, as it seems more of like a timeout Herald than an intentional Herald, as they got that quite a long time ago, and it is not going to do anything at all. So wasted Herald here for Lion. They are struggling a bit.
No, literally same. Like I'm thinking I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run Defy, not so fast. I need 3 of each copy. Like
Chino, who's been doing well in the 1v1, who's been the one, receiving that help, receiving that pressure, and it's allowed Chino to get into a good spot. and constantly be pushing forward, not allowing Dokla to farm plates, not allowing Dokla to look for the 1v1s he would have wanted.
Yeah, also Dokla hasn't really built to like shred tanks. I know Vayne always does cut through tanks, but they're definitely built
Kraken.
Yeah, or like Ginsu's or something like that. So hasn't really built in a way that's going to cut through Shino, and Shino has definitely built in a way to mitigate the Vayne as much as possible. So it has just kind of neutralized that matchup. You can see from how the Coldcraft has panned out.
Yeah, it's a big swing. It's definitely a big swing, but still within 1.5k gold at this point. And Dokla does believe that Vayne just scales really, really well, likes getting a bit of health, making it easier to team fight. And so we'll see how he performs in the team fights, because if you're not going to win in the lane, then the pick has to get it done later. And Lion do have a lot of powerful scaling here. Always have to talk about the power that Seraphine has in the later stages, as well as Isles is getting more and more gold, closing in on his second item, which is a very big spike for Seraphine.
Yeah, I mean, that spike is just so crazy, the healing value you have available. And we haven't really seen any healing cut apart from on the...
I did Dauntless. I saw Dave Duskin announce curtain call.
Coming in, they're going to look for Berserker. Does he have to flash? No, has the confidence to just back up, and now they stun up Redbird here. Just get a little bit of damage down on him, but the Fate's Call was available, and they're not going to be able to go for anything else. Saint, though, moving over into the area. A lot of members converging around this dragon, as it's going to be spawning in 15 seconds. It would be Soul Point for Loud,
which seems to be a really nice
only one away from that Hex
card.
Tech Soul that they would love to get, and Berserker will not have his Enchanted Crystal Arrow for this fight.
Yeah, and we know that Lion have given over dragons before when they feel like the fight setup isn't good, but this is a big one to give over. Hex Tech Soul so strong.
Which Askin?
Giving it though. Look where Dokla is. He's still on top side. Has he has some favor complete? He's just going to play.
I need to see it again. I think it's Project.
TP up to try to answer it here. So now Lion will be kind of that one potential team fight away from losing the game. That's the risk you play when you give 3 dragons.
It puts so much emphasis on
no, this is
that one last fight that you're playing around. And the thing is, it's like, even if you get the fight right, but you lose the soul, with it being Hextech Soul,
you know,
so much power as a force.
I couldn't tell you, Loki.
If you know, maybe you get 4 kills, they get 2 kills, and they get the dragon, you still don't feel good about that, because the Hextech Soul's there for the rest of the game. So it does put Lion in a delicate position, but they've done this many times before. They often opt into this and clearly have confidence that a later time is going to be better for them. And they're looking at the spikes they'll approach and be like, hey, we can do better than this. We can get penetration on Berserker.
Here comes the ulti from Shino looking for Berserker. Berserker definitely has to flash here.
Whoa, JT, are they of the same color?
And he flashes late. Is going to be able to get hit by the hostile takeover. In comes Inspired, as well as Saint, and the TP is there from Dokla, but it's quite far away. I don't know if Lion can really find a re-engage, but Saint seems to think so. Petrifying Gaze does land onto Shino. He is grounded, he is slowed, but he is very, very tanky. Running back as Berserker and Saint stepping forward. Young-J in some trouble. He's going to get rooted up. He's going to get stunned. He's going to flash.
Okay.
But the tower is not healthy enough. It's a shutdown, and now it's a flash forward there. As all of
We've been waiting on this.
Takes down Shino.
We've been waiting on this.
To life. Envy on the side
for the whole
game. Has the ghost pop, but can't find
Are we going Baron? I think we're going Baron.
They can. They're really healthy, Inspired, full HP, and the healing and shielding
I think we're
from
going
the
Baron.
Seraphine. This should be an easy pickup. I don't even think Loud can contest this, to be honest. But they are looking to walk over and see if they can find an angle in, but no one's really low other than the Seraphine.
Yeah, this is risky if you try to go for it. I mean, Envy over the wall may try to look for something here, but no jungler, no chance to grab it. And it is going to be a big lead now there for Lion, setting themselves up for success. They found the angle, and they hard forced it. They just fully committed to that play.
Yep. Oh, Inspired.
Inspire going to get found here by Bull as well as Redbird. He has no ulti. He may just be going down. Flashes back.
Why does it look like everybody like really want to see Poppy?
Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be sidestepped there by Bull. Well played by him. Let's see this fight in mid lane one more time.
So Loud feel pretty happy about how the initial play goes, right? They get a flash from Berserker that's desynced from the dragon.
Dude, the CC
the thing is, Lion
that they just did to Ash.
They're death balling with the Seraphine, with an Ash, with a Cassiopeia. They land the slows and they push forward, and I think Loud like, okay, we're in the tower.
Well done to Berserker, permanently autoing, by the way.
And once those slows connect and the Seraphine
and we're just getting turret after turret after turret after turret.
The potential is insane here.
It really is. I mean, they have so much move speed across these champions. You got Devin,
we got one turret.
You have a ghosted Vayne with experimental Hexblade. You have bonus speed from the Seraphine. Everyone slowing them down, chasing after them. It's a big fight win there for Lion. But
Yep,
still
actually,
2 minutes
CV.
until this Dragon here. They're going to have to deal with that. And this is Inspired's accolades here. You know, his performance in the LCS, nearly a 70% win rate across 3 different teams, 3 MVPs.
Okay, but does
first
it
3 teams All-Pros.
resolve?
Has won 5 titles, been to 6 internationals, 1 in MVP and LEC
Yeah,
as
I think
well.
you have to wait
me,
till they
he
say
is
all of
still
their
the best
things,
jungler in
and
the
then you
West,
defy
though Skumon
everything
is
they
having
just
an
did.
incredible year and obviously contesting that.
Yeah, very decorated, absolutely, and
Redbird
very
in
tanky
trouble.
right now.
He's going to flash back. Saint still chasing after him. That is the flash, that is the heal. And that is Redbird getting punished for a bit aggressive positioning, I think it's fair to say.
You know, we talked about Lion giving up that Dragon, the risk it entailed to find a better fight. It seemed like
Poppy
they found
is
it
gonna
and
have to
now-
be like huge, right?
Will it be enough? Young-J coming in on the side. He seems to have found Isles.
Because she's the last one to be revealed.
He's going to be knocked down. There's the reset for Young-J as he comes in and
good.
stops that attack in its tracks here. Lion do get a tower, but they do lose their support for it.
And I don't think getting nearly as much from the Baron power play as you'd hope, right? You see at the top of your screens, Red Bull Baron power play only plus 700 gold. It's not a huge amount. We are going into this next Dragon fight, and this is kind of what everything came down to. Yes, Lion's comp feels really strong at the moment. They
Let
got some
them
big
go through
spikes.
all of
The
it.
penetration from Berserker, Finished Model Reminder, Leandries for Saint, Spirit Visage for Inspired.
So
But
you
they
don't
need
get to
win this
respond to
fight.
each
They
thing.
don't have flash on Berserker, it's not available. Saints flash down as well. Critical summoners that they don't have access to going into this.
And the flashes are there for Envy and Bull on the other side. They're going to TP in. Are they going to look to try to start the fight out themselves? Isles still running out from base here. He is behind the play, so it is a 4v5-4 now. You can see Envy on the side trying to find an angle to get in. Will they look for it here? Inspired just standing confidently in front of the team, creating space for Berserker. They need to protect their carries, and Inspired is the man to do it. The
Now, what is Mr. Envy doing over there?
They do get some damage down on Shino, but look at Envy on the side. He finds Isles, and in goes Shino.
Isles.
And Redbird is trying to take over here with the hostile takeover, but he misses everyone.
Nobody's protecting Isles, but luckily...
Young-J trying to take him down. It's up to Dokley. He's in the back line. He's battling against Bull. Bull flashes away, but
Come on, help him, Dokes!
Berserker stands, he fires, he falls. It's up to Dokley now. He tries to roll back, but he just can't do it. It's a triple for
Berserker really tried right there. Berserker really did try. Run! Run, Inspired! Inspired! Hex Tech Soul.
We see Envy come up huge. This mid laner who punched it for them in the domestic playoffs finds a massive spread of kills there. Dokla trying everything to make it back in that team fight, but it's just not enough. The angles of approach, so difficult to deal with there.
That is massive for Loud. And Dokla.
True, JT. Envy did eat, but like, Isles knew he was there, right? So why didn't he reposition? Why did he stay right there and just eat all of that damage?
From MasterCard, Loud, loving it, getting the fight win and getting the Dragon.
And we see it's Envy on this flank is immediately such a threat to Isles. And what Lion's comp wants to do is stay grouped, use like the AoE of the Seraphine, the AoE buffing. Isles gets removed immediately. Saint's in an uncomfortable position, and we see Dokla. He's doing as much as he can on this backline, but Berserker gets rooted just before Redbird dies. Gets that root, I believe it was him, and then it's just Inspired left. And yes, he's tanky, but with no damage from the rest of the team, nothing he can do.
And I think Saint just kind of lost track of where Redbird was, because Saint was hugging that wall, and he got handshook over the wall into the Scion as well as the Aatrox. And
no, bad.
From Redbird to me is a game changer, because if he doesn't get pulled into that team, he can kite back. Saint doesn't die early. It's a completely different team fight. It's a completely different game. So great punish there from Redbird, finding Saint over the wall. And this is Loud with Mago versus Envy. We talked about it right before, 48 hours before the upper bracket finals. They changed their mid laner, and they went on a tear with
did
Envy.
25k
they won the CB wall. It
damage.
was not the expectation.
Goodness
and Envy
gracious.
coming up big in this team fight here, right when they need him most.
And here's the thing, you kind of gambled it all as Lion on being able to fight that Soul fight. And now, playing against the Hextech Soul, the composition of Lion wants to group together to get the maximum benefit from the Seraphine. You're a Death Pool comp. Every time you group together, one bit of damage hits you, and the slow spreading across the team. As you see there, we talked about how that fight they won, the big mid-game fight, was around their movement speed, chasing down the target. How are you supposed to do that when every time you get hit, the AoE slow comes in? It's going to make it so much more difficult for Lion here.
Over the wall here, trying to find an angle, is now spotted.
No, like Hextech Soul is so good for them.
Lion still has a lot of scaling power though, and definitely not giving up just yet. As Shino stepping forward, going to take some damage. That Soul Furnace shield is massive. He's going to have to ult in retreat though. Cancels it early.
That's good. No sign ulti for engage.
Confident, looking to step forward. Berserker and Saint trying to chase down Young-Jae.
Y'all gotta watch this Envy.
But now he has to flash out of there very quickly as he's taking a ton of damage. Doka though popped the final hour and got sent packing by Envy.
Wait,
he had to
flash?
run away in a hurry. And Shino going to be going back to face with the TP up and available.
Sion.
He could look for a potential flank.
And you can see in that situation, you know, Lion trying to move forwards, they see the angle, held at bay.
Heal up Dokes, heal up Dokes.
And it feels like they're just kind of pinstring them in. Young-Jae, they could be in
look for
trouble.
Young-Jae, the slows do land, but the roots do not.
Dude, the Hex Soul.
Going to be slowed up with the rest of the team. Shino has arrived, and he has the ulti back already. The Encore coming through across multiple members. Berserker
That's a really big choke. That's a huge choke. That's a huge choke. That was an insane choke.
As this man is taking over and ending Lion's world. Absolutely huge.
Bro, everybody gets one game. Like, chill.
And he's just able to do nothing. Inside does end up killing.
Everybody gets one game.
And Loud able to come through. Might just be able to end off the back of this. Doesn't look like they're going to commit to it with some resources.
Yeah, no, Renata 8.
They'll just go to Baron instead. But still, team fight win after team fight win for this squad.
Yeah, Sarah's trying to use her ulti in response to Renata ulti, but
so well, you have to say. They don't have great hard engage, but they're coming from so many angles. And Lion, the nature of their comp is they want to be death.
How do you not so fast to Renata ulti?
They're getting caught by CC time and time again. They're not able to find a good position. The Ash Arrow does come through.
Yeah, they kind of doing the most. They kind of doing the most, Street.
Look for a reset. Now they
like y'all can chill, bro.
I mean, Redbit was huge here with the ult flash over the wall. Catches Berserker, but also
like, girl, what was that root? Who was she aiming for with that root?
80 carries here. One immediately and one he just have to chase down for a while, but Doka just can't really do anything. The previous fight, Doka got so much value, and it just immediately this Aatrox pouncing on these backliners doesn't give them a chance.
And Envy did a great job as well. I mean,
like Shawty over there whipping her hair like she Willow Smith, girl. We is doing too much.
It's these multiple angles of attack.
Doing too much.
He has been a game changer in back-to-back fights.
Y'all doing all of this riff free, and y'all about to get y'all cheeks taken in Game 3. Like, I don't know what to say.
But you know,
no, literally
really
Solar.
Games, so they have to stay buttoned up. They need to be playing this out well.
Can't have a loud team and a quiet crowd. This is true. This is true. I guess.
If I'm loud, I just don't flip the Elder.
I guess.
So quick update, there was a visual bug saying Saint reconnected. No one actually DC'd, so it was not DC'd during that time. Just a visual bug.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, I was wondering about that when it popped up, but if I'm loud, I don't even make it a flip with the Elder. I force Lion to approach in this situation, and then you have the slows to set up on them. You don't have the hard engage, we've talked about that, but you have the slows that make it very difficult for Lion to kite away. If you let it come down to a 50-50, I think that's a mistake with how strong they are in these fights currently.
I mean, look at Envy. He's full built. He's got the death cap. He is completely kitted out.
If we can get Elder, that would be great.
Yeah, you just melt.
If we don't, that would be bad.
He's on the side here. He's very split from the team. If he gets spotted, it could be dangerous. And will get revealed by the Baron buff. He's got to be careful.
Okay, we caught Envy.
He was not thinking about that Baron buff. Can they chase him down and knock him down? The Actualizer gets blocked. He stands, he fights, he kills them both. Envy takes the game into his hands. Lion can do nothing. You may get Envy, but you're gonna
You know what? It's okay. Let's reset, save our mental, and we'll see y'all in Game 3. Let's reset, save our mental. We'll see y'all in Game 3. Y'all, one in chat if you think Inspired is about to go curse everyone out. One in chat if you think Inspired is gonna go back to that break room and curse everybody out.
And now they make them pay. They tie it up. They were crushed.
And I mean everybody.
They battle back. back in game 2.
Because I 1111 angel numbers.
The CB Lol are tied up with the LCS.
Everybody about to catch a lick.
What a game, Young-J. And I think Young-J
One shot them through shields. And lived.
I mean, I knew that
it lived for both of them.
Damage, but it still just shocked me.
I mean, that hurts because they had Encore and Petrifying Gaze, and you caught him with the Crystal Arrow. If you just layer Encore,
yeah,
that turns him into you for the Petrifying Gaze. UCC him 100-0, but they thought they could
I love that Big
free.
Dukes is still smiling though.
He showed them they were wrong, and Lounge, it's a tied series. What do you think?
I mean, very popular game in this room, actually. Yeah, wow.
They told us, don't be game one Andy.
I was a game one Andy. That was definitely a game one Andy. Okay. Wow.
What a game.
It was close the whole time. It felt like until the Aatrox really got rolling.
Sky, thank you so much for the 15 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Yeah, and this is
yeah,
where
it's still 1-1.
I actually really do want to end up
I really
calling
hope
out
we don't go to
Young-J,
no
right?
game
we were
5.
like, okay, it was looking a little dicey with some of the early plays.
No, you didn't miss the series. You only missed
really
the first 2 games. This is game 2 that just ended, but Lion won, so we will be at least going to game 4.
Got rolling again. Here we go in mid lane. There is Young-J. Really good handshake from Redbird as well to clean up that kill, and I thought that was really what stalled Lion.
Oh wait, who just got revealed?
Also allowed for Loud to have so many setups where Envy is approaching, right? Or they're splitting up a fight, which is really important going up against this kind of Ashe, Seraphine, Deathball composition.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say too. He gave the shutdown to Envy, the Rise that ended up blasting us. There were 2 critical picks on Isles in the late game, Jat.
True.
That led up to the Dragon Soul. Young-J killed him once, and Envy killed him the other time.
So this was when it looked a little bit like
your temporary effects at my battlefield don't trigger.
Right, this is the structure of the team when they can go front to back when they're not at risk of getting flanked. Then they can just walk up and get the attacks. Okay. Hey, it's a balanced segment right here.
So this
but then in later fights they
Gutter Palace at the start of your beginning phase. If you have exactly 4 cards in hand, oh, this is definitely for Gen. Why didn't they release Gen in set 4? Like, I need to know. If you have exactly 4 cards in hand and exactly 4 units at battlefields, you win the game.
This soul fight, right? We talked about how Envy here is just lying in wait as the Rise, and this really allows, this really allows the fight to split up, right? So, like, this composition from Lion can't deathball. Everyone gets split up. Loud cleans up. They've been stacking Drakes this entire time, and this was what really put
exactly
them over the edge.
4 cards in hand, exactly 4 units at battlefields.
Wow. The other side, Saint is getting handshake into.
It's not exactly 4 units at a battlefield. You just need 4 units.
Yeah, player of the game.
You win the game.
What do we hear from the fans? That's what I voted.
And this doesn't even have to be just for Gen. Play a 1 bird unit token with Deflect.
We're constantly disagreeing. I apologize. Yeah, but player of the game was Young-J.
Dude, I love those type of cards though. That's why I want to build a Lucian deck so I can just like collect points. Like stuff like that is so funny.
They could group up, right? And that's where I think with Envy, with Young-J, they just had such better side lane pressure. Like,
oh, do you think like it wouldn't, like it'll be banned from pro play or whatever?
In the bot lane, like I actually thought Loud played the map really, really well, especially with the Rise, with the Aatrox splitting up Lion.
Yeah, we have our AWS post game as well for this game. You can see how it was
like with Rengar.
But then eventually Loud was able to take it down.
Actually, Chat.
It'll come up in a second. Don't worry about it. The chat's Pog vote is going to be populating in a second. 100%
I was going to say, there's no way that's true.
Yeah!
Production is trolling me right here. But as you can see...
Young-J damage, though. Come on.
I mean... Young-J, okay. Yeah, the damage? Okay,
we're getting
Young-J.
That's crazy.
We need to talk about the series, though, because beforehand...
I want to see what Uproar. The Discord is in.
Are you saying it's 3-1 for Loud now? They're saying it's 3-1 for Loud now. They're trying to flip it.
Can we do silver scrapes, all 5?
Yeah, I think this is a card that will beat purple. At the very least, maybe.
They're not going to make a deal with us. Some greedy fans, man. I'll take 5 games. I'm scared after. After America's Cup in this game, I'm officially terrified for the LCS against the CBLOL. Game 3 is up after this break. Let's go Loud.
So you just flood cards into hands? Oh.
Nice.
Very sad we lost that game, not gonna lie.
If I get stunned here, look. Yeah, I'm tanking. Tower's one shot, tower's one shot. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going. Focus, catch you. Focus. Yeah, they know me, it's fine, they know me. Arrow. Nice. Go back. Vapor. Nice, AV.
Nice. Ooh. Down with purple. I think everybody hates purple now because it's always been so dominant. They really need to find like either that or like in the next set, like when cards get deleted or whatever, like you can't play them anymore. They need to make sure that a different color is like the best. Is that Stella cosplay? Why, yes, it is.
When I was a player.
Oh no, I haven't seen the April Fool's skins. Let's watch those. Let's watch those. Are they on Twitter? League of Legends. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the YouTube. League of Legends.
Come on down to Swain's Hot Chicken. It's finger.
I'm not ready. I don't think. But here we go.
Come on down to Swain's Hot Chicken. It's finger licking fun for the whole cluck and flock. We got cheap deals and something for the little chickies
Oh
too.
my gosh.
Fly on down for a ride on our very own pug. We got entertainment for everyone, from little chicks to big old hands.
Oh my gosh.
So come on down to Swain's Hot Chicken. And remember, we're roosted for you. I'm a free-range bird. I don't want to go back to my desk. I don't want to be rotisserie.
What? No, we gotta go again.
Down to Swain's Hot Chicken.
Okay, so Swain is getting a KFC skin.
It's finger licking.
And Swain is literally Colonel Sanders. You can see the different chromas for Colonel Sanders and the different chickens.
fun for the whole clock and fly. We got cheap deals.
The dance, the body roll, him taking off his shirt. We've been waiting on that one. The CEO tag.
On our very own pub.
Okay, so a play on Pugma, but this is Sejuani undoubtedly with her boar becoming a dog.
We got entertainment.
And then we're getting a, hold on, let me move me. And then we're also getting a Tomkin skin and a Vex skin.
From little chicks to big old hands.
And a Blitzcrank skin.
So come on down to Swain's Hot Chicken.
Just pure chaos.
We're roosted for you.
And then Mordekaiser.
I'm a free range.
Is he joining the attorney skin or something? He looks like a stockbroker.
I don't want to be rotisserie.
Oh my freaking gosh. Holy moly. A literal day trader. A literal day trader. Oh, they released. Okay, let's see. Let's look at the splash arts. The Blitzcrank skin? Kind of cute. But it kind of gives me Space Groove at the same time. What is it supposed to be? Bubble Bash Blitzcrank. Slay. Then we got Pug Trainer Sejuani. That is so cute. That is adorable. We've got Surprise Party Vex. Okay, joining the Surprise Party Fiddlesticks. And then we've got Chonk Kinch. That is too cute. Extra hot, extra crispy. He is hot. Extra crispy fried chicken King Swain. Holy moly, man. Holy moly. So T. Wow. Okay, and then Prestige Money Miser Mordekaiser. He's truly a day trader. He looks kind of good though. Like the suit, the all gold. He looks kind of gorm. And he got money. And he got money. Okay. I'm mad at you.
After that one, Redbird, I thought really had some close plays. You know, there's always, in anything that goes wrong, there's part misplay, part outplay. You know, Saint was maybe in some spots that he shouldn't have been, but the soul fight, you know, the handshake over the wall from Redbird, game changing. The final fight, you know, over by that Baron, well, not final, the kind of felt like it ended the game a bit, but that fight over by the Baron, the flash hostile takeover was incredible as well.
I think if you're playing Renata in a Seraphine and you're both playing passive, you lose so hard.
Already thirsting for the Swain skin, not gonna lie. He took off his shirt. Like,
you get so much easy value. It's so much easier for the Seraphine to impact the game.
What's one supposed to do?
You have to be proactive, and Redbird really was. So credit to him for that performance there.
Especially after the lane went so fast.
Oh wait, hold on.
Right, to be able to actually find value in the later stages when most people would be looking at it and saying, okay, well, you've already been heavily outscaled at this point, right? You're not going to be as useful. It is going to be an Aurora first pick here for Loud. It is up and available. Lucian going to be the answer.
Berserker Lucian? Oh, it's happening.
There's obviously the possibilities
it's happening.
of Melio. We've seen some Lucian Sona. There's Lucian Braum, the old classic.
Yeah, so there's options available, but I feel like with the Namigon does limit that. That's like the sort of premier one. People
rise
starting to get a little
of support pairings for Lucian.
Yeah, and they are going to secure the Wukong. We did see a ton of jungle bans in the last draft, so it kind of thinned the pool a good amount. Inspired wanting to get a pick early, some solid engage, and also denies like the Wukong Aurora is a big threat, especially if you're playing a short-ranged AD carry like Lucian.
Yeah, and Azir really has fallen.
Can we get a
Orianka? I wasn't sure if it was going to or not. And we have
You can get a
Kiana. It is falling through picks and bans quite a lot. Has been receiving consistent nerfs. Kiana being considered here was banned in the second phase last game, if I do recall correctly. So Young-J going to be able to get his hands on that. You're already looking at a tremendous amount of burst here in these first two picks between the Aurora as well as that Kiana. And now it is going to be Cassante locked in. So now you have to choose. Do you want to try to match some of these roles? Which lane do you want to counterpick? You can counterpick one of the solos, but then they have protection bans for the other.
Yeah, I think honestly you might just want to grab a support, because even though there are multiple pairings left with the Lucian, you would get them trimmed down pretty quickly if you left it open. And this also means that
like the Braum. People don't like Lucian Braum. Also, I'm going to run the ad break now so you don't get it during game.
A strong pairing,
because I think it'll be another 3 minutes before game starts.
Cooldown, but still, he's going to functionally be similar. And especially when you have this Lucian, Wukong, and Braum, the passive stacking is really fast. It's a lot of skirmishing.
If Lions stayed on their Qs and Ps, we'd be on our last game.
3v3. Really hard to play out against this trio, and we see the Rakan banned away.
There's a lot of like
because with that mobility,
kill your own units and get this effect type of cards getting released.
There, so going to be focusing on that as Azir will get banned away now from Saint.
Yeah, but at least they get the ads out of the way.
Relatively safe mid laner. You know, obviously does fit that control mage bill, but can escape from a lot of sticky situations, both with the Emperor's Divide as well as the dash. And when you see what Loud have drafted, they want to go in, right? You know, they've already showcased what they're going to be playing. I also think picks like this that Loud is showing become that much stronger when Renata's already off the table, right? Because Renata is so good into what they are displaying right now.
Yeah, I wonder maybe like the Talia could also be a ban, just Talia into the likes of a Kiana and Cassante can have a lot of value if we are just going to keep banning away mid laners in this situation. Going for the Annie instead, which we have seen rise in priority, got some buffs coming into this tournament.
Hello, folks and ads. If you can't see the draft, I'm here to save you. Lucian Braum is Giga strong though. Now since he can prop Braum passive easily. That's what I always thought, but a lot of people said that Lucian Braum is bait.
Considered to be quite good into tanks. Not that you're really expecting to just slam the Cassante, but you can scale well. And I do like Gwen into some of these
an album next month. Let's go. Speaking of LeBlanc,
instead it is going to be LeBlanc here for the answer from Saint. Of course, the ethereal chains do go between, you know, when you go across the veil, you go invis, but if the chains are already connected, that can follow through, can reveal
you're trolling.
And can be a pretty effective matchup. You have a lot of mobility to be able to get out when they are going in.
Oh, okay.
You're just going to get Sivir.
I was like, hold on, where's the Gwen?
As the answer here.
I think kind of just picking for team fights when you take these two, you know, mobility going to help a lot of those, that top side you have.
You're so kind, Shadow.
And the Alistair,
giving them the rundown.
Into the Braum Lucian, it's not really fun going into
massive Sivir and Alistair lock-in.
I think LeBlanc
you should be a
caster.
caster.
Given that if you're playing something immobile, something that doesn't have a dash, into Kiana, Aurora,
Garen?
you're gonna have a rough time.
Oh, the Garen, I talked about it.
Yeah, you mentioned.
This is one of the things, and we never really saw him brought it out. You know, it was last year when he was actually coaching 100 Thieves, he had been spamming Garen, which he was using as a counter to Cassante, which had been incredibly popular. The reason, you know, this is really strong, there's a lot of armor pen on your E, but also, when Cassante goes all out, guess what happens? Justice.
Yeah, you just slam the ult, the true damage. He's getting
I'm loving the girly pops.
Had a choice, but also
loving the girly pops in the crowd.
Alistair is also pretty vulnerable to that ultimate, and it's a short-range comp. If you get on top of a Sivir as well, you know, she's gonna have a bad time into a Garen.
Yeah,
if Garen gets
ahead, Garen, like I kind of live.
It is. It's absolutely a menace. Can be really problematic to deal with the Garen, but Garen's weaknesses remain the same regardless of the matchup. Is that this champion is relatively low mobility. You can be kited. If Sivir pops the ult and then all of a sudden you flash in, you get headbutt away by the Alistar, you get knocked up next time you're getting there. It's very difficult to close that gap.
I think having flash really big when it comes to team fights and a good angle of approach. I'm looking at this mid jungle as well, this Aurora and this Kiana. If they get ahead, they can just be so oppressive, and you are playing a Lucian into this. This is a short-range AD carry. You don't have shielding, protection. You don't have healing from your support.
Wait, what delivery?
Like,
your food?
If you're trying to play too aggressive in these team fights. So really,
Young
can this
Disney
mid-jungle from the side of Loud get some momentum? We saw Young-J have a phenomenal game in Game 2. If he gets ahead on Kiana, he can take over the Rift.
Absolutely can.
Why are we Disney?
Looked really good on the Aatrox, and Envy strong in the late game. So we'll see if Loud can continue that momentum here. or if Lion can get something back, as Inspire going to show up here at mid lane, and this is just an aggressive trade. Wants to get a
some
little
early,
bit of
damage down,
and will be able to do it. So Envy getting put behind, a couple hundred health there in mid lane already.
Yeah, we see a trade of potions coming out as well, so Envy not opting to recall TP back in.
We can see Inspired wants to start enemy Raptors. GEN.G is on the red, won't actually have information about this. Now is going to spot each other. Will he be able to get it? Should be able to grab it with the smite. And the question is, can he get the little ones? Definitely want a lot of that experience. The reset is there. Now he gets level 2, and GEN.G now tried to steal away some of these.
I think this is one thing that you can really rely on Inspired for is his knowledge of like where the jungler will be, where they're going to start,
back over towards his side of the jungle, pick up his
like
blue
smart
in this
invades,
maybe he's less
good
focused around
trades.
securing
Like
that side, and he wants to
I feel like he's really good at that part.
to cover his camps, but it looks like he's just moving to his blue side of the jungle.
Yeah, and it is going to be GEN.G crossing the entire map. Started his own red, didn't get that, ran to the enemy red,
an Osmo
and is going to be on that.
pocket.
And remember, live now, the Act 2 Battle Pass bundle. Purchasing unlocks the Prestige Requiem Sona skin and Chroma. So grab that if you're interested now. It's also worth touching on Dokla is playing Ignite. I was wondering if he was going to play Ghost, if he was going to play Ignite, you know, what he was going to do. I do feel like combat summoners are very powerful in counter matchups because of home guards allowing you to get out on the map so quickly, and also getting TP from your role quest later on. But at the end of the day, GEN.G going to be pretty happy about this. They had that ward over on the blue buff, so they knew what Inspired was doing. Yeah, and this is GEN.G kind of getting ahead.
I assume that Inspired's now going to path up towards GEN.G's side of the jungle and clear out those camps.
But he has no info. They have no ward on the bot side, right? So he doesn't even know. He's going to find out just now. They had no vision on him. He thinks, I think, that GEN.G was on his blue camps.
I got that LeBlanc skin when I thought Rookie was the best player in the world. It was a sad era for Faker back then. I don't even
Dokla does proxy one wave. He's going to go behind the tier 2. He's going to proxy the second wave as well. And then he's going to base and home guard out on the map.
It felt risky just to return to his own jungle, especially to his Gromp, which is so far away from everything with no ward coverage. I think he really had a window to twist a knife and choke GEN.G out of the game, and I feel like GEN.G kind of just went, okay, I'll just go to your red side, and he feels great because now he's clearing through his blue side of the jungle.
That is insane, JT. What was this?
Yeah, they're going to try to go forward here on to Redbird. Redbird is put low. Heals are traded. Bull going to get stunned up as well, but now comes GEN.G, and now Lion's bot lane is in trouble. They do have flashes. They might have to use them. Redbird going to be looking for
Inspired was on FlyQuest. He was also on Team Liquid. So he has been on quite a bit of different teams.
Yeah, super close there. There was still the barrier for Berserk and the flash, so he was safe, but Isle's getting very low. Oh, we'll just be able to get that recall off there. Not going to stay around, and there would be the threat of the dive.
Wait, really?
If GEN.G wanted to move in. By going for this gank, though, he has kind of sacrificed his topside jungle, so Inspired, especially getting the respawn.
EG. Wasn't he on Team Liquid as well?
Absolutely is, and at the end of the day,
everybody was on EG. Everybody was on EG.
Really got nothing from it.
Sorry, different blues.
That's a bit tough for GEN.G. Inspired, always a player that doesn't really like to take risks. He wants to go for the guaranteed plays, and I think sometimes that can be to his detriment, right? You know, when he's thinking, okay, I'm not going to risk going for the red buff, or not going to risk going for these types of plays, and GEN.G kind of called his bluff and just crossed the map and stole away some camps.
And if you look at how it panned out,
so there was no getting caught. It was just straight up their faces for them to see.
Like, how concerned are you about a Braum being down flashed? Not that much. He still has his dash, still has his Unbreakable. Not the easiest champion to punish. And the lane matchup is pretty even, but when we look mid, Saint has a pretty big advantage. We did get that level 1 pressure to put Envy
so they
a little
could
bit
just
behind,
like
but to be already 10+ CS ahead in the matchup, Saint having a great time in the city lane.
And Envy kind of had the depression buy for mid laners, which is just the brown boots. When you go back to base, you can't really afford anything. So got the boots.
Spin to win, baby.
Get a refillable, but going to be looking to base here one more time.
GEN.G hovering bot again. So
I think
really
Garen is the most
make something happen here. Isles is a target, you would assume, but
like random pick in this game though.
Back away.
Yep, gets a little bit of first strike gold. His only camp is up on the top side.
Everybody else we've kind of been seeing a lot.
And even game 1, where he just will keep going back to the same lane, right? You know, a lot of times, you go for the gank, doesn't work, they just back off, they go back to farming. GEN.G did repeat ganks a number of times. Did not really work out for them, you know, in game 1, even though they did eventually get a kill. As we can see, Shino trying to push Dokla away from that proxy, not going to let him have it.
I think the problem now is you're going to get to the point
where
Inspired will hit level 6 before GEN.G maybe even gets level 5. And that's a big problem, because you're just not going to be able to contest the Wukong if he has his ult available, and you're a level 5 kind of... Okay, Young-Jae with some camp pickups here, maybe going to hit his level 5 soon, but still going to be down at least a level.
Yeah, he needs to get a kill. I mean, this is the risk versus reward, as we are going to see Saint potentially in some trouble, but just kind of sidestepping back and forth pretty calmly. Takes both halves of the damage there. Does have to flash away as Young-Jae came in. And now spam assist pings coming out. They want to potentially look for another attack onto Saint.
Hold it down, Saint. Hold it down.
Getting the flash, relieving some pressure, definitely good, but
CS. Keep it
hard
that
to
way.
get a kill on a LeBlanc. Even if LeBlanc's playing aggressive,
Keep
you know, you
it
just
that
push him back
way.
and then still have the flash available to get out. And it just feels like Young-Jae not quite getting what you want in the situation. Inspired gonna hit 6 off this scuttle.
30,000.
That's the point where it gets very difficult to contest.
Yep, he is going to be basically
What
that full
happens
level
if
ahead.
like
Not quite, but almost
somebody
there.
gets fined that
Doku
type
just
of
farming
amount
even
and they don't
with
have
Chino
it?
at this
Like
point.
what happens?
You know, wasn't really able to make anything of the Vayne last game. You know, did kind of have that one good team fight, you know, in the mid game where they chased down in the mid lane, and then had another fight where he was able to get in the back line and kill off Bull, but definitely did not get the effectiveness that
Like
we
there's no
wanted
way
to see
Riot
from
Games
him,
like
you know, from
sues
that
them.
LCS side. Where Shino just was
they
kind
just
of a
get
rock
fired?
on that Scion. Got some help early. They were able to push Dokla off waves, and eventually
I guess
Scion
it's
was
that
just
or
worth way
the
more.
team pays for
Redbird
them, I
can come
guess.
in and force the distortion back.
And there's danger of this happening in this game. You know, we talked about last game having things like the Seraphine, the Mundo.
Did they change the name of Esports
I
World
look at like a Lucian,
Cup to
LeBlanc,
Esports
Garen.
Nation Cup?
These picks can hold relevance in the later stages, but they kind of need to be accelerated. They need to be ahead. If your LeBlanc's behind, your Lucian's behind, your Garen's behind, they're never really going to hit the same.
Yep, I agree. And I think Lion will probably agree as well. So we'll see when they want to try to force Loud's hand, try to force them to fight. I do think their comp is a lot stronger.
This
on
was
one
back
item
in the day.
general.
There was
You know,
like a
when they are kind of,
production
all completing that one
mistake.
item, they are going to be quite strong. And Inspired has that early 6 and is here over on the Dragon looking for that. Is
Yeah,
Saint
put
going
some
forward
damage
for another
down,
trade
Saint.
onto Envy, even with Young-Jae around. Envy definitely taking the bad end of these trades.
Yeah, it's hard to get the damage back in return, and the fact that you don't even get the proc on the Sigil, and the electrocute doing so much damage.
Garen trying to collapse here. Will be able to potentially defend the blue, but no, it is going to be claimed by Young-Jae. Tried to collapse.
I'd be so scared of this Garen right now with Ignite and ult in pocket. You know Dokla's itching to hit those buttons together.
Mm-hmm. And Garen has so much burst. You really have to respect
really?
how much damage he can get done. Young-Jae going to be able to grab one grub and just happy with that. Will back off. Still the CS advantages.
Does it look like the same
maintained
branding?
in mid and jungle here for Lion. That really is where the edge lies thus far this game. And bot lane, very, very even. The Sivir is going to be really happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you had that early gank, which didn't really amount to much. The flash is back up for Isles, so he's fine. But you're happy just farming out in this bot lane 2v2. The Sivir, Alistar value in team fights is going to be massive. And it's really about the skirmishes for the Lucian Braum more than anything.
Nicely played there by Envy. Just held the skills until Saint was kind of pinned against the wall. Had nowhere actually to dodge it. Tried to hit him with the chains, missed. And then tried to go for the Mimic chains as well, and that did not connect. So took the bad end of a trade, but is still up about 20 CS as Dokla has been trying to get into proxy positions. Shino has defended it well, and as a result, it's just basically been a farm test on the top side.
No fun allowed, you know. You're trying to play Garen, trying to get someone low, pop that
I'm
ult.
glad we're getting the
but just a farm fest for now.
grubs.
And it's so important to be able to actually defend these proxy angles because not only for the 1v1 is it annoying for Shino.
Oh, do we
but
not
also
care
when
about the
Garen
last
gets in a
grub?
spot and is constantly clearing out these waves behind the turrets, the topside jungle becomes so dangerous then for your jungler. You know, when Young-Jae is up there and Shino is locked at a tower answering his wave.
Why do we
if
not
you face
care about
check
the
a
second
Garen
grub?
in the jungle, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, if the Garen gets the silence down, the Kiana's just dead. But even if you don't, if you go invisible and he's just spinning on top, it's the weirdest
I
feeling.
know you're here. Definitely.
Maybe it's
tough,
more
and
important to
so far,
protect
very calm game, and
the
we're almost 10 minutes
jungle in
no
terms of
first
like
blood
not letting
just
the
yet,
enemy
but,
jungler
these are
get
two
like
teams that are
extra
very comfortable
XP by
playing this
invading
sort
or
of style,
whatever
playing it slow
than it
and
is
steady.
to
I'm used
get
to this sort of
the
thing,
second
you know,
grub
there's a
because
team
you
in the LCK, you
guaranteedly
may have
won't
heard
get
of,
3.
called Bro. They have this bro and brew style, very relaxed approach to the game. So, you know, I'm happy just to see where it goes. I think that this is not necessarily the composition you
Yes,
draft when you want to play it
JT.
slow.
Also,
But,
isn't it
we'll
interesting that Master Yi is going to be the first legend to have 2
But
legends?
Inspire going to be coming in.
Isn't that
Pushing
interesting?
Young-Jae back, who lands a nice double root there, but will retreat.
I thought they were just
going to
reuse the legend.
Low. Just throws down the Between Worlds for a bit of a trade, but going to have to head back to base.
See, that's the trick. As soon as you start to address and talk about the lack of action, that inspires the players to take
How?
action.
So
you
he
know?
has a
You call
legend
them
from
out
set
about it.
one.
Talking, buddy. Let's test this.
That was in Proving
so no
Grounds.
kills so far.
And
After
now
10
he's
minutes,
getting a
very
brand new
slow
legend
pace. You know
for
what? Day
set
one, they
3.
were talking about combined kills per minute. The pace the teams were setting. I think Ja had some stat how if we kept up this
It's gonna
pace
be
for
the
rest
same
of the
colors,
tournament, it'd be
though.
the most bloody tournament.
Oh, so it's
international.
Jat's fault.
Yes, I actually blame him for this
Yeah, I
specifically.
do too. I'm down with that. Let's put it all on Jat. Should not have talked about how bloody it was going to be. Now look what you've done.
Yeah. Yeah, all on him. Well, we can just talk about it being slow and then it'll just revert back again. Just got to do a lot of work to sort of gear back up.
First items starting to come through here as Yuntal's completed there for Bolt. Luden's done now for Saint. And we are going to get the Stridebreaker soon for Dokla, but Shino already has his Iceborne Gauntlet. So the first item is going to be done pretty much for everyone shortly, you have to think. And I'm going to expect to see Lion trying to stack these dragons. It is both Infernal first as well as Hextech second. So those are two of the best souls to get. As Isle's going to use that Spellbook Exhaust and not really get anything for it, but maybe just want to cycle through.
Yeah, I think it feels bad when you see
I tried my
Infernal
first
Dragon,
ADC last
Hextech
game last
Dragon,
night
and
and
you've got
won.
the Daily
Let's
Dragon
go.
Cryo.
Two of the best souls.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bit unfortunate, but I think Lion's still in a
Imagine
position where they
a
want to
Morgana
prioritize
card.
those.
It's
Especially,
basically going to be
I
like
think after last game when they obviously lost to a
your
Hextech Soul,
unit is
lost their
bound
soul in
to
general,
base
and
and
with that
cannot be
confidence,
moved to a
Yep, he is going to get rooted up. Throws down the supreme
battlefield
display
or
of talent, but
something
the
of the
second
sort.
chains is there. Inspired flashes forward. G.E.N.G has overstepped, and Saint is there to punish. First blood for the Lion Jungler.
And it's just the power of the LeBlanc, you know, easy setup with those chains. Inspired flies in and gets the kill, and even Trader Sums as well, with both junglers using their flashes. So I think Lion in a pretty good position off that. Not really putting too much
that's
presence
fire.
towards Dragon, but we'll see the replay on
That's
this.
an ultimate,
And
too.
G.E.N.G's playing this very aggressive, uses the dash as well as W to try and get some more of the camp, and just ends up...
Oh, Saint's going to get solo killed. We come back to live, and we see a single auto flying through the air, and Saint getting soloed by Envy after winning this
They
lane.
be so hyped for one little kill.
Not sure how that happened. I
La
don't
la
think it really
la.
should happen. And did also see Saint, not the first time in the series, he's been solo killed
Like,
actually.
bro,
So
it's not that serious.
unfortunately, it seemed to become a little bit of a common thing for him right now.
Yeah, that is tough. And Isle's going to be coming in, pushing G.E.N.G off this dragon. I think Lion definitely would have wanted to fight for it, but now their setup is going to be delayed a little bit. And it was a trade of flashes, it looks like, in that mid lane solo kill, but Inspired heading out towards mid, and Lion still trying to potentially set up for this dragon.
Y'all must not get those a lot or something, because y'all mighty lit off of a little itty bitty kill.
Inspired on the dragon, and G.E.N.G not really in position to move over yet.
Yeah, trying to threaten a potential move through mid lane was G.E.N.G, but he was warded out. And
I
the
think
Lion
the fact
bot lane just backed off.
you don't have the Supreme Display of Talent, you don't have the Between Worlds, those big ults being down in the mid jungle. We are going to be able to see what happened. Saint half HP goes in, and Envy just hits everything, and also flashes first.
Yeah, flash
you know,
auto.
If Saint had flashed first himself, would have been able to survive. A flashing second there gets caught out. It is Dragon secured for Lion, and it's Ocean Soul, which pretty underwhelming in terms of what it offers for Lion's composition. So
yeah,
Loud feeling pretty good about this.
I feel like it's arguably the worst soul they could have gotten actually against this comp when you're thinking about Kiana, Aurora, all this upfront burst against a lot of the squishy targets that are on Lion.
need, like, a
lot of
mountain.
these champions you would think aren't going to live long enough
Chemtech.
to actually get a ton of value out of it. You know, maybe Garen and Wukong and Braum can get some value there. And any soul obviously is very valuable, but definitely not the one I think that Lion would have wanted to roll.
It's not a game winner. There's some souls you get it, especially with the right comp. Shino might have found him.
Yep, Shino going to go all out here. Saint trying to distort back, trying to get a little
Saint.
bit tricky, but he distorted and then Mimic distorted into the wall. Really
Saint.
mishandled that play, and he gets solo killed by Shino on the Cassante. That is not what you want to see from Saint.
Maybe Envy was talking up his solo kill, and Shino was like, well, it's not that hard. I can
Come
do it too.
on now.
Yeah, Saint struggling on the block. A pick where I feel like you really shouldn't be getting solo killed. You have so much ability to opt out of fights.
Dokla looking for a solo.
All right,
He
well
gets
done,
one of his
Dokla.
own up on the top
We can
side,
always count
takes
on you,
down
Big
Envy with the
Dokes.
flash, the ult, the ignite. Finally getting something back here for Lion, who still maintains that advantage, but does feel like they are a lot more early game focused in their composition.
Or
And
Oso.
Saint,
Why do I keep calling
was
you
doing
Oso?
very well in the 1v1, but you make that one mistake, and he's kind of known as an emotional player. Sometimes
That's
that can snowball.
fire.
And Loud are now looking to punish
That
Dokla.
should be
They've
worth
TP'd in.
a good
Red Bird is
amount. I
here.
think red
Dokla
is
gets the
good.
bad news. The Ignite comes down. The Pathmaker connects, and Dokla has no way out of this one. Will take him a while, but Shino can just auto him down.
Yeah, and the shutdown as well. So pretty big there. Shino getting a lot of gold off that play. And Dokla had to commit a lot to get that kill.
That's red, right?
Not as easily done as that solo kill we got on the bot side. But this was just run in, yeah.
That's fire.
So much counterplay on display there, you know.
Should have been in top lane. That's the counterplay.
Yeah, you should
have stayed home today, buddy.
I think so, but Shino's like, okay, no cooldowns on this Garen. This is a pretty easy pickup. Even has the backup of Redbit there to get the kill. So super positive play for Loud overall. And I feel like with the soul that we got, with it being Ocean Soul, with the composition Loud has, and how the game's been going,
we got to go back to live. Bull looking to go in here onto Berserker, who was CC'd up there by Redbird. Isles gonna have to jump back as Young-J comes in, looking for some more damage. Lion bot lane will survive, but yeah, Shino getting fed, I think
I'm saying, Ryan,
members actually
got
for
people
Lion.
doing full-on backflips in the crowd
run straight at your LeBlanc, run
because
straight at your
they
Lucian,
got
kind of ignore everything.
300 gold.
So much space.
Come on now.
For the carries of Loud.
I think it's such a
got
nightmare
people
pick to play
doing
Lucian
full
into, 'cause you're not the
choreos
best tank
and
shredder,
somersaults.
and also you're always going to be kind of in his
For 300
danger
gold.
range, right? If you're playing
Come
up to him, he has
on.
the potential to ult you.
Yeah, you can see in the Coinbase gold grind
Come
there.
on.
Shino ahead despite the solo kill for Dokla. Shino got back-to-back kills, and now they're going to look. There's the flash forward, the Pathmaker, but the Q3 does miss. He goes all out, and he's looking to knock down Dokla. Supreme display of talent, stunned into the wall, knocked down.
Hey, at this
Young-J
point,
is on the board.
At this point, Lion,
From the top jungle,
I don't think y'all
Loud.
even want to win.
A kill for Young-J. He's been hunting for one for a while. Finally gets one on the board. And it's only a slight gold lead for Loud. They're feeling good about their position in this game. Shino should be able to get this tower as well and boost that even further. And you can hear the crowd
Throw the whole
support
region away. Like,
for their home team right now.
Yeah, they should be really excited here. Saint going back in with the distortion,
They probably
taking a ton of
upset
damage.
'cause
He
they
might
just
get
got
solo killed
cursed
again by
out.
Envy. Saint has got to be careful here. Cannot allow these mistakes to compound, as has been a bit of a rough couple minutes there
Nah,
for
they
the Lion.
us.
Shino is just getting
North
ridiculously fed now.
America.
He's 1.5k up, got that first tower gold, got back-to-back kills
Kasante's
across the map.
huge.
He's on 2
2K
items plus
gold
the upgraded
up.
boots,
Come
already
on.
working towards the third. This guy is just going to be a brick wall.
He's got plated steel caps and double armor first item, and the only AP on the other team is LeBlanc, who's not really a tank shredder. So you're in such a good spot in this game as this Kasante, just to be a constant threat. This is a hard one. This is a hard position to be in for Lion right now. Dragon up in 15 seconds. It's not a complete bailout if they get this soul, but Lion definitely should be looking to sort of contest this. It's something that will help them, give them some strength. They are moving in that area, trying to get some mid-prio here.
Yep, Inspired moving here with Isles. Going to get a nice little chunk down onto Redbird. Loses about 40% of his HP as Young-J is warded out on the side. You can see Shino moving up now, trying to reclaim space. Will be spotted
believe
by
in the team
ward,
fight.
and Saint is following, but it does feel like this
But isn't
standoff
Lucian
is
one of those
favoring
champs where,
Loud.
like, you gotta
As
get
Dokla
ahead
comes out from
early
base, he just finished the
to
PD.
be
Won't
that
have
girl?
Flash, but we'll have Ignite and Alt for this fight.
He's not ahead.
Good poke coming out already onto the bot lane of Lion here. We have Envy just waiting, has TP ready and available to join if needed. More poke coming through.
Isles down.
Yo, I get
almost
so
half
tired of
HP at
just
this
like
point.
sitting here, bro.
That's a
Like
flash out
sitting
from Young-J.
still,
He
not
was
doing
very
nothing.
scared of that engage. Maybe a little preemptive, but was worried about getting
For
CC'd up and knocked
5
down. Inspired
hours.
now has flash. He has Cyclone, and maybe there's an angle. The TP going to be coming in here from Envy as they're looking for Isles. Isles going to turn around with the ulti. Bull is put low. Redbird is standing. He is fighting, and he is deleted. Justice is delivered by Dokla. As
good.
Shino is on the side and Envy is retreating. He was
Get them plates,
overconfident. Now the
yeah,
Battle
yeah.
Herald comes through from Inspired, going to be able to knock
Got
that
the
one
ulti
down.
from
Supreme display of
Kiana.
talent
Dragon is
only
up.
landing on the clone of Wukong. Lion,
Yeah,
I think
literally,
they
like,
earned
just
themselves the
chilling.
dragon.
It's just so
Leaning
crazy
back.
how different Alistair plays when there's a Garen in the game, because you have that already, like, okay, I can soak damage, dead. just immediately.
I do,
that ultimate's so good
but,
against him.
like,
And it's one of these habits that you have
what
to
if
be
I
able
don't
to break,
stand
where
up,
you can't
you know?
ult late. You can't ult at half health. You got to ult at full, because the true damage isn't going to one-shot you from 100% HP, but Dokla might be getting taken down here, as he's going to have to flash away from Shino. Shino has no flash. Dokla's running. Lucian was moving down, but Berserker is kind of hesitating. I guess Dokla feels that he is out. So Berserker will go back towards mid lane as
Series
Dokla,
1 was good
with
though. It was like a
you stand
quick
no
speed
chance in that
run.
1v1.
Also feels
Got
bad
in,
because
got
we
out.
talked about the importance of Flash on Garen if you want to
Game
have
1
impact
looked
in
like
these
that
team
was
fights.
about to follow
so that being
suit,
down
but
pretty
you've
so
been-
you also
you've
have
been
this
giving
kind of
up a
matchup
lot.
where Shino is just super far ahead. No longer feels like a kind of matchup.
You know, it's really interesting because we've obviously been talking about this as Garen has to get backline and kill backline. I wonder if Lion are looking at it like, no, we actually just kill frontline because you can delete Redbird, or potentially if Shino goes all out, you just use the Garen ult on the front line.
3'6"
And
is
just, we've maybe
diabolical.
been thinking about it the wrong way, as he needs to get on the Sivir, and he's saying, no, I just kill whoever comes to me. So going to be interested to see if that's how they actually end up playing out these fights.
Yeah, could be the approach, right? That just on-demand, huge burst of damage available.
Kind of like Cho'Gath almost, you know, where it's just you're playing with like minus 1,000 health because of true damage, right? So sometimes you can just go on frontline and kill them that way.
It's kind of like
Maybe doing choreo when they get kills will wake you up a bit. You know what? I get it.
Had that.
I get it now.
I don't want to picture that world.
I get why they do it.
He would be losing all out, which is pretty powerful, but yeah, Dokla, he's just lying in wait here. Going to be looking to just clear
Gonna
up
try
this
stretching.
wave. Here comes Inspired. Going to see if Shino wanted to commit to anything, but Young Jay is on his way down as well. Dokla has the ulti now, but he is getting beat down right now. He's going to go all out, but in comes the Ignite, in comes the ultimate.
Maybe I
Justice
should
delivered
stand up.
once more. The TP is there from Redbird, but just to pay his respects to Shino, who's already fallen.
It's so ridiculous how much damage it does.
They're killing frontline. I'm changing
Sometimes my
whole
desk
POV
is
on this.
like, girl,
As
sit
Saint gonna
down.
be going up here against Envy. Saint gonna have to try to get away. Will distort back to safety. As stopped the deaths for now, but definitely not feeling
We're up.
comfortable in this game is Saint, as Young Jay gonna have to use that ult just for a knockback. He gets stunned up. The culling comes through. Bull is incredibly low. Are they gonna go for more? The ulti even popped out there by Redbird. As Berserker is flexing his muscles, Saint flashes forward. He's looking for Envy.
flex.
Can Envy get out here? He has the flash. We'll have
No
to use it.
flex.
It's a trade of
Zone.
flashes at the end of the day, but I do think that favors the LeBlanc.
Yeah, and just across the board, it feels like Lion getting so much of an advantage. When I felt like Loud was really gaining control, suddenly bot,
Dance,
mid,
do
and
something.
top, we just see everyone kind of clawing
Get
back to
Soleil.
control. And with 2 minutes until that soul,
I hit that.
this is a big advantage to be able to pick up.
It's looking good for them, and we'll see if they can capitalize in this next fight. The flash will be back for Garen, as of course that Ignite should be up as well. You know, it's going to be a little bit close, I guess, on the flash, but right around that dragon spawn.
Used it when it was 420 till the next dragon, and he doesn't have any reduction on the
You
cooldown.
just wanted to say 420, buddy.
No, I resent that accusation.
I can see the smile in your face.
Well, now I'm smiling.
I know
They
what
just
you
neutralized a
are.
1.5k gold lead in
I think it'll
top
be a
lane.
little late,
That's
but they still have the
awesome.
dragon. Then
Tis,
maybe we'll have
tis.
it.
Yeah, we'll see. Young Jay gonna get spotted now. Saint is there, as is Inspired, and Young Jay's in a world of trouble here. Has the flash, but no chance to use it. He's knocked down by Inspired.
Is
and
this
Inspired
all we
looking
needed?
like
I just
he is
needed
in
to
his
stand
comfort
up.
zone. Are they gonna go for the Baron? This would be risky. I don't
Hold
think
on, let me
that
do
they
a
will.
choreo since we just got a kill.
They could potentially bait
Let me
for it
choreo
and
real
try and
quick.
turn, but the vision setup they have isn't insane, and Inspired's already in base, so I guess
You
the
see how
answer is no.
quiet they
just
are
goes
when
for
we
the
get a
recall,
kill?
and Dokla stays down towards bot. Gonna continue pushing that forward. Saint just kind of poking around here, as now he has Isles in his back pocket, looking for Envy. The chain's actually gonna connect through everything.
Stand up.
Nice distortion back, dodging the damage. The Braum passive
Kill
is there. He
him!
goes across the veil. They can't finish him off, but good snipe with the chains there from Saint, putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, really putting on pressure here, and it's 40 seconds until Dragon. And now we see Inspired already there on this side of the map.
Okay,
Should
you
I
know
get
what, Ryan?
here?
There's the
Period.
face check. In comes Inspired, and Shino going to be in trouble. Uses the Pathmaker. The stun is dodged out on. Won't be able to get a kill, but will push him back a little bit.
A big thing is that you have the Black Cleaver now for the Garen. You also have the Armor Shred from the Wukong on the Q, so the Xante does get his...
First game would have been so much better if T1 was present.
Hasn't
Ugh.
reset yet.
That's so late.
Like,
to be
I'd have
facing
something
now.
to get
Saint's gonna be
dressed up
keeping out to the rest of the team. Berserker,
for.
of course, working towards
I'd
his
have
LDR.
a
Doesn't have
reason
it, but
to
Black
make
Cleaver has the last whisper. Their
clips,
tank killing is
like,
getting a lot better. The spell pen is there, of course,
would've been
for Saint has
great.
been for a while. Redbird going to be checking, and he's going to wish he didn't. Has to pop the ult, has to flash out. Dokla wasn't even there to use his ult as Chino TP's into the middle of the team. Young-Jay's getting hit on the side by Inspired. Berserker has to dash back. Envy looking for it. Will Chino go for it? He's
okay,
for it very
nice damage output,
buffer on the
Berserker.
Braum stun.
Now let's just try
Berserker
that on
again has to
anybody
dash back.
else.
That is on the
Let's just try that on anybody else. Because he's full HP still.
Struggling to push in, and there's a threat as well. Alistair's so low with Dokla.
Dokla flashes, silence, ults. Young-Jay flashes out, uses Supreme display of talent there, trying to stay alive. Does survive the ignite.
Berserker
Chino's gonna go
throwing
all out, but he's
pebbles
gonna
at
flash
this
to safety
Cassante
as
right
well.
now.
Dokla jumps out of the
Okay.
brush. It's a jump scare for Lion. It's Inspired going forward. It's a cycle.
Okay, Berserker, that's what I like to see.
He's gonna flash back.
Berserker, get in
does
there.
survive for now, but Redbird does not. Lion crushed the fight.
Nice.
They are playing these team fights out beautifully.
The approach is so slow, and then Dokla just pounces, sees this window onto the Kiana, catches off guard, uses the flash.
Give it to me.
And that's the big thing. The flash wasn't synced
Give it
with
to me.
Dragon,
Yeah.
So they were patient. They waited for it to be back up and available. And as soon as Dokla has it, jumps on the jungler, doesn't leave any window for the Kiana to use stealth or anything like that.
Okay, don't get in there.
Just that burst of damage makes it so hard to play. Get the moment of the game there with the Dragon Soul secured for Lion.
MasterCard, priceless moment of the game. Have that soul. The question is, will
I
it be
wish I
enough
had one
to
of those
seal
like
this
walking
game?
pads.
Let's watch this one more time. Dokla was spotted
That'd be
walking in the
tea.
brush, but they didn't expect the damage.
It was the green
I might
stealth
order
available
one.
for Young-Jay, but just didn't get a chance to use it before the flash silence comes in. And from there,
My
you're on the
roommate
back
has
foot,
one,
finding
but I
your
don't want
way
to
out of
ask her
it.
for it.
It's just an opportunity for Lion to push forward here. Redbird's already low with no ultimate. Chino is kiting out, which isn't ideal when you're playing the Cassante. Just great setup there from Lion.
Yep, and Bull lost his flash to that culling there from Berserker. Berserker held onto his flash, so he'll have it for that next fight. You know, for a potential
Never
Elder.
give it back.
Chino
He doesn't
does
really
have
use it
Dokla
anymore.
behind him, but he wants to go back to base. I gotta say, this game is kind of changing my perspective on Garen and how you have to play out the fights. You know, we were really thinking about it from that perspective of, yeah, you have to access backline, that could be tough. But they're just killing frontline. They're just saying, you know, it's not actually true against this specific comp. And they have been right thus far. Isle's just gonna let the ulti rip to try to clear out this wave. Loud was grouped up, looking to push in.
How much
we'll
are
see
those
if Lion
things?
can start to win out in the side lanes a little bit more now with this Ocean Soul.
And you know, it's not the highest value Ocean Soul game, but it does give you that mana regen, and Dokla has had no mana all game, so there's the value.
He'll never run out of mana again. That's a guarantee here from Ox.
A guarantee?
Like $100.
Saint? Okay, buddy. First you're hitting me with the 420, now the Garen puns. I'm supposed to be the dad in this cast.
Yeah.
You're just stealing it away from me.
Okay, I'll leave it to you next time.
Thank you, exactly. Well, we'll see what Lion can get done. Berserker, of course, does have the LDR now. And I do think Ocean Soul, while it's not always great against these burst champs in a team fight, in side lane, Ocean Soul is king. It's so impossible to contest people in that side lane unless you have incredible consistent damage. You know, for Envy versus Saint, if Saint is just constantly trading with you, you're just healing to full over and over and over. And Inspired now is going to find Envy. He's going to go between worlds. Still has across the veil. Will hop
Aurora
backwards.
is such
Saint
a
looks for him.
cop-out champion,
Can't find
bro.
him as he rocket belts away from the ethereal
Such
chain.
a cop-out.
See, the problem is Envy has 17 dashes. They only factored in 16. So,
Ooh.
you know, still had the flash in pocket as
Big
well.
mistake.
Yeah. Hard to pin down. It is still resources bin, right? The ultimate being down is a big tool, not available. Dokla's hunting.
Dokla is hunting and will back off. He doesn't want to fully commit to that, but they are covering Saint, who is going to be able to get a plate on that top side and trying to deny as much vision as possible. Isles here spots all of Loud coming in, throws up the door, but he doesn't really have any backup right now. Now lets the ulti rip here as the Supreme Display of Talents just used on Saint, but Berserker is peppering them with bullets from the side, getting a bunch of damage down onto Redbird, who just always has to pop the ult so early that then he can never look for a re-engage. He's basically a one-combo champ in this game.
You can see he has adjusted to, like you said, which is, it makes sense, but it puts it in such an uncomfortable position. And now they're starting the Baron, and with the Ocean Soul, they have a lot of sustain. Oh, big ult.
Garen is on the side. Saint goes forward, distorts in, gets a big chunk down. And they're still working on this. Dokla is going to reveal himself. Young-Jay has been spotted. They want to keep Young-Jay out of the pit. We'll see if they can do it. Redbird has no ulti.
Get it. Okay, Baron secured. Okay, we just popped their support.
The first kill of the fight is onto Redbird. And in goes Inspired. It's a multi-man cyclone. And Inspired is running this game, killing off the entire backline.
Can we
Chino's
end?
trying to run for the hills, has the Pathmaker, gets stunned. stunned up. Blast Cone back into the waiting arms of Berserker.
Can we end?
It's 2 to the head just to make
40-second
sure.
death
It's an
timers?
ace for Lion. It's a Baron for Lion. And it might just be match point.
Clean there from Lion. The approach so slow, so
That was the most
Didn't
truly.
give Loud a window in.
And then the ulti from
They rushed to try
Inspired.
and get to the Baron.
Divine.
And we see Lion pounce Inspired on
Yeah,
the
I feel like
backline,
Berserker's
decimating
Lucian
them
has
and
always been
now
kinda T.
pushing them into their last chance to save the series.
Really impressive performance here from
Nice try,
Lion.
Alistar.
Redbert respawns, but he can do nothing but watch as his Nexus is razed to the ground. Lion go up 2-1. They're on match point.
Let's go.
I think this was a prime example of just them taking their,
Where y'all
their
at,
composition,
crowd?
playing it out exactly as they wanted to. Using
Oh, they
the
still
Garen
making
just to
noise.
shred
Okay,
the
let me-
fence, and how
let me
uncomfortable
chill.
it really
Let me
made
chill. They
Redbit
still
on this
there.
Alistar. You saw how he wasn't
They
able to
still
play it
making
out how he
noise.
really wanted to.
Yep, fans spam who your player of the game is. Put that in chat right now.
Oh my gosh, if I was in that crowd, I'd be like, yeah, Andy.
My player of the game is just lying
yeah,
for getting to 2-1 Kobe. I was worried.
Yeah, like,
I was
oh,
worried
they
we were
would
gonna have another
not.
moment.
Ye of little
They would
faith,
not be ready
yes.
for me.
I never doubted that.
Somebody would probably
we have
try
a
to fight me.
special guest
I'm sure
for
of
this
it.
analyst desk, though. We've
I'm
got
sure of
Ye
it.
God himself.
Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you all.
After blasting us in America's Cup,
Yeah.
we brought him on to analyze our Garen matchup here. What do you think of the top lane matchup this time around?
I don't know. Dukelet just like get proxying all the game, farmed, and Xante also scaled. But in general, I think like both top
Farmed
laners did
NA
pretty well
at
in the
America's
game. It didn't
Cup,
feel like
okay.
a top laners game, but yeah, it's looking fun.
Oh, he plays
some,
for Furia.
Some flash silence ults out of the brush there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was looking scary
No,
to
truly,
me watching
Street.
this after what happened in game 2 and then also what happened in America's Cup. That's still it's in the front of my mind. But Loud had a really good early start in this game with Envy actually getting a few kills onto Saint. I was a little worried about Saint. With the disconnected
You
game
forgot
2
the
that we told was
E. You
fake,
forgot the E.
into this, I was a little bit worried.
It's interesting because the kill on Saint by Envy that you're talking about that we're going to pull up here.
I'm gonna go make
it
a
is
little
actually
shake real quick. I'll be right
preceded
back.
By a kill on jungle that Saint started by getting chains, and Inspired got that kill, but this is right after it. Envy comes back immediately afterwards. He got the auto off, so even though Saint flashes, still dies to it. And that was causing you some concern, Jet. Well, what about the other solo kill onto him?
Yeah, also very concerning. This is where we thought Chino also showing off his Cassante play, which I'd been told was very, very strong, best in the league, is what a fan told me. I feel like the Geek God might have some controversy.
I was actually going to ask Ego because this looked like, based on what we know of Loud, kind of their complete comfort comp. Would you agree with that?
I'm not really sure. I think like he played a lot recently, the Xante. In general, I practiced like against him a lot in solo queue, so I kind of know. But I think like Xeno is more known to be like a bruiser player, like Ambessa style of champions. I think like he's very, very good at it. A lot of ranged tops, Aurora. I think like he usually carries a lot in screens and in tournaments. So yeah, I'm surprised that he got Xante like solo kills and stuff.
Yeah, this game did really turn once it got slowed down, and this was mainly the soul fight because they did basically they were able to kill Alistar and Cassante. They killed Alistar and Cassante with the Garen before setting up this soul fight, which was just played initially very slowly by Lion, and we were talking about how cooked this situation was for Loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me in a lot of these fights is that GEN.G would either get caught out or Lion would do a really good job trying to focus him down early. So whenever he would try to get off that supreme display of talent, it wouldn't really hit anyone or have a big, it was defensive, right? It wasn't offensive. I think that made such a huge difference, especially with how many ultimates were blown in this entire exchange.
Yeah, both Inspired and Dokla were constantly looking for Kiana, trying to mark the Kiana. That particular play, of course, was the flash out of the brush, you know, silence, big burst combination. And even though they don't kill the Kiana, that opens you up to chase down the rest of the members.
Yeah, and player of the game, I think was a difficult choice this time, but the winner is Inspired.
I voted for Berserker.
You voted for Berserker? I think I voted for Berserker too. My votes have not been lining up with the players of the game. I'll say that. That's why it's a vote amongst all the talent team. Slow controlled game for Inspired. Also looking for the fan vote this game.
Yeah, I'm curious
apparently
to see
last game, the 100% Envy was not a bug. I think everyone just saw him one-shot the vein.
I was in that 100%.
That's the first 100% I'd ever seen, so I thought like, oh, they hadn't finished tallying the votes or something. 'Cause I've never seen everyone in Twitch chat vote for the same person. This was a little more spread, but Inspired And
The Garen ults were so clutch.
Killing the Alistars and the Cassante, you know, and the flash out of the brush to earn them the priority for that dragon fight. The value later for Garen.
Yeah.
People also, you know, the early stages of the Garen wasn't quite as good though.
Yeah, I felt like Inspired played a more cleaner game, but Dokla had some clutch moments, so we can give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have our AWS post-game breakdown to show how close this game actually was and how tense it felt for so much of it, with, I'd say, Loud having a gold lead like as late as 25 minutes into the game as we're contesting some of those final drakes.
That was the previous one.
This
That's
is the previous game.
Previous one.
Guys! Okay, baiting me. Both games were close, I guess. Yeah. Both games were close. Okay, I did want to ask one other question, though. Kobe, we were negotiating with the fans last game about a 3-1, and they all turned us down about Silver Scrapes. I want to reopen. Did we still want
5-game series?
Yeah, would we still like a 5-game series?
Now, do you want to put
now I'm okay with 5 games.
Yeah, 5 games? Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll make the deal.
5 games.
We love
Okay,
Silver
yes, it's
Scrapes.
okay.
All
No
right.
problem.
All right.
Full 5 games. Come on, let's get it.
Yeah, 5 games. Okay, here's the correct PGB. Yeah, 5 games were good. Still very close. Goal deficit at 20 minutes before they're able to pull it up by the end of the game. I also want to, I was very informed actually by our fan afterwards about this game 3. He said it was over. We made a graphic for him actually of all the reasons why it was over. Talked about Shino being the best Cassante in the game, or sorry, in the league. Talked about Kiana, always banned, he never loses. Envy, he had a penta on Aurora, and Bull, Sivir was a free win. So I actually appreciate this. The question now,
I guess we can see.
Sorry, the question now for you is, what do you feel like Loud does in game 4 since so many of their big champs were burned in this game?
I don't know. I feel like they're already getting in a tough spot because it felt like on the second game that they won, they felt like much more synergized, and with a comp that they were more in comfort. But this one, it felt like Lion just had the better macro, just always in the terrain first. So it felt hard for Loud to break this, but I feel like if they can have like a very good composition that they feel comfortable, I think it's like a pretty even game.
Yeah, for me, I think this is still a very close series. Game 1, I think, was the outlier. Game 2 and 3 is more of what we're seeing in the series because Lion is not able to blow Loud out, and then Loud is still very strong in team fighting. So I think depending on the drafts, if they have strong late game team fighting drafts, it could very easily go to those 5 games. Emily, do you have thoughts?
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I think as long as Lion don't get those super early setups where they're just controlling the pace from the get-go, I think both of these teams are perfectly content kind of sitting back and letting the game play out. And then when it comes to 5v5s, I think Loud is teamed up quite well.
Ain't no way, we're gonna clean it up. Let's go. Lion 3-1, baby. Lion Kobe. Yeah, Kobe. Brasil. Let's go. 3-1. We'll be at game 4 after the break.
Loud, Brasil.
Okay, we're back.
I'm chasing, okay, I'm chasing, go.
We're back.
I started that.
We can fight.
They still haven't started the next game. Be ready, let's get into it.
Look here.
I'm gonna stun Kiana.
Hello again. We're still here, and so are you. And Lion looking to close out the series. Took the lead in the last game. I doubted them a little too much, I think,
I feel
with
like
this
we
Garen
haven't seen much of
composition. I
them.
felt like they had a snowball, but they proved me wrong, and I think they proved a lot of people wrong and how they would actually be viewing Garen as a champion.
I think we
Four-leaf
expected more momentum
clovers.
to be needed from them, and then just the
It
way
should
they
have
were
been
playing
posted
around,
on April
particularly the
4th.
Garen ult, and making Alistair's life
Which is
absolute
when
hell.
the set
I think
is
Redbird really,
revealed.
after that first time he got like nuked from half HP, was just so
So
tentative, which you can
they
understand.
could have done it on
And he did it just quickly,
4-4.
but it just meant that there was no real way
And
to
he'd
play
be like the
Alistair, right?
last
It's just one of those moments where you just
legend
wish you could switch
anticipated.
champion in the middle of the game.
You're like, remake? Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. He's going to be waking up in a cold sweat hearing Demacia.
But I think it's also, you know, we've
Because
seen
April
this series
4th is
so
when it
far.
releases in China.
Douglas had last pick every single, well, actually, this one it wasn't last pick, but it was still counter
So I
pick.
think that
right?
would have
He
been
picked it
T.
on fourth, but he's had counter pick every single game. And even though we didn't see the Vayne fully work out, he's been constantly trying to get these counter matchups and get value from them. Loud once again going first pick. You know, Shinu's been such a big talking point for this team domestically, and it feels like they aren't necessarily setting him up to have advantageous lane matchups.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's interesting, right? Because I do think, you know, despite that, he was way more valuable in the Scion game, right? Despite the fact that he was going up against the Vayne.
Yeah,
And in
perfect
this
setup
game,
for a Gen card.
He did great in the early stages. I mean, he's just kind of farmed even against the Garen. He denied the proxy many times, and then he goes, you know, gets a kill top, goes bot, kills Saint. You know, he was getting a number of kills and put himself, at one point, he was 1.5, 1.8K ahead of Dokla in gold, so he was doing well.
You know, I just actually checked, it was actually
He
last
was,
pick. They
and
put the
then
LeBlanc fourth.
he stopped.
So all 3 games last pick they've had for Dokla. And I assume
And we're
they'll
not
keep
mad at
running
that.
trend. So
yeah,
excited to see what he brings
actually
out in
thank
this one. And I feel like this has kind of been a newer look for Dokla compared to last year, like more counter picks, more focused on bringing out these picks where he has this real big lane advantage.
It absolutely is, and I mean, I think a lot of it, you can't talk enough about Inspired on this team because he really is the voice that kind of runs the team. And you know, at the end of the day, they are going to do whatever Inspired thinks, right? They are going to be playing it out exactly how he wants and how he views the game right now. Is that it's not about bot lane. As much as a lot of people talk about how they think bot lane is the most important right now and they need to be playing through these scaling carries, he believes that you should not be spending your time there early game from what I have observed and what I have heard from him. And so that gives Dokla the license to get counterpick, right? They're not going to be counterpicking for support. They're not going to be counterpicking for mid. Mostly they're going to be counterpicking for him. It's not that he never blinds, but his team has faith in him. And I think that is really
One
cool
of
to see
the,
Dokla kind of get unlocked in this way. This
EG
time around,
players
though,
is
he
really
gonna be
into
blind,
Riftbound.
And there are
And like,
some of these
because I
kinda
had
standard
so many
answers
cards, I was like, if
available,
y'all need
Galio,
anything,
like
please
Ornn.
just let me know. And so whenever
I
he needs a
guess
card,
we
he
might just see
messages me.
Chino going towards those, but it's
He's
still,
like, do you
it's
have
one of those
this, and this? I'm
neutralizing
like,
picks that we
yep, I
tend to
got all
see,
them hoes.
those sort of setups you have into
I
the
got all of
Rumble.
them.
It's a matchup
All
where you look to
along.
outscale later in the game, but not necessarily
All
having that
along.
big advantage. I think a big part of it is having Nocturne plus Rumble is so devastating. I think picks like Jin and Rumble sync
Ooh,
so
we're getting
well
the
with
Nocturne out
Part of, I
this
think, Lion denying those
game.
tools from being able to pair up. You know, the Orianna has been banned all series, so that was never going to be able to be paired with it.
Fortunately, the problem with denying Jin from your opponents is that Jin is then on your team.
Ah, yes.
And that is one of the major downsides.
There is one thing with Jin, right? You can choose to build damage on Jin, because we did
Has it
see...
been fun talking to you and getting to know members on EG? It really has. Everybody is very
You're
kind
at the as well,
and
so
fun.
please, LDR needs
Like,
to come out.
They really do feel like a family.
No, no, that's not what it is. No, please. You know, Diablo is a phenomenal AD carry, but his build yesterday did not inspire much faith.
It would probably like stop it and remake
One
it.
slingshot
Solar.
is not enough. You must get a second. And it is going to be actually the Galio for Lion, as Ornn was taken as the answer. A lot of top laners do really like this matchup into Rumble. Ornn, of course, has so much wave clear, scales really, really well. And once you're on Kanik, you're kind of just chilling. Once you're on that one item, you are kind of just chilling in the matchup. I do like Galio as an answer to Akali, as well as the Nocturne.
1 million? Are you
Jace, which is very
serious?
interesting. I felt like Galio made so much
How do you
sense
even
because
get
it's such a
that
good answer
high?
for the Shroud, and also great for counter engage. You know, you throw down the ulti as soon as Nocturne comes in and whatnot, but the problem is obviously you can't ult during Paranoia because you can't target your teammates if you're not there. But I still felt like it had a lot of value. I'm less familiar with the Jace Akali matchup, so I can't profess to be an expert on this.
Yeah, I mean, it could, in theory, still be a Jace jungle. It has been nerfed quite a lot.
It's true. That's true.
Could be flex there, but it feels like a vulnerable pick. They obviously did buff his. You know, he does have a decent amount of resistances in his melee form. Does a good amount of damage. We'll see where they end up putting it though.
Yeah, but it is scary, right? Because you're now drafting a relatively squishy team, and you're against Nocturne, Akali, Warren. So
yeah.
you know, whether it's Jace jungle or Jace mid, when they press R, what's your recourse, right? You know, Nocturne is flying in and he's unstoppable, and the Call of the Forge God is flying in as well, and that is terrifying. Of course, you know, the potential counter engage from Rumble is pretty good.
I think the Kai'Sa ban is a great one because that would really just add to the pain.
What if there was a feature in the game, like you kind of thrown in with whatever your team
it
picked?
could still be that Jace jungle. They ban away the
only
Galio
saw
that
what
was
the
being
enemy
hovered.
picked
I
once
think
you're
Rakan as
in
well,
game.
syncing up with that dive would be such a major threat.
That could be fun.
It feels like both compositions kind of having that
I know
theme
they've done
already,
where
the
like
long
this one
range of
thing,
the
I forget
Jhin,
what they call it,
Jace and Loud trying
but
to close the
basically
distance.
like
The bans are just trying to thin what is
the
available
enemy
to
team picks your
extenuate what's
champions
already
and you
picked up.
pick the enemy team's champions.
Kai'Sa going to be banned away. A lot of these really strong dive champs that can help to set them up. It's going to be interesting if there's going to be, you know, Nautilus or Rel ban, but instead it's going to be Karma. So I do think Lion needs some sort of hard engage.
You just popping with the Fury runes, huh?
You know, point and click lockdown without that engage is a lot weaker. It's very hard to get good equalizers.
Nemesis draft, thank you.
You know, it's a flex, but Maokai, if you have it in the jungle with Jace mid, it's like the AP jungle with the AD mid. The traps you can set with the saplings, but also the setup for Shock Blast, for Jhin, for Equalizer, super powerful.
And good AoE CC, so you know it can reveal the Akali in the Shroud very easily with your Q, with your
exactly, like
them,
they think of like the most troll thing.
It's going to be an MF, so it does feel like you're looking then towards, you know, a Rel, Leona, Nautilus, something like this. It is going to be the Leona as the answer. So it's really kind of just all dive, MF ult over the top. You're trying to find that. And the question here is, what support can really help to shut that down?
If it's a jungle Maokai, I wonder like a Poppy support could honestly be pretty good. You know, decent dash decent into the Leona, and then the ult could get insane value if you manage to ultimate the right target. But they could still flex the Maokai. But they are going to go for that Poppy. So I think the value, just the dash interruption, and the fact you stop the Zenith Blade from Leona can mitigate it early on. And then if you ult a target out from that late engage, so much power.
I always really like Poppy when you have other CC on your team too. Poppy support is something that I like to play. And when you're paired with a Maokai, the Nature's Wrath comes out, hits Akali in the Shroud, you can just get a free ult on this person.
Everybody in there rooting for Loud,
even
man.
If they are
but we just gonna take their L's as a Lion. They really rooting for Lion.
You can also stop a redirection of Call of the Forge God with a well-timed W. There's Akali dashes. There's the Zenith Blade. There's a lot of tools there to be able to
random items.
Shut
oh my god!
Down. So some pretty interesting compositions coming out here across the board. I do think mid lane's going to be very important. Akali from behind, pretty pitiful. Akali from ahead.
Like every time you back, it buys a random item.
Not a lot of players are playing this these days.
So you should back when you have the most amount of gold, so you get a full completed item.
In the top, I want to say 23, 25 picks in pro play and mid these days. So Jace, we're just not really seeing him or any other ADs.
Yeah, it should be
it's all related.
For Akali, being that you are playing into something that not only has that range, but can kind of just bully you out with a short combo. But if you get
it's all orchestrated.
You get that huge power spike of the ultimate, which Jace can't really match. And if you're playing into Akali Nocturne and they hit you with the ultimates, it's going to be a bad time.
It absolutely is, and that's where
we Brazilians are naturally loud, so it makes sense.
And the rest of the team to scout
Brazilian
out
fans are truly
right? When you're playing against Nocturne,
the most
so important.
energetic
side, you get
and fun fans. Like they are die hard for their team. I love it.
And Saint here does have that shot.
They gonna ride for their team.
Both mid and jungle.
You know, it's interesting we have the comment from Dokla. Keen has been going a lot of first strike, cashback on Rumble, and he would just print money against tanks with that strategy. And the grass coming out from Saint as well. You know, I'd expect maybe, like we see a lot of first strike when we had Jace back in the mid lane, but wanting to go for the graph, so you have that little bit of extra trading power and bulkiness with some of the health and the resolve tree that you can stack up.
Yep, and it is always nice. You can go for that little trick where you go for the auto in range form, you swap to melee form, and you get the bonus HP as though you are a melee. So people love that little interaction. Lion, positioning very aggressively
Hopefully.
forward here in that bot side, trying to get the push. And
Hopefully we
Saint
lock
needs
in.
to try to push the pace as much as he can in this type of matchup. You really,
Look, it's
as the
Poppy.
ranged champion,
Does this mean
into
Poppy
Akali,
will be
you want to
revealed
bully this
today?
guy. You want him in the dirt if you can get him there before he gets 6, because as you said, the spike for Akali is huge, and the spike for Jace is basically non-existent at 6.
Yeah, 6 is big, 9 is big when you get 5 points in your queue and the cooldown.
Will we see a
All right,
Poopy?
first you're going with the 420, now you're going with the 69, buddy.
Wow.
You're out
at
of
least,
control.
At least I haven't done 6-7 yet, so.
Well, now you just did that too.
Well, yeah.
Just going with all the numbers
I feel like the
means.
counter spell for Poopy is going to be
Get them all out of the way. They're gone now.
like
but Loud, this was their playoff run here.
her ultimate
Again,
in League.
Going into that upper
So
bracket, the finals
she
into round 4 was when they made their swap
moves
to Envy
all
from
champions
Mago.
out of
Had a lot success.
battlefield
And this is a
back
team
to
that
base.
They are down, but they're never out because they are known in Brazil as the comeback
Or
kings. This is
moves
a team
all
that has
champions
been
out of
able to,
battlefield back
come
to a
back in
player's
games.
hands.
They play this slow style, come back in series. They're known as
That's
very
my
calm, very
prediction.
collected, and that is
That's
what they're
my
going to have to do
prediction.
here. They're going to have to stay locked in because the pressure really does ramp up. You're playing at home, you have the advantage of that home crowd, but you also have the pressure and the expectations of them performing in front of them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think with how the America's Cup went, there's that added, the other teams had such a strong performance against the LCS representatives. You want to live up to that. You want to live up to that. And
Back to
see if
base
you
does
can
feel more
replicate it.
balanced, but
right now, kind of the matchup
feel like
going
it
how you'd
wouldn't
expect
be
in the mid lane. Envy does have TP
speed.
available when he
It's
wants to
just-
use it. It is just weather the storm and kind of make use of Doran Shield, Second Wind, and just soak up damage and try and get farm. But it's just never really a fun time.
No, it's looking pretty rough for him. And while you do expect
Let's
to get down,
just hope
it
he
is looking
pops
maybe
off.
a little bit worse than I would have personally expected. Chino doing well in that 1v1 up on the top side for now. But you always have to be careful about the mana.
this could be the last game of the day,
Does have
guys.
to be very careful.
Depends
Saint
on
went
if
to the
Lion wants
skies
it or
there,
not.
looking for him because, of course, that damage connects. It is AoE, even if you're in the Shroud. And we'll be able to get this pushed in. The execute there from the support item from Isles is just going to make that much faster. So he will lose at least the one melee, but of course it is a cannon wave, and he's going to get back in time for that.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up that plate as well. Was shared with Isles there, but getting that quick push in. And
What
already
happened
got
to
a bit
the
of an
Rumble
advantage in the mid
Skarner?
lane. Do you see that Inspired was hovering around
I
the top
did
lane?
stream
Didn't really find a
Arcane.
window for anything.
I streamed the first
I think
episode.
don't expect him to be too active early, just from how he generally plays, but setting a quick pace of the game. And once you have that ult available, so often I feel like with
Hi, Cat
Maokai
Girl.
jungle,
No,
even though
truly.
we don't tend to see him lean towards bot, bot is such
Like,
an
is he
easy
just
lane to
not
gank
good?
just with how the ult covers
He
so
still
much of the
has
lane.
like tank and a bunch of
There's no
CC.
cleanse on Bo. I'm not saying I typically expect it, but
I wouldn't say why
without a
not.
cleanse available into a Maokai, it's so punishing. You get caught by that ultimate, it's kind of doomed.
Definitely can be tough. You can see the steadfast presence there, interrupting the Zenith Blade from Redbird as he tried to go forward. Red Bull looks for the double tap, can't quite find it, but Saint now potentially going to get attacked here by GEN.G. Will push him back, but he has the acceleration gate and nails the shock blast, and then just sidesteps the Q there from GEN.G. So kind of dancing on him right now, feeling
both.
confident that they don't have
Both,
the
Captain.
damage or the CC to knock him down. Inspired also is going AP. I'm not sure what your feeling is on that, but Berserker going to be forced to cleanse here on the bot side.
I think I'm okay with, we've seen a lot of like, it's Leandri's and then the, what's the second line shred item called?
Bloodletter's Curse.
Bloodletter's Curse. I'm not sure how I feel about the Bloodletters. I think Leandri's.
Oh, Saint flash forward there. The kick flip backwards, though, to safety for Envy, or at least relative safety. He has to
He
get out
wants
of there.
the
and Power
XP.
Shock Blast might be enough. Forces
That's
the flash.
worth. That's
Envy
worth.
trying to greed for this. We'll be able to get back
That's
and take
super
that
worth.
cannon, but Saint definitely putting the pressure on, but unfortunately for him, hasn't been able to cash in on a solo kill, so it is just the CS advantage. This is not a cannon wave, though, that Envy's basing on, so if he completes the base, he's going to lose at least a couple of minions, and the base will get canceled.
Yeah, he's still so low in this situation. GEN.G, about a hit level. Actually, he's doing the dragon,
Oh.
so that might take him a bit longer. But Envy now has level 6, but just too low to really make anything from it.
Going to be starting this
Honestly,
up.
I
This is
respect
pretty
this level
risky
5
from
dragon,
GEN.G. Bold to start that
because
dragon.
as
When your
Nocturne,
mid
you
has no
really
TP,
can
no
get
pressure.
it. Like, it's really
Isles is
not
low, so they do
too
have the HP
hard,
advantage
but I
on the bot
think
side. Inspired
Lion
comes
is a
in, though,
little
and that
bit
will be enough
too
to push it
aware.
back.
Yeah, I don't think you can go
Dude,
for
I
it
wanna
with
play
the
some
condition
jungle
of your
games.
mid lane. So wise
Like,
to back
for
away
real.
in that situation, and Envy will go for the reset. I think regarding I think the first time Leandri's, I think is completely fine. I feel like transitioning to tank after that could make more sense to me, because we've kind of just been seeing like the full AP builds. But you know, maybe like a Leandri's, Bandle Pipes, and then the Protoplasm Harness Like you get that first AP item, then a bit tankier after that. I think in my mind for like a pro jungle economy makes a lot
I
of
guess
sense.
only Renata,
We've just been
huh?
seeing like the full AP saplings on nuclear bombs sort of build.
Yeah, I mean the saplings are obviously very annoying
Little
to deal with,
Nocturne
but
Gaming.
at a certain point,
I'd be
the damage
down.
can kind of be shrugged off, right? It stops being
think I'd
threatening
be down.
later on into the game. In my view, you just can't keep up the income to actually have enough AP to like truly threaten people.
It is
usually.
great for stat padding though.
It
I'll
is.
tell you that.
That's true. The most useless damage.
Yeah.
But you can do a lot of it, and Envy now does have a slight experience advantage as Isle's going to find Bull. The Deadly Flourish will connect, but no real follow-up there to be had.
I feel like there's, you know, it's also, there's been so many games like a top laner's playing.
Oh, yeah,
direct
Leona.
side, and you
Leona
get
is
to the end, and
a
it's like,
camp.
oh, you've done 36,000 damage. Just such like kind of fake stat padding damage that just doesn't really mean much. But big number, I guess. That's nice to see.
The big numbers do always feel nice, and pretty much always you'll see the pro players checking the damage at the end, and always like, I did more than you. It's funny hearing some of the comms sometimes when games are ending. They're like,
I feel like Aurora would spawn a lot of units
they
too.
don't want to end the game.
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah.
I
When
think
you're on
we've
a
all
real
been there.
struggle game, you need to look a little bit better. You know,
Yeah.
you need to get some
Like
damage
sprites
in at the
are
end.
literally in the
Of
game.
the numbers. And then you get the
In
people who
Sprite
just like
Mother.
don't care, you know, flawless game, perfect KDA, dive the fountain at the end and ruin it.
I kind of respect it, man.
Yeah.
It's that they don't care at all. We got some lethality coming in through mid lane and bot. Of course, Shino is laning against Rumble, so he has to pay respect to that. You know, we talked about the Kanik rush, almost always what you're going to see. Does mean that, you know, he's going to have less armor, or at least less armor early on, but you do still need some armor. Pen is the bullet time coming through. Berserker forced to flash. Isles gonna eject
Like, I think that's gonna
Redbird
be her
back, but that
signature
is
spell,
a nice
y'all.
engage. Redbird didn't even use his ult, and they get so many
It's just gonna
dumps.
be
3 down there from the Lion bot lane.
Boot
Yeah, so
all
much pressure easily allows
enemy
Donkey to pick
units
up his
at a
dragon
battlefield to their
here.
base.
And triple sums
Like, I
build
know
there
it's coming.
from the bot lane and them getting chunked out. Not a great feeling. Shino not having a great time in this lane so far. Not at a Kanik spike yet, but one thing with the fact that, again, it's a rarity to have an AD mid laner, but you can send Saint into Shino after he has that Kanik Rukin completed.
Ooh. He's going to drop the equalizer here, try to keep him around, but not really going to be an angle for a dive as he gets the level up.
Yeah, not be able to take him down. But yeah, if you send the Jace into the Rumble, that MR is kind of wasted. So potentially the avenue to do that once laner phase is kind of broken open.
Yep, Young.G going to be going in. Paranoia is popped. Call of the Forge God is going to whiff here, but the fear does land. Nature's Grasp coming through, will be spell shielded by Young.G. Didn't waste that early, so they get the flash off of Dokla, as well as the ulti trade from Inspired, but they do not get the kill.
Yeah, so Inspired finishes off his
Misfortune right now, I
comes
feel
over,
like, is
saves
just
top
dummy
laner.
OP.
Still flash burn from
And then you
Dokla,
got to deal
still
with the
a
Leona
resource,
too,
big resource
as
expended.
Gen.
But the fact he doesn't go
Bro.
down to that first Nocturne ult
But
definitely feels
he
pretty
has
good.
cleanse, and
but he's gonna
Poppy
be feeling
kind
really
of
good.
counters
So Saint has
Leona.
built up a
He can
600
stop
gold
that
lead for
engage
himself
with
here in
the
the
E.
mid lane, which is pretty solid for sure, but Envy, you know, is scaling
But
and is going to have
the
that
ulti,
potential
like, you
all-in
can't stop.
threat. And it's nice steadfast presence into the Deadly Flourish there from Isles and Berserker, but they're definitely on the back foot, it feels like, in this 2v2. And for the most part, they've been a real point of strength for Lion, so them kind of getting pushed in, them being on the back foot, is a bit of a first, it feels like, in this series.
Isn't there a card like that, JT?
Inspired kind of use bot as you just leave it to play safe, leave
There's
it
like
isolated.
everybody
If they
discards
start to
their
stumble
hand and draws
fall,
4.
then, you know, that plan might go out of the window. With those summoners being down as well, you can see Isles very easy for him to disrupt the Leona engage. That steadfast presence is such a long cooldown. If we see Redbird get on top of Berserker, no plans available, you layer the CC, and
What if it was like
it's probably just a dead Jin.
Yep, I think
discard
one CC
enemy
hits
player's
with
hand and
full
make
time
them
up, and you
redraw.
are dead with no cleanse, because that CC chain just does not end with the Zenith Blade and
Or it could
the
be
Solar
like
Flare
discard
available. You can see
your-
Inspired moving his way down towards bot side. He is clearing out those Krugs right now, but kind of pulling them down towards bot lane to see if there
discard
is a
your
potential angle. And he
hand
has
in
finished his
redraw, but you
Leandry,
get to
so
like
we're
look
expecting
at
Dokla
8
obviously
cards
to
and
move
choose
that
from
way as
4
well.
or something. I don't know.
And first item done for Young.G as well.
It's crazy. You remember it was a thing that if you had 2 Leandries in a team, they couldn't both be in a target.
They went the int build.
Yeah, how crazy is it that
They
just
went
was
the
a thing
let's
one time
auto
and you
lose
just
this
couldn't-
game build.
Couldn't have 2 people with it.
They went we not gonna land a singular E or an ulti build.
Brother, you just griefed us.
That's what they did.
Our comp is terrible. We can't build the item now. Redbird going to be spotted out here by Isles.
That's what
they're
they
going to look
did.
for an engage. Nice knockback there from Inspired. Will keep himself safe, and Redbird might not be so lucky. Going to get stunned into the wall. Out comes the Nature's Grass. He flashes back, but already is knocked down, and now Shino might have to use his flash as well. He's going to have to dash back, flash back. Dokla has the equalizer. They are lining up for it. Inspired's going to knock it back. Will he let the equalizer rip? Is just going to hold on to it. Doesn't even need it. Shino's going to get chased down.
Job,
That's a
Lion.
couple freebies for Lion.
It hasn't.
As
Okay.
Loud wandered in and got chopped in half.
Saint already.
I was about to say, it would be really cool if this was in the game, and I was like, wait, no, they about to do that.
Easy kills, the team sets them up. We see here, Redbit going a little bit aggressive, trying to find an angle, goes in, and then just can't get out again. Tries to back away, this stun into the wall. I think you have to flash it, but may have just been in a comfortable position regardless with the rest of the team moving forwards, but flashes late, dies, and then here, actually see a picture-in-picture play.
Yep, they're looking for Saint. They're going to try to knock him down. The paranoia gets popped. He's going to go under the tower. Knocked back onto his own teammate, though. Isles tried to peel, but it failed to do so. Charged him back, denies the blast call. No, in comes Inspire, and I think they're going to be able to find him. Well played by Isles with the ward, but I do think that knockback might have killed Saint.
Yeah, and especially because there was a shutdown as well. It's pretty gold positive for Loud there. Obviously, not ideal getting the gold on a Young J compared to someone like GEN.G, but not the best.
Because we've been saying that a lot.
But we've seen from a Poppy.
So I think he's nervous.
Go to the All-Stars, pal.
Yeah.
Press steadfast presence.
Yeah. I think it's hard though when you're playing into a Nocturne because you're trying to wait out the shield. So this is how it started. Redbird got a big engage. Laid the CC. Just wasn't quite enough damage. NB not connecting everything there. The ult 2, I don't think connected. And then here, yeah, unfortunately, Isles slamming him a little bit too close to the target. With the wards that, was that 3 wards down?
Oh yeah, they have vision in that area.
Isles had his
that's
day.
for sure.
Full committal. I do hope someone on Loud pinged that and got the 15 gold reward, you know?
Exactly. Who's the real winner in that scenario? Sure, you killed the Nocturne, but they got 15
There's
gold for
something
pinging.
wrong with the replay.
There's some players who just rapid
Like,
fire
it makes
on that. Like,
your...
like there'll be a top
It's been doing that all day.
We'll get plays bot lane, they'll
Like,
watch
you'll
it,
hear a
boom,
sound just
they'll
like on
ping it
repeat.
immediately.
Of course, there's nothing else to
They'll
watch
snipe
when
you.
you're playing top lane. You're
That's
not
true.
watching your matchup.
I think Chino in this situation probably in that state of mind.
Oh, he's
Hold
locked
up.
in.
Okay,
He's
we
locked
holding.
in.
He's sitting there like letting his Koenig Rook in, tank the damage, and he's just pinging wards of them.
Exactly. That's how you really win the matchup. It's about pinging as many
Half
wards
y'all's
as you can.
faves can't
Get
go
that
face to
gold
face
up.
with Seraphine.
And Lion are over in the Dragon area, but
You don't think
does look
Mel
like they
could
pulled
kill
off it
Seraphine?
as Loud got pushed through mid, and that does force Lion to back off.
Yeah, Loud already have a dragon in pocket, but are down a decent amount in terms of gold, and
Ooh,
I feel
not
like the fact
because we
Envy
don't
doesn't even
want
have a
to
completed
see her
item yet
face.
feels pretty unfortunate.
It's like an Essence Reaver from Bull.
I've
which
said
is
this
pretty
once and I've
atypical.
said this
Usually MFs
again.
are just going to stack BF
If
items.
there
so,
is a
Yeah.
straight
generally you just see Bloodthirster
male
and IE,
playing
and there's
Seraphine,
such incredible
they
AD
just not
scaling
gonna
on
hit
the
the
ball time
ultis.
that generally people just want to stack swords.
Like, if
That's
you are
kind
not
of, the way that you do
slaying
build
the
it up. We do
house
see Young J though
down
starting this. Lion are looking like they want
every
to
time they
TP's going to
flop.
be coming in. The Dragon's
Every
getting
time.
low. It's going to be a smite fight, and it is won by Inspired. Young J
If
ults
the
out,
hand
trying to get
doesn't
to
have
safety on
a
the side.
90-degree
It's Saint
angle
trouble.
in
The
it when
rocket
they
shield comes
talking,
through. The peels are there.
they gon'
The
flop.
equalizer is good, and
They
Young
gon'
J
flop
is slated to fall.
every
Dokla
time.
getting in onto Bull. Bull's going to be in trouble. Inspired is low though, and he
Every
picks up the
time.
kill. Berserker trying to join
And
in,
it
but they
has
don't have any
proven to
consistent
be
damage.
true.
They cannot hurt the front line. Isles is trying to run for it. Won't be able to get over the wall.
What
He's
kind of
knocked down
propaganda?
too.
I play Seraphine and
Lion
hit
gets the
sick
dragon, but it's
ultis.
the
Bestie,
only
you're
thing
not
that
in pro
averts
play.
Total disaster, as it's a 3-for-1
Whenever there
fight for
is a
Loud.
Seraphine
Saint just
on
ends
my
up in
screen
such an
and we at
uncomfortable position.
MSI
Not sure how he
Worlds
found himself. Oh, Dokla might have
first
found
stand,
Redbit.
Dokla looking for Redbird, has no flash just yet. He is overheated, he is burned down. Lazy
They just
recall
don't do
punish
it.
there. As it was doubly bad that Saint got caught in that
The
position.
wrists need
because
to
it also
linger
gave
a little
Young J
bit.
someone to ult out to.
Yeah, you can see
Like,
he
there
just
needs to
walks
be a
up
little
from bot,
limp
coming
or
from the bot wave, jumped on by the
something.
Nocturne, and then the Akali's there to follow. Gets
Like,
hit by
when
the
they in
Ornn,
base, if
everything
they not
connects.
doing
You
this
immediately lose your Jace,
at the screen,
and your
see what they
Jace
need to
ult
buy.
is from super far away. And so
They
by
not
the
gonna
time
do it.
Berserker closes in on
Now,
the fight, the fight's
I've
already kind of
heard
lost.
from
You've
a
only
little
lost 2
birdie that
members.
Carrier Seraphine is not
you
that
don't really
deep.
have the setup to follow up this fight.
But the Jin has his Ghost Blade. Why didn't he just
Personally, I don't remember him playing it.
There you go.
The look of despair on your face when I posed the question. He's going IE second though.
Yeah.
So that is nice. We can see the Coinbase gold grind here. Almost dead even
But if
between
you
the
let
two
a
junglers,
girly
just
pop,
slightly, ever so slightly ahead for Inspired, and he is going in towards that second AP item.
I agree.
So very likely going to be grabbing the Bloodletter's
I think
Curse
Kyria
here
gets a
to
pass
shred for both
every
himself
time,
as well as
personally.
Dokla.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing to think about is you have
Personally,
that,
but that's just me
setup for the other
personally.
AP champion on your team.
But
it is pretty valuable.
okay,
This
his
can also be
ults
really
did
nice
kind of
for the same
flop a
reason,
little, but it's
the,
Carrier. Exactly, exactly,
really nice
exactly.
if you have a lot of AP on your
That's
team.
like saying,
But they're gonna
like,
be looking Paranoia coming in here onto Saint.
well,
and
you know,
there is
I
the
will
perfect
say,
execution. He's got no chance,
I will
has
say,
no
Faker's
flash.
Yone is
Playing
quite
these
donkey
sidelines,
dookie booty
it's gonna
cheeks. I
get
never want to
dangerous
see
for
him on
Saint.
that
I think
camp.
we're seeing some of the concerns that we had about the Jace.
But
sort of
he's Faker, so
show up.
you gotta let him have it.
Anytime he decides to exist in a side lane, in a team fight, in the
Now,
river, out of the
I'ma
river, basically anywhere
stop
outside
you,
the fountain,
Lando,
or like directly
'cause
under a tower, he's having a tough time.
a man who
This
plays
Akali,
support,
Nocturne, they're just kind of collecting freebies at this point.
They really are. And that's
like,
the
they
problem. I mean,
care.
Jace is great in
They
the 1v1
care.
in the lane, but the game
That's
doesn't
a
end
good
after the lane
man,
phase.
Sam.
And even with a big gold lead here, he has struggled to
That's a good
find
man.
relevance in the team fights. We'll see though. Inspired, you know, it's going to be on him. It's going to be on Isles to try
Do
to get
they? They
vision, to
do.
try to be spotting out where the Nocturne
Every
is,
support
to give
main
Saint that coverage, right? You
I've
can't
met in
allow them to just
person,
keep picking up free kills.
I'm
And
like,
if you can spot
"Aw,
that
you a
Nocturne
good
and be in
one,
position for a
HQ."
counter gank, hey, maybe you can turn that around
Yeah.
and really start
Oh
to
my
punish them.
gosh,
I think
Lando.
Young is not strong enough just to nuke him down quickly, but it's the fact that the Akali is always there to follow up. And that's someone who's much easier to cover and prevent. You're never going to be able to stop the
truly,
Nocturne from reaching the
truly.
Jace, but you can have people there to peel.
Right, she
and the
is a
Akali
man who
someone that you
plays
can track much
support.
easier. She can't just teleport.
Is.
Well, she can't teleport, but she can't just appear
Y'all are
across the map
messy,
on top
like-
of the Jace.
You can see Dokla down to the spot side. Young.J was lying in wait, but doesn't like what he found as the equalizer is going to get dropped. Young.J does have the flash, but will he have to use it? Isles moving down, but so is Redbird. There's the overheat flash out, and Dokla just given over an easy kill. Dokla uses the flash. It's a trade of flashes, but that's just
Play
such a free kill given in.
mamas.
And now they're going to look for Shino here. He's trying to clear out the wave, but the Rift Herald is there. Pop's Call of the Forge God on the bot
All right,
side.
let's
They're
lock
looking for
in.
a dive onto Isles, but he knocks away the Akali. Isles is going to be safe. Shino is also
How is
looking like he's
Gino
completely
just
fine. The
defending
tower
this
never
little
got
turret
finished.
all by
Saint
himself?
got put low, and Loud winning out on both sides.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, but if the Nocturne was just used to help provide cover for Shino
Can we
there
get the
and
turret?
disrupt, but so hard to dive and on in this situation. He's so tanky as well, doesn't have
He's
that much
so
armor
tanky.
there, but the Jace just not really able to cut through, and I think the tower aggro juggling was a little bit off as well. It was Saint who had the aggro most of the time.
Look at this deep TP. They're going to be able to stun him into the wall here. Isles looking for
I
him.
think if
Drops
you
takes
want
off
a
for the slow.
toxic
Dokla
man-
has the home guards coming out with this TP.
If you
Gonna be
want
able
a
to finish him
toxic
off.
man,
the kill will
a
be gifted to Saint, so
bum,
Dokla gets nothing. But it is
a
a nice play
bum,
there
find
from
you a
Lion.
good top laner. Find you a good top laner. If you want a toxic man who gonna
They're getting
provide,
shanked out here by the bullet time, so
find you
now
an ADC.
should be able to put some pressure on this tower. No one there really to respond.
If you
from the
want,
side of
like,
Lion, and
a man who gonna support
Envy
you,
here. Goes
golden
into Shroud, but trying to
retriever
burn him down a little bit. Dokla taking
energy,
a number of
like
tower shots though, so ends up
help
losing out on a trade. And
you
I
fill
thought it
up
was
the
IE
gas
second, but
in
it is
your
just, that
car, and you
Storm
ain't
Racer
even know
there
that he
for
had your
Berserker.
car. Like
And
he
Isles
was
gonna be
just
looking
doing
for
something
engagement.
nice for
Nature's
you,
grasp
brought
spot.
you
The shot clock does connect
flowers.
onto Bull, and the equalizer is perfectly placed. He
I'd say
flashes,
find
but
a
it's too
support.
late. The twisted advance wraps him up and knocks him down, and now Redbird
If you
trying to
want a
run
man
for it,
who gonna do
will
that,
be able
but
to
just a little bit
survive.
less, not
But
really
both the
golden
side lanes
retriever,
are being
but they
pushed
still
here
gonna
by Loud.
they gonna
It is gonna be
surprise
the
you with
Dragon,
a
though,
with
for
a
Lion
good
as
time,
the
or
reward.
surprise you with a surprise. Like
We'll
it's not
see
every
if Loud try
day,
move in this, despite
but
not
it's
having
like
lady carry.
once
There's
a
a lot
month.
of resources
Get you a
expended
jungler.
by Lions. So many ults there burnt by them.
If
They're
you
gonna try to
want
fight for sure.
They're gonna go
a
for it.
man who
The DP is
gon'
coming in. Paranoia is going to be
just
popped.
like
And we see
be
that Saint is
meh,
with the rest of the team. But they're
regular,
just jumping onto Saint. And this time the Dragon is
mid,
stolen
dare
there
I
by
say.
Young.J. Redbird
Oh my
flashes out.
god.
And Lion are
If to a mid main.
Berserker can do nothing. He does not.
Yeah, Berserker did nothing.
Now Redbird is low.
Okay, there we
Envy is
go.
low as well. They're looking for him. The Ornn is just too damn tanky. Akali going to try to exit the back of the pit. Will be able to do so. And will TP
What is
out
happening?
to safety. So Lion win the fight, but they lose the dragon.
If you want a
Both
man, you
junglers
a
being able to
bum.
steal one away
Oh,
this game.
well.
Berserker in trouble now as Bull comes in.
Wait.
But not confident to keep chasing forward. I think they could have gone for it.
Yeah, he was already so low. I guess he has summoners, right? And he had the backup behind him, didn't want to overstep too much. But this fight just ends up being a swoop in from the Nocturne to steal away the Dragon here. But the fight afterwards ends up super scrappy. We see, even though those two members go down initially, they're not able to get on top of Berserker. Young-G goes down, he pops the ult. Envy has to back away immediately because he's low. Redbird's taken down, and then yes, Shino's super tanky, but doesn't have the team to follow up from there.
Okay then. Okay then.
So back and forth, and it just kind of feels very chaotic right now. It feels like Loud focusing a lot of resources.
So top is at the bottom of the
Jace,
tier list,
and Lion just trying to
ironically.
find some structure in these fights, but I'm looking at the fact there's a
I mean, like, if you want a man who don't wash his drawers, wear the same pants 4 days in a row, take a shower once every 3 days, the trash is overflowing in his house of his mama's crib, mind you, doesn't have a car, always depending on somebody else, get you a top lane.
He is going to hurt in these fights if you're just ignoring him. And Lion are kind of in a position where they have to. And saw a big reaction from Dokal on the player cams after that fight. It was kind of interesting. Looked very frustrated. You know, they did win the fight, but they lost the Dragon, and maybe
when you walk in a room, you gotta do.
That is again and again.
Get you a top lane.
Picks in the side lane. The TP was quick for Miles to respond, but it just doesn't matter. They had been picking on Saint, and now it's Dokal's turn.
This combo is just so hard to deal with. Just make the silence almost
I go on dates.
Line to play out.
Street. It's just...
We'll be able to pick up this turret as well and push them into a gold lead.
Hey.
I mean, Saint has a good amount of gold. Despite how
the
fed this
LA
is,
dating
it's
pool
still
is
not
a
much
little...
of a gold lead between the mid laners. But it's just irrelevant if you're getting deleted immediately in all these fights.
It's different than Atlanta.
Behind in lane
it's
already
different from
Envy.
Atlanta.
And now you're in a situation where you just have so many
I also,
items in
yes,
pocket.
do not date League players.
I'm worrying for Lion right now.
And Chino is 15,
I
so the
screen them
ornaments are
all.
going to be
You
coming
play
through.
League?
You know, he's going to start getting in those upgrades for the team, something we
They
haven't
say
been
yes,
talking about
on
thus
to
far.
next.
Of course, he's had his upgraded Kanik working for quite some time.
I wonder who gets the first ornament.
I think Redbird.
Yeah. I mean, the protoplasm's
Dating
a cool
in LA
item. Why
is
not?
quite
Kind of looks like a speaker to me.
I see that.
You know,
I
like
see
a boombox, you know, you carry around on your shoulder.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Pretty good vibes for the team. You know, maybe upgrade it a little bit, get a better sound system for the squad.
You say that, but if you wanted vibes to the team, you would have gone Bandle pipes. That's the vibes I am.
True.
What about Riftbound players?
You know, turn yourself into an enchanter. Something that everyone
Would
wants
I
to be in
date
this
a
meta.
Riftbound player?
Redbird takes a little bit of damage from Berserker and Co. They are going to be able to push him back for now. Saint out towards that side lane, trying to catch the waves again, but Envy is just unperturbed. He's just moving around in the jungle, trying to put pressure on. No one can really face check him, and Dokla does have his second item, went for the Riftmaker because Inspired had that Bloodletter's Curse, but it's going to be quite some time before he has Azonias, which would help him, you know, to survive these potential
I'm finding
dives.
it.
Saint is going to have no such luck. I mean, he's building a little bit of HP with the Black Cleaver coming out next, but I just don't know how they're going to be able to
what I'm trying
deal
to say.
with this Akali Nocturne in the side lanes. I don't know how they're going to be able to deal with the Ornn in the team fight.
This is a point in time where you really wish they had a nerf tank Jace.
If the right conditions were met.
I think, though...
No one has ever said those words, by the way.
There's definitely some top laners who said
then
that.
Yes.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I think right now, Loud are just making the map feel so small. Despite the fact the gold's super even, playing into this Nocturne Akali just limits how far you can approach,
I am somebody who fully believes opposites attract.
We do have dragons spawning in 40
so
seconds.
yes, I do want somebody who's like not really into like
I think it's important for
the games that I play, I guess. I don't know why. I think I don't want a League of Legends player. Low-key, I think I don't want a gamer. I want somebody who knows of games.
And they haven't had the best soul luck. I mean,
Maybe used to play, but not one who actively
This time,
plays.
I don't think the Ocean Soul is very helpful for them, but it is very helpful for Loud with this Leona.
I mean, I think Riftbound players gotta have money. Them cards is not cheap.
Ever in a team fight if they have Ocean Soul as well.
Also, against the Jace, right? The
yes, definitely want somebody who like
out, you can sustain back up with the soul.
Is active.
Lion trying to get position, but it's difficult, and Envy is looking to loop round here.
Nice knockback there from Inspired, and Leona ult
Streep
is
is airing me out right
down,
now.
And now Lion feel that they can move in, take a little bit of space. Bull is playing on the side.
Streep is airing me out.
And Envy is on the
what
flank.
am I doing?
He's in the back of the pit, hasn't been spotted just yet. Lion do let the Nature's Grass rip. Inspired trying to get there, but he's just going to be CC'd up by the Orin. The bullet time comes down. Inspired has to flash back. There's the paranoia into the back line, but Young J has to flash out. He's going to get twisted on by Inspired, but Inspired falls. Isles is low.
Okay, are we winning this?
Envy is looking for the 80 carry.
Oh, they killed Berserker and the poopy. Guys, we about to go to game freaking 5.
And the chances of Lion
this is going on Reddit.
They're just going to go straight to Baron. Envy was slow to get
I don't even think that's misogyny.
He just
I don't even think that's misogyny.
carry. Douglas is saying, looking to push up mid. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to get a tower here.
I don't know. I mean, Chino, I think, is going to be able to just
I was tired, y'all.
Clear out the wave.
I was tired, and Street was like, let's go get ice cream instead. So I was like, okay, let's go get ice cream then.
At this point, they just can't find value from their carries. This Akali just is one-shotting everyone.
Yeah, it was like...
Let's see how this
what time was it? It was
so
like 10 o'clock or something.
Getting rooted here at the start. So it's
and
a
then I had a 30-minute drive home.
Ulted as well off the route.
God,
but just ends up moving in from the other side, and it's now hard to track.
Oh my gosh, it was 11 p.m. guys. See, I was just making a joke. That wasn't really the holy moly. That Akali went insane.
And the rest of the team was still doing damage. Bull got a lot of value off the bullet time in the mix in that fight, and it just felt like, you know, as soon as Envy arrived, the fight was over. Loud, get exactly. Oh no.
Berserker in trouble. He does have the flash. Will have to use it.
Okay, is that better?
With the proto belt,
no, like literally disintegrated.
Execution. Akali is flying from one side of the map to the other.
Is that better?
Loud are feeling very close to sending us to a game 5 here. Bull having a lot of value in that last team fight. This time,
we just want to play League of Legends.
It's mostly on Orin, it's on Leona. It's just not on targets where you're really changing the game.
At worst, it's shallow. True.
Pressured. And Envy can one-shot Berserker at a moment's notice.
Yeah,
at worst, true. I'll take that.
And the fact is, he could just buy a Medjai's with the 10 stacks already and just capitalize on that spike if he wanted to. Just such a strong core of pen items available in the inventory. Just to,
Miss Ma'am, can we judge your Hinge, Tinder, Duet, and other dating app accounts? Serious question. Absolutely the frick not.
Here comes the Nature's Grass. They're going to go forward, but Young J has the paranoia. The curtains are called. The Coral Forge God is going to be thrown down as a response. Knocks up Dokla on the side. They get a kill onto Saint. Akali Nocturne. The combo that just keeps on destroying Lion time and time again.
Are you gonna play games? Yeah, I want to. Depending on how late the series ends.
In the mid lane, they don't find anything though, and Louder pushing in, taking.
I don't have a Tinder, y'all.
And at this point, looking like they're gonna be taking this.
I think I used to. I think in Atlanta I used to. But that's because I didn't know about like other dating apps.
That ability to find a quick pick. We'll see if Lion can make
something. But then I learned that Tinder had the
chance of a team fight, and they don't have any snap engage. It's just
like really connotation of like just hookups, and I ain't never been that girl.
These are not tools that are very scary.
I mean, you look at the Red Bull Baron power play, 4,000 gold. They were already in a good position, 7,000 gold up now. I'm concerned about the
I thought this was going to be wrapped at 11 a.m.
He's there for the good vibes.
And then Lion Gaming was like, you know what? We actually want to play in everyone's faces.
Upgraded, so the gold lead's even kind of lying to you because it's really more than that at this point when you're adding all the additional stats from the ornaments. And let's watch Saint get one shot. Here.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Dude, this Akali is going insane. 7-0,
and the thing
bro.
Is now they're so far ahead, we're starting to see luxury buys come out, right? The GA comes out from Young J, Seeker's Arm Guard comes out from Envy.
Look at the gold grab.
Got the red pot picked up by Bull. So these are the things you buy where it gives you insurance. If you do overstep, you have the safety net. And also, when you're buying a red pot, this is very much a signal. Next fight is the last one.
It is absolutely that signal, and we'll see if Lion can do anything to stop that. You got 2 supers stacked up on the top wave. You got a super coming in through mid, and they're gonna have to deal with that. They don't have a great wave clear.
I feel like there are some people who don't need physical attraction.
Jace, and I think we might have been right.
I think there's some people.
Struggling, even with a great
I feel like with
the
some people, physical attraction is very important to them.
This Akali weathered the storm in the early game, and him and Young J have just been on a tear through the last 20 minutes.
Michael Myers.
Oh, Engage comes in.
They're going to be going in the bullet time, the paranoia, everything getting
You're
spent.
insane.
Inspired, trying to survive. Nature's Grasp comes out, but
You're
it's
freaking
nothing
insane.
doing for Lion.
Okay.
Equalizer though across multiple members. There's Envy coming to the back line, so Berserker just has to exit. The team has no damage because Berserker
Guys, we're real life going game 5.
3 kills unanswered.
Also, if Lion can't
Destroying this game, it's Shino TP
win easily versus Loud, like,
the Nexus, their eyes on the prize.
bro,
They want game 5.
y'all think we're gonna win versus G2 and JDG and Gen.G and freaking BKX? Be for real. Or BFX?
That much more. Berserker can't even get one on the steps of the
Alright guys, luckily
we're going to game 5.
And the crowd are absolutely loving it. The hometown
does it actually, Hypo?
taking it to game 5 against Lion.
Um,
LCS been struggling this year against CBLOL. That's not stopping here.
Nope.
Luckily, the next game will definitely be the end.
My player of the game has got to be Envy. Lounge, who you got?
Can't believe we're going for another
It's Envy,
round.
Akali dominated.
Any, you go wanna win another round.
5 games.
We made a deal. We made a deal. 5 games.
Yeah, we did make a deal. We made a deal.
We made a deal.
Yeah,
We made a
5
deal.
games.
Whew. I feel kind of bad about the deal now. Now really,
We should have just stuck with
really
4.
nervous.
We should have stuck with 4.
Yeah, that game, from the very beginning, we had some bad vibes here. Off of the draft. How are you feeling?
I came to the fans and we all agreed 5 games, like 20 minutes into the game. We're like, this is not feeling good. And I think part of it started at this Dragon fight where Loud was starting to claw back in. Like if Lion isn't far ahead in this comp and able to
Alpha
control
Strike Master
Drakes,
Yi, I was
it's gonna be
surprised
a
that Alpha
difficult
Strike
game.
wasn't
So this was one where Inspired managed to steal it,
already
but
in the
even
game.
the
Not
way
gonna
these
lie.
fights
It was
happened,
Counter Strike,
Akali
right? No,
got
that's
a lot
Jax.
of gold here, which was kind of the beginning of the
Let's
end.
see, where is it
Yeah,
at?
whenever you have a comp like this, you really want the Jin to be firing across the Maokai, right? Like across this rumble so that everything kind of connects. And this was absolutely massive because until this point, Saint had shoved in. Like they did have mid prio.
Alpha Strike, choose a friendly unit. It deals damage equal to its might among enemy units at a battlefield. Then, for each unit this kills, do this. Gain 1 XP. That could be fire versus like
Because
it's crazy.
Envy and Young-J,
Azir, I guess, or Victor.
They've really been carrying it. Envy's Rise game and Envy's Akali game really big.
Yeah, and the fact that
Like,
just he
for
could
low
weather that early
unit,
storm, right? Come back in the team fights.
it deals
sync
damage
up
equal
with
to its
Young-J
might
to control
split
side lanes. It was
among
insane.
enemies at a battlefield.
Inspired is also sitting in like the center chair for the review for Game 5, so he's trying to pull this one back
Split among enemies at
Lion
battlefields.
Game 5. I mean,
So can you do multiple battlefields?
insane. Player of the game is
It doesn't say
Envy
at
for
a
this one.
battlefield.
Envy
It
wins
says
player of the
at
game
battlefield.
For Game 4 as we head into Game 5. Just an insane Akali performance, getting the early kills, and then always teaming up with the Nocturne every single time to make both the Jace and the Rumble kind of unplayable picks.
Whoa,
So
that's
amazing
fire.
job there by Envy.
81% kill participation. He was everywhere. And again, like I think Loud,
Okay,
interestingly enough,
so-
they've had good team fights, but when they've looked at their best, it's when they've actually been making picks on side lanes with Young-J and
Say I
Envy
have
syncing up on prio
as Master
check-in.
Yi
The crowd is really feeling it.
a
Confidence here.
what's a big unit that he has? Say I have Volibear.
This is the fan vote here.
Choose a friendly unit. It deals damage equal to its might split among enemies at a
He
battlefield.
absolutely crushed it.
So you
Two
can
fan
take a
vote pods for
12
him in both of the
unit
games. I mean, where do we
and
go from
spread
here in
it
Game 5?
against
Tons
a
of
bunch.
champions
It doesn't,
removed.
because Alpha Strike, I'm
I
pretty
feel
sure
like
hits 3 or 4
There's
people,
much
but this
more
doesn't.
stress on North America than there is on
This
Brazil
doesn't
right now.
limit
I mean,
it at
you
all. It
already
doesn't
beat us in the
limit
America's
to the
Cup.
amount of enemies you can hit. It doesn't limit to the amount of.
This is Brazil.
100% there is. I think that Lion need to go back to constructing a better 5-on-5 for their team fights here.
You don't even have to be
Not
in
a lot of people
combat
are
for
a
this,
fan of
though.
Having 2 of your carries be Jason Jin, these 2 lethality carries. and they weren't able to.
You don't even have to be in
construct,
combat for this.
The type of fight that they want.
Yeah, this is
Obviously,
Brazil.
the Akali being fed and paired with the Nocturne made it really difficult, and they kept on getting picks, but they need to go back to what really was working for them.
Yeah, I find it interesting here, even in Game 4, how it looks like it could have been a good game for Lion when you see all this damage from Jason Rumble, but it was empty damage.
I feel like
so
you
much of this
should
was
be
in
able
lane,
to, because it's a
not actually
different
getting the kills.
card.
And then when they did pick their team fights, they picked
It's
exactly
completely
the
a
right
different
team fights.
card,
Yeah,
so
wish
I
we'd
would
be able
assume
to swap
yes,
to see
but
how much damage was taken by the Ornn and Leona, because I guarantee you so much of that
Dude, now I
want to
play Master
coming
Yi.
out is just getting soaked
in
into
ranked.
the two tanks, especially the Ornn. Like, the Ornn just came to be unkillable.
And how much was healed up by the protoplasm?
And we
on
could have,
Leona, but
if Lion
here we
won
go.
this game.
Watch, actually, that's the biggest
What was
mistake.
that?
Was the
They
biggest mistake by
chose-
Isles of the game.
they
is
chose
actually
violence.
keying the Nocturne back in. That was a big shutdown, actually, for him, which helped after. And then, like, if Lion doesn't win this fight, game is over. When they're overextending all the way through, Inspired then re-engages, and then they just get wiped by Envy just styling in the back of the fight.
Yeah, and you see like how when
Let me
this
see if my
composition
freshie is
isn't able
on.
to kind of come together from that fight, how
Go
it
ahead
just,
and log
everything
in.
falls apart if it's not synchronized. And meanwhile, Envy just took over the game. This is the one that happened.
I feel like it
actually
has to be
off-screen while
used
they
in a
were
showdown
focused
battle,
on
no? Because it's an
Loud
action
taking
card.
down, the
It
top
says
side as
play
well.
on your
But yeah,
turn
this Nocturne
or in
Akali combo,
showdowns.
and just a fantastic game from Envy, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's been the
So, like, if
standout
it's
of this
just my
series
turn,
for me, because if we think about
I can do
Lion's
this.
path from regular season LCS into playoffs,
Yeah.
Saint was performing very poorly, and then had this massive
And
blow up where he
then
was easily the
I
best
can
mid
move
laner
in
playoffs.
with.
So we're kind of.
I think it would be best if I
hoping that he
moved
just
in
maintains that
with.
level throughout. But Envy is going toe to toe and besting him, in especially in these
Well,
team
would
fights.
it be best to?
So that
Because you
makes me
can't
stressed
really
because I don't feel
respond
like
to
Inspired
anything.
Plays well when
If
his
I do
lanes
it on
are
my
able to win,
turn,
right?
right?
They didn't win with the counter pick in this game when they did win with the counter pick Vayne in the earlier playoffs, and now with Envy popping off in this last game, it's more difficult, Emily.
So I think it's interesting you say
Because
that
the showdown
it
hasn't
felt like
started,
they
so
still had
you
mid
can't
cryo,
respond to that, right?
And then when I look
Yeah,
at
Alpha
this
Strike.
composition, I'm like, okay, do I necessarily like this for Lion? Maybe not, if only because I think they have to get the mid-game team fights down instead of kind of hanging back and waiting for things to happen a little bit more. And their setups just weren't there in this game.
Yeah, and they have to play these fights a little bit
Oh, you can?
cleaner with the setup here.
Yeah, they do. Okay, game 5.
You can
soon.
react to that?
We had negotiated for game 5.
How can you react to it if it
this
isn't
year,
a showdown, though?
It's 7 wins for NA, 12 wins for CBLOL. I'm okay if you'll give us the 8th, right? Like, I'll take the 8th win.
You have so many wins.
Oh, so it has to be a
12 wins.
reaction. Got
You
you.
already have 12 wins. Colby, what do you think happens in this game 5?
I mean, I think we're gonna take it.
My
I gotta
Threshy
believe
isn't
in North
on,
America. I gotta believe
guys.
in Lion.
We're gonna have to ranked by ourselves.
Yeah, give me the booze, baby. Give me the booze. Let's go, Lion!
Maokai, X16, Poppy, times 9.
Nice. Remember flash,
Nice meme street. He's got to go practice a champ pool that isn't really his, so I think he's busy. He's got to go lock in some champs that he doesn't really, you know, specialize in. No, the wig is diabolical. Who do you guys think is going to be the most OP legend so far? Is he streep? He might be busy counting his money right now. I don't know. He might be very busy doing that. Seraphine, I do want to see them bring Seraphine to Riftbound because of her abilities and like the conditions on them. I think it would be really, really fun to see If a card specifies that an amount of damage may be split among some member of units, then each unit chosen is targeted. You really gotta read the rule book, bro. You guys think my local TCG store is already taking orders for Unleashed? I'm gonna call. Oh, they're closed. They open in 7 minutes. All right, bet. If they are, let me know. We'll do. They normally sell it like regular price too. Set the timer. I wonder if I call now, will they answer? How many people want a box? 3? 4? I'm opening. I will only be buying 3 boxes for Unleashed. No more, no less. Well, maybe less. But once I hit 3, that's it. I'm putting a hard limit. I'm putting a hard limit. All right, we'll wait 6 minutes for them. Buy 2 cases. No. 3 boxes.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 here. We are heading to game 5.
It would have been so lit if like I go to Atlanta, because like I bought tickets for Atlanta to be at Riftbound, right? And they sell them at like regular price. It would have been so great if I just like could buy them there, but it won't be out until May, so I'll have to wait till what, like Vancouver?
It's been confirmed.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed. Wow. Just put Ox in for a guaranteed banger. That's what we're learning here. And we'll see if Lion can turn it around after the last game. And definitely we had
Get a case and I'll buy 2 of them off you, really?
Game, when we were looking at the draft. The question
But then I would have 4 boxes.
In a very bad way for Lion as we
I said I'll only have 3.
Both Jin and Jace really struggled to play.
I had really good luck with my box though. I must say.
Once Envy was fed.
And I think honestly, Envy and Young-Jae, when they get their game plan going, have just been having such an impact. In that game too, when they had the Aatrox and the Rise, and in this most recent game as well, they know what they have to do. They start the game plan, they get it going, and it just felt like they were the driving force for the game.
Oh, and look at this. Lion have now changed. They're going to go first pick. I do think first pick becomes more valuable in game 5 because so many of the powerful champs
I don't know what that word means.
So sometimes, you know, people will kind of revert to the other side, try to mix things up. And we'll see if that's going to help Lion out here in the draft.
It's interesting because we get the opposite in the LCK, where they always go first pick, and then late in the series they switch to second pick.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing about League.
I thought it said Vegas too, and I was like, well,
I always tell this story.
What they doing in Vegas?
When I would do kind of
and why are there 3 of them?
After a draft,
yes, we need a signature.
One coach will walk by me, and I'm like,
which card do y'all think is going to be the best signature? Well, we don't even know the overnumbered yet.
So how'd the draft go? Absolutely.
We don't even know the overnumbered yet.
Can you believe they gave us
I feel like the artists are going to be the ones revealing overnumbered.
The coach with the better team.
The one who wins the game, because whoever wins had the better draft, you know.
I call that GEN.G is really good at drafting.
True. Yes. I call this outcome-focused assessments, right? You know, you look at the outcome of the game, and you make all your assessments based on that.
Exactly. So based on that Lion draft,
yeah, it was Diana, Ivern,
GEN.G. And then it would have
somebody
been a
else.
Very good draft. You're starting to understand now.
I think
the Diana was okay.
You know, potentially. They've been
doing
Lilia recently.
They do like to get wins.
Just be GEN.G. Is that the tagline?
That is. That's. I mean, League of Legends.
The Gen one's gonna have to be insane. The Gen one's gonna have to be insane, right?
We need to spread the good word.
I feel like in set 1, Victor looked really good.
on that ban list.
Everybody loved the
Kaisa
Kaisa one.
out as well, so it is going to be 5.
I noticed there's no Annie overnumbered, which is kind of boring. What is Young Disney Day?
Rel is available. Support, you can't really ever get all the engaged champs out. And Karma has been pretty high prio and getting banned quite a bit, so I'll be interested to see if that does reach the ban table, and it does.
Something to note is that Lion have had the same bans for the last 3 games, which has been Orianna, Vi, and Bessa. Loud has picked up the Orianna ban, but the Ambessa still...
I didn't know I had RGB on the back of our monitors.
Will it get left open here? We did see Loud banning away, you know, Nami, banning away Azir. Will they get a look in here?
Yeah, I mean, Azir definitely does rise in priority the further you get into the series, right? And there is the Azir ban. Ori not going to be played this whole series. Azir not going to be played this whole series.
I just wanted to,
so the question is,
you know,
what can Lion get value with?
Seaman Slappers is insane.
Some of the junglers that I do think kind of get high prio sometimes.
I'm just stretching my leg,
less and less mobile, less and less safe champs. I think Malphite that we saw banned out earlier in the series.
Hey, stretch
but I definitely don't think that's first pick worthy. Trundle is still up and available. There's lots of answers in the jungle, so I'm kind of less concerned about that and more interested where they're going to go for the soul lanes, because I feel like most bot lanes are pretty plug and play.
Yeah, I think Corki, with the Nami now being open, Corki Nami, really strong combo. You know, this used to be the Lucian Nami, now it's kind of like the Corki Nami, the fact that the Gatling gun procs super fast, and also you can proc it on your ult as well.
What's your take on if, you know, Loud should deny the Nami at all?
I think it depends.
I want to, but Andrew be upcharging.
Has already been taken away. What other 80 carries?
You think I could strike a deal with Andrew and be like,
I think it's less
what are the chances we can make an arrangement to where I buy for regular price?
Although, I mean, I guess we'll have to see what's going to come out this game.
No, I tend to agree. I mean, I can think it's pretty difficult. I mean, I think Nami can plug and play with anything. Like, you can play Nami with like a Jinx or a Aphelios or whatever and just play a scaling, and it's like, I'm just your plug and play enchanter. Is it as strong as Lulu as pairing? No, definitely not. But the question
I can get you 30% off.
Are you taking away from your opponents by
what if
denying?
I advertise y'all's store exclusively
but you're gonna get away
when I do Riftbound product?
Yeah, and we are also
y'all give me these
quite
for
deep in fairness,
regular
so
price.
Like the Lulu option isn't there, the Seraphine option isn't
Every time
there.
I make a
we do see the
post
Xin Zhao coming through,
about
which
buying
is honestly
Riftbound
pretty
card,
late for a Xin
I tag y'all.
Zhao in a series. The Ambessa is on the other side, which is a flex as an option, but can be played there in
oh
the
my gosh,
jungle.
not the
I
mellow,
do think
mellow,
Xin Zhao quite strong when
please.
paired with enchanters typically, but it looks like they're
Lion really let me down today. I'm not gonna lie.
Available.
They really did.
Yeah, and this can be one of the problems sometimes later in a series too, is if you go for an enchanter, you know, where are you drafting your engage?
Ooh, Nami. Well, there's no Lucian.
So I do think sometimes that could be
that
more
works.
of a premium. Caitlyn Nami, I actually really like this as a choice.
Yeah.
That is going to be so hard
No,
for
GEN.G ran it down, and that's what I like to freaking see, bro.
You drop a trap, you drop a bubble, you can CC this guy 100-0. It becomes very difficult for him to play aggressive, and if you don't play aggressive, you're just getting outranged.
It's a Brazilian team. Ryan. So I think it's Lion.
Have long-range beers to proc those.
I don't know if it's Leon. I don't.
And I think Caitlyn just fits the bill exactly. And with the Rakan,
I don't know how it would
really
be said in
hard lane to deal
Portuguese.
with. Annie ban comes through. I mean, I think as well, if you're playing this Caitlyn, you want to play at max range, set up the traps. Having the Annie Rakan as a threat would be a big problem.
And I mean, Nami is food for any burst champ, right? You know, is one of the squishiest, slowest champs in the game, so always have to be very careful about that. But I do think,
Nami
you know,
is slow.
compositionally, the Lion first 3, very strong. The lane, though, is a real concern, and we saw, you know, with them falling behind in lane, the last game could be difficult. Trundle, common ban when you go to goes in. Very, very difficult matchup for Xin Zhao. You kind of just lose out in all of the 1v1s in the skirmishes, and you kind of get outscaled as a result. So going to be taking that away and just continuing to deny potential AT.
What are the
I think that's kind of the beauty of having this on best
matches for tomorrow?
If the jungle gets thin too much, you can kind of just put that in the jungle and flex that
Let's
there.
see.
So they have options in that regard. It makes these bans from Line a little bit more uncomfortable.
Tomorrow is BLG versus G2 and BFX versus TSW.
They end up going for the Malphite ban as well here. I guess the fact that it is this Nami support, knowing that Loud do need engage from somewhere, they go
I think BLG versus G2 will be interesting. What if we watch
they can both be flexed jungle and top.
the first series
on their team who has played the Ambessa
and then
thus
play
far,
League?
So, you know, maybe, you know, if you're kind of relying
also,
on
I do have to leave early tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment
Jack's going to be the answer
at
very likely
1
here for
o'clock.
And
So I'll probably have to leave around 12.
Here for Loud
maybe
if they're not creating
12:30.
advantages, you know, in this bot lane. Again, they are kind of
What if we just played League no first stand? I think BLG versus G2 will be
Go
nice.
buttons at all, right? And if you are playing from behind without go buttons, it is very
I do.
You try to
do.
Show up to a dragon late and you get engaged on by a Rakan flashing out of a brush. You get engaged on by, you know, the Xin just jumping in on you and starting out the fight.
How about we play League right now? Y'all don't want to know what happens in this game?
This would be Saint blinding the Zoe. But there's a lot of squishy champs on
We
their
almost
team,
done.
So
It's gonna be
Zoe
done in
could have
30
value.
minutes.
Victor, much
30
more kind of
minutes.
standard stable, and I feel like fits what they're drafting because this is basically
We
just
made
like
it this far.
5v5, you have engage, you have side
We're
lane.
good. You can pack
It
it
feels
up.
about as standard can get.
Yeah, this feels like you're ticking a lot of the typical boxes for what a composition wants. I think Lion defaulting back to a lot of areas, not specific comfort for the players, but just a composition that feels comfortable to play.
It's
And now
almost done.
what are they going to go for this mid lane pick for Envy?
Almost
Are you just going to try and
done.
pick up a control mage to match in the mid lane?
Almost
There's something like
done.
Syndra. It did get nerfed, but is available. Instead, going for the Vex, so something a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and you can set up well for the public execution because you ult in the backline, you land the fear, and off the fear you can chain that with the public execution. The Nami wave comes in over the top, so I kind of understand the thought process with that. This is, I think, a very snowbally comp, one way or the other for Loud. Lion, after having a comp that just could not team fight at all last game, I feel like they said, you know what, we're going to draft for 5v5, we're just going to try to survive the lane, play for that.
Are you saying
The series has
Envy?
been slow, so I can see the merit in that.
Yeah.
The question is, can you keep stability in a very uneven 2v2 in bot lane?
This is a big test of Lion's theory that you can just play bot lane safe. You don't need to put attention to it. Advantages in bot lane are hard to build because you
Yeah, I
have
guess
the
they're
home guard.
mid.
Because you're now playing into Kate
But
Nami,
like,
which
why
is a
were they
lane who
rooting
said,
for just their
we're
mid?
testing that theory. We want to
They don't
crush
care about
you.
the rest of their
If you
team?
don't survive against this, you're going to have a problem. So we'll see how that pans out. I also think the Vex is interesting because a lot of dash-based champions who are looking to close the distance, Rakan into Vex. If you dash forward and get feared mid-grand entrance, you're going to have a really bad time.
You absolutely are. I mean, anything land on that Rakan and you go in, you're probably just getting deleted. But at the same time, for the Vex, you know, you can be engaged on yourself. You know, if you don't have that fear prepped and ready and you get flashed on with the quickness, with the grand
Lion.
entrance, anyone on Loud's
Lock
team
the
is
frick
pretty
in,
killable
bro.
with a good engage coming through from Lion. So they have
Why
to
are
be
we
a
at
bit
game
worried about
5,
that.
bro?
Zehen can be tanky, but only
We
when you're
playing
having a good game.
2 extra
Since now,
games.
obviously, you have the pressing guard. You can create a lot of space. They can control a lot of the area here with some of their picks, with the gravity field, with the arcane storm. So it's going to be an interesting one. All comes down to this. So much pressure, I think, on both of these teams. The weight of expectation of your regions. Of course, you are not eliminated, but you are knocked to lower bracket. And you're knocked to lower bracket against a JDG who is hungry for redemption. This is realistically the best chance at a series win for both of these teams. The other two opponents
You know what's
are
crazy
expected to
though?
be harder.
No, I don't hate Loud or anything. I just want NA to win. Like, Lion Gaming is North America. So I'm rooting for the North American team. I think it's so crazy and like privilege how
you do not want to be one of those teams.
Absolutely do not. We got an early pause here. I'll update you as soon as I find out any information about it. But as we look across at the runes, nothing really standing out as very different across the board.
I think for me, this game, I think Saint on the Victor, quite a stable champ generally, and there's not as many threats as maybe like, you know, an Akali and a Nocturne that we saw last game. I think last game was really hard for him to play. I think
he's so
it's difficult
for
to give him all the faults considering
real.
the position he was put in last game. But I do think he's had a
He's so
rough
for real.
series so far. There's been mistakes. There've been solo kills when it shouldn't necessarily have happened. You know, the LeBlanc game, he got solo killed by both the enemy mid and top. There was the Ari game where he charmed himself.
They said we're gonna keep you
in
here for
unfortunate
as long as we
situations.
can, mamas.
Uh,
They really did.
yeah, I think ultimately this is a chance for redemption for Saint, and I hope he has a better game here because the Victor can have a lot of power here, a lot of melees on the enemy team, where if you get a good gravity storm, good value, you get a ton of damage.
Completely
Here we
agree.
go.
So the update is we are back in the game. There were some minor audio issues that
Say,
players were
bro, what
experiencing, so
the
they paused,
fricky?
they sorted out. We're back in and good to go. I completely agree. You know, one of my concerns though for Saint is that he has 2 games of Victor all time in his career. Wow. And you know, you assume that you're playing in solo queue, you assume that you're getting practice elsewhere, but still, let's be honest, it's not going to be a comfortable position when you haven't played it all this year and you've played it twice in your entire pro career.
There's a difference between solo queue games and stage games, and then this is international stage games.
Game 5.
Game 5 as well. Yeah, a lot of pressure. There's some picks that you
Arcane,
are
Jesus,
forced to bring out in
Victor.
a situation like this because it's fearless and you hope you can play to the level you want to. And I hope that he does, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are thinking about Lion as, oh, it's an inspired team, right? And one of the things that was kind of an Achilles heel for FlyQuest, you know, with Inspired.
Is this a good Vex game?
They were kind of this expected team to be able to challenge the LCK, the LPL.
Amazing Vex game. I was like, if you look at Victor, he doesn't have any dashes. There is a dash, some multiple on several other champions.
Into Chovy's Smolder, you know, a lot of these times where they did get to a game 5, and you're thinking maybe
On every other
this is the time they
champion.
finally do it, and that was kind of a stumbling point for Quad. We'll see if Saint can kind of overcome that. He has a very standard pick here, but not a lot of experience playing it in pro.
Ciao. Yesterday was a mess.
So far, seeing
He tried, though.
the expected
He tried
outcome
their
in the
best.
bot lane with just this heavy harass. I feel like Rakan, in terms of engaged supports, you don't have as much engaged threat as like a Nautilus, but you have that sustain if you can hit the Gleam. Oh,
It must have been something like they
Goku's gonna
couldn't
have
hear
to
their
flash, but-
teammates or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't keep getting chasing. But I guess they don't know where Xin is, and because Zehen is on the bottom scuttle, they're assuming that Inspired is on the top scuttle. But Inspired actually took a quick base, so he did 6 camps base, and now he's going towards that top scuttle. Young.G gonna get some early vision here over by the enemy Raptors, and thankfully for Dokla, his jungler was assumed
I
to be
wonder
on the
why
top
the early
side, which
base.
meant he got to hold on to the flash.
Yeah, able to. Oh, Inspired might have an angle here.
Oh.
He's coming in here behind Envy. Envy playing towards that bottom side, but not far enough over there. Flashes, fears. In comes the audacious charge. The knockup.
Is this
the
worth it,
gravity
guys?
field is going to
Okay.
stun him, and it's first blood in.
Good
for
job, good job.
Saint.
Good synergy.
Envy
Good
could've just ran
synergy, good
down.
synergy.
I feel like he could have just ran down.
Yeah, I think so. I think he tried to run towards the tower. I think he thought if he did the flash fear, that would be
Good
enough in this
synergy.
situation. But just chase down under tower and Inspired flashing out again. Just in time so he doesn't take that
Yeah,
extra
no, I
tower
was
hit
scared about the
with
tower
ramping
shots,
damage.
honestly.
I'm not even sure if it would have killed him, but it would have been close.
Yeah, I feel like he just
They know what they
allowed
doing.
Inspired
They
to
know
close
what
the
they
gap
doing.
without
Let me
having
trust
to
them.
flash because he ran
Well, you know what?
back
Let me
towards
not
him
trust
instead of
them,
just
'cause
walking
we in
down
game
into the bottom
5,
side
so-
where
The thing is, his
where-
bot lane has so much prior.
I'll trust
that
teams
bot
that
lane would be able to
3-0,
move
you know what I'm
up
saying?
and assist. An extended chase there would be risky for Lion, so...
Well, big advantage here for Saint. Nice pathing from Inspired. He took the early base, got the scuttle, and ganked on a timing that he wasn't really expecting, because often junglers will do the 6 camps, do the scuttle, then base, then get out on the map. So I think Envy was taken aback a little bit by that timing, not expecting him to be there. On the top side, Shino and Dokla going pretty much even, and things looking good overall for Lion.
All my
thanks to
trust
that
is in
early
the
kill.
mains. And the
But of
towers,
course,
baby.
The bot lane is going to
And
be
the
a
towers.
continuous issue here.
You know
for
what?
Berserker.
Actually,
It's
I'm
not
gonna take that back.
necessarily gonna
Sometimes
get
not
better.
even the towers.
Also, if you look at Berserker's items, he has Tear, Ruby Crystal, and the
glowing moat, the most powerful item in League of Legends history.
When my AD carry comes back to lane with that, and the enemy AD carry has BF Sword, that's a little bit of a disparity.
You know, you're feeling, I'm not going to go out of mana.
Yeah,
I don't know what Alpha Drive does, JT, but if you've ever seen Warwick with
you took a little stone
Fury
and it
Blades,
just gave you some extra
so
vitality.
That thing is glowing.
basically it's like Katarina
Yeah, you know, you
ulti,
think about it,
so it
people pay
does
extra
1
for a really
damage
shiny
to every
diamond. Why
unit,
wouldn't you pay a lot for a
and
glowing
then
moat?
you do JT.
Yeah, you've sold me.
Exactly.
Oh,
Berserker was sold. Why
Warwick
wouldn't you
with
be sold,
Alpha
you know?
Strike.
No,
Okay.
powerful buy there with the Ruby
That's
Crystal
fire.
no tier.
It's also 3 items to 1. By that oh no.
Uh-oh, and that is, we didn't see how that
I
started
like that
out, but,
idea.
this is what I was talking
Essentially
about.
the same idea that I was about
you
to explain.
can't really ever W forward. It's kind of the same thing when you used to play against Caitlyn and Morgana as Rakan. You go forward, and when you're Wing forward, it's so easy to just place the trap, place that bubble, and be able to
Why
get
do
it.
you
And
hate the
Inspired gonna
Rakan
run to
pick?
mid, use that prio. They want to stop Young.G here. They know he's over there. They're going to TP in with Isles. The Dragon getting pretty low. Smite is up and available. I think
What
this is going to
Rakan
be killed
do?
before he gets there. They
Aw.
back off. They secure the Dragon.
Dang
Well
it.
played and well escaped by Loud.
Yeah, it feels so good for Loud. The fact he's able to get that and disengage from the situation. Lion were rushing over to prevent that. And I think part of it is especially when you have so little control over bot lane and you have scaling elements of your composition like the Victor, right? You really would love to get that early dragon, or at least slow it down. Even if they didn't get that first dragon, slowing Loud down, slowing the pace of the game could have gone a long way. It's Chemtech Dragon second as well, and I feel like you're feeling pretty good that could be a really high value soul. You know, Hextech still on the cards, Infernal still on the cards.
Yep.
You're right.
Saint just trying to pull the wave here, see if you can actually deny that cannon. Of course, will not be able to. They do have to be a bit careful as Isles goes forward. Berserker taking the bad end of that trade. I mean, Isles is moving in on Redbird, but Bull is just shooting your AD carry the whole time, and now he steps in onto the trap. That built over Peacemaker just barely missed.
I can sense the frustrations and the want to go in, but it's just not helping you in this lane. Bull even popped, he had the Triple Tonic Adaptive Potion, and he's already got 147 AD with bad, so he's doing so much damage.
Yeah, it is going to be very tough to deal with him. You can see he had the lethal tempo even stacked, so he is looking powerful down in that bot lane 2v2. Isles have been pretty good with the Gleaming Quills, though. Every time you hit one of those, it is, you know, a little bit of a relief. You're healing up. And that is very important in difficult recon matchups, because if you can't engage, all you have is your Q, and you need to be hitting those Gleaming Quills to just try to keep the health high. Dokla going to jump in and does pop the Grandmaster's Might there, expends the ulti, but Shino has his ultimate up and available, so Dokla does have to be careful here.
Little trade comes out between supports. See Isles, the auto Q auto, gets all 3 procs of his support item on the back of that. That's money.
That's support mechanics right there. That's about as intense as it gets.
Yeah.
You see that spell weaving?
Oh, yeah.
People talk about how difficult it is for Riven. What about for Rakan?
True.
Oh, Dokla going to be going forward. Nice sidestep there on the public execution. That is a trade of flashes. The ulti was already down for Dokla. Dokla almost gets Shino with the solo bolo. Will send him back to base. He has no TP, and Dokla has TP advantage plus lane prio. So he's going to get a play here, you have to think, and hold that teleport advantage. Envy, though, on the roam. They're looking to set up a dive down on the bot side here, potentially.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as things aren't going great for the bot lane offline, the gold lead isn't crazy, and it's being matched by Dokla in the top side. With that kill mid as well, Saint has an even bigger gold lead. The solo lanes are doing well, and I mean, we said like it would be proving the point of Inspired. Either can the bot lane hold on? Is Caitlyn Nami gonna crush you in lane? Does it actually matter? And right now, it appears they're holding on. For the time being, at least.
And G.E.N.G going to be spotted out by this ward, which is pretty high value there, as Saint could have been exposed to a potential gank. But as this vision gets cleared out, it gets a lot scarier for that bot lane 2v2, because while they have held on thus far, if you get dove one time and you lose your full tower, that gets really problematic. First turret gold is so much.
It's a bad thing. Not great. Do you see Dokla trying to get a reset off there? Oh, I've seen this angle before.
I have too. Envy going to be forced to flash out. The Arcane Storm comes down.
He walked down into the river, though, this time.
He's evolving. Trap's going to be set on both sides. It's a little bit awkward here for Lion as they want to retreat back, try to dodge as many skill shots as you can, but you always have to be aware of where those traps are sitting. It does feel like they're stabilizing a bit, though, in the bot lane 2v2. Their wave clear is getting better.
Yeah, you see at this point with some points in the Phosphorus Bomb and also having the ult available for Corki, a lot easier to clear the wave. I know we joked about the tier and the items he had, but the extra mana pool actually really does help.
Yeah, when you're on the back foot, you kind of sometimes can only farm with spells, right? And so it is actually very important. And of course, I mean, Corki just needs it in general.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, he was going to build it anyway, but in this situation it is pretty good value. And I feel like Loud, G.E.N.G is just constantly been coming
Well, that is risky as Lion. Isles on the back foot here. Lion bot lane getting pushed back now as Redbird was going forward there. Dokla in 1v2 in a lot of trouble, has no flash. Public execution, the Grim Deliverance gets leap struck away from Dokla, absorbs the double ults and the gank and gets out to tell the tale. Inspired here to cover, so Dokla should be able to pick up the wave.
Yeah, good moves there from Dokla to dodge away. I feel like G.E.N.G spent so much time bot trying to find this dive that never really happened. Goes to play topside, Dokla dips away from it, and it's Lion with the gold lead overall right now. I think it's just not going quite the way Loud had hoped, and there's still very much a playable game, but you know, you really wanted to get a big lead with this Caitlyn Nami. They do get the
hey, bro.
Quest, which does massively.
We on the freaking list. Let's freaking go.
Once Berserkers comes through,
let's freaking go. That was a smart call. Whoever said to go ahead and get that organized,
it's really
smart freaking call, bro.
Have an advantage.
Y'all got some giga brain, man. Giga brain.
They're going to be on the Dragon here. So Lion looking to grab this Chemtech Drake, and we'll find out what soul is going to be on the table now.
How many Ocean Souls are we getting?
That's 3 in a row. We had the Hextech the one game.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the 5th game was.
We're getting humid here.
Yep. Well, it's going to be...
Is it the same as last time? Ask for X quantity, but they... Yes, exactly.
Maybe, you know...
But they said the earlier you get in and like the higher up you are on the list, the more likely you are to get circled back to.
Yeah, but it's not crazy.
No, it doesn't feel great, but...
Yeah, we've been locked in today, Damio. Locked in.
Advantage and is going to be devastated by that.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. I just want to play League of Legends.
Goes in with the Grim Deliverance immediately.
Watching First Stand is such a tease because all you're doing is watching other people play League of Legends when you yourself want to play League of Legends.
Needs to be careful to not go too far. Young-J low, inspired in the area. Trade of ultimates, 1 for 2. So Saint's going to be pretty happy again to be absorbing this pressure.
I don't think Envy was ever going to go in on the ult, but Saint got his quest leveled up as that play was happening and got the upgraded make treads just to even further dissuade any potential for that play to follow through. So Saint able to survive from that one, puts a lot of damage back in return. Things have been pretty stable so far.
Yeah, Dokla at a bit of a weak spot right now. Before you complete that Triforce, when Mbessa has Eclipse, you really do not want to fight. You have to be very careful about trades like that, as you are going to take a lot of punishment.
Mbessa just really goes crazy.
That Triforce involved.
Do y'all think Mbessa ADC still works? Y'all remember on release I was playing the Mbessa ADC and I was winning?
The potential dive. Young-J coming over here. The public execution is up and available, and now the Counter-Strike is gone, and I think that is going to be curtains for Dokla. He's going to try to run for it. We'll see if he can actually outplay this. Leap Strike back, pops the Grandmaster's might, but he's going to be pulled in by the Dreaded Return and knocked down. No shot with no Counter-Strike. Loud, try and try again. They love these repeat angles. They love these repeat yanks, and they have paid off.
Yeah, just great setup from Shino there to get the Counter-Strike and make the dive so
What would be
easy
your LCS dream team? Like who on each role?
Yeah, he has no flash, but good sidestep there on the Wind Becomes Lightning. Envy stays
Definitely
safe.
would want Yun ADC.
Dealing with Bull and Redbird, but
I think just for synergy-wise, it would have to be core support.
Some hit down here onto the
Who else is a good support?
Some decent poke there, but the Nami will heal back up. And now Berserker's gone up to the top lane.
Like Busio is gone. I would say Busio, but he's gone.
Overgrowth, so gonna be able to get some gold there. And we look at the bot lane
match. True, Street, true.
So
Faker top, Faker jungle, Faker mid.
Not at all.
And then
so now their lane assignments are all kind of messed up because Envy was getting zoned off, so Bull and Redbird ran all the way up towards top to try to help him.
Who would I want mid lane? Probably.
So now they're like, oh wait, now we got to go back towards mid. So
Quad.
Kill your tempo
I think Quad is one of the best mids in NA right now, right?
Redbird caught out in the middle of the map here.
And I'm only picking
the ulti, flashing away,
people
but
from
even
LCS right now.
Flashed over that bubble, and from there it felt like a sure
thing. For jungle, it would either be Griffin or Inspired, and then for top,
as well to make sure the backup's there. Nami just such a vulnerable support.
Probably Dokla.
So easy to pick off and find in these situations. And just really cutting down the control that Loud has over the game.
It is, and that's both the summoners off him. Still pretty valuable to get the flash from Inspired, but
that's very
feels
funny.
Like once he flashed, you should have just held your flash and taken the death, because it is always scary now if you want to try to
do y'all think that like off-roll LCK players would outclass on-roll LCS players?
Dokla! We didn't see how that was happening.
Is he tilted?
Shino's still like full health, so
dude, Shino is
went very wrong there for Dokla on the bot side as Shino coming to life in this series.
Yeah, no ult used either, so Shino just finding an angle and putting Dokla into the dirt, and Dokla
so like Owner, the jungler for T1, he's
Shino who's been
top lane,
so heavily praised. Yeah,
and then
Shino who's been so heavily praised domestically.
Yushi is on
switched to top lane to be on top of the region, and
Faker's on support.
And there is
yada yada yada.
1200 lead there for Shino. So Dokla had just been getting poked
even
down,
at least, goddamn.
Yeah, I mean, Shino just goes forward. He has no Counter-Strike, and it's a bit of an easy kill.
That was
Dokla underestimating the damage.
It's okay. It's okay, Dokla. Lock in.
Feels bad in this game 5 as well, especially when I
also
feel like
Dokla's posture always trips me.
You even see Berserker with
He's always like
now with how that matchup was going. The only matchup that's really going rough is that top lane matchup. 1,300 down. I mean, I guess Redbit has a 45 gold lead, but you know, who's counting?
I can see it.
And Dokla had been doing really well. You know, in the 1v1, he was up early. You know, had that couple hundred gold advantage after he took a plate, but got ganked a couple times. He ended up dying to one of those ganks, and then now getting solo killed really does put him in a tough spot. He is not going to be able to interact with Shino at all, but Shino is running down for this dragon. Dokla does have TP. They clearly want to fight. Envy is coming from below, so they're going to look for a different angle.
Envy's after last game. Scary.
Bolt trying to get past that gravity field, taking some damage from Saint, but the dragon is already gone. Dokla has arrived. Envy still in behind them. Dokla looking with the counter strike. Nice buffer though.
Really, Shadow? I didn't see that. So all mid lanes.
Pushing forward. It's Isles incredibly low. There's another stun going to be landing on Shino.
Okay, they got Shino.
Berserker going in for Bull. Hits
oh,
him with the
Bull so low.
Nice. To seal the deal with the laser.
Okay, good. We're getting our lick back.
They get the dragon. They get the team fight.
We are getting our lick back.
Gonna get the tower as well. Huge team fight there from Lion. So controlled. And Shino, the most fed member of Loud, not able to find a lucky and shut down. And the control there was massive. And now a 2,000 gold lead. The LCS representatives. Oh,
Young-J has to use the Grim Deliverance. Gets over the wall, as Inspired won't be able to find that one, but that is just even more the icing on the cake, as Shino got a little bit too confident.
Yeah, and Isles gets so much value here, and it's just crazy he survives. So Shino ends up ulting in here to try and buffer, gets charmed here, connects on a 3, and then even with a stun, Isles gets out so low on HP. Shino gets focused down, and then it looks like maybe Loud can lick their wounds and get away. Saint says no, we're getting more. Inspired says we want the tower too, and it turns into just
Saint wants to make up for getting solo killed twice. He's locked. Okay.
And look at Saint now.
Hopefully
Seekers, you know, knowing there is a lot of dive, and
he stays locked. Because yeah, the performance recently, all day today, has not been tea.
Gold lead gets cut down quite
Hopefully
a bit, and
he
the
stays
mid-jungle advantage is massive. Berserker now almost 1,000 gold ahead of Bull. So, you know, the experiment here of this Caitlyn Nami, taking away the Nami, trying to pick for the priority, got them a little bit of an edge in the early game, but not paying off now.
Not enough. And I think in a scenario where it's a higher value soul and you've got those 2 first dragons, maybe there's a better argument for it. But the fact it's an ocean soul, you traded dragons.
Really?
Doesn't feel as
I wonder
good.
if that's like a pocket pick for him or
I feel like if you're
something.
playing Caitlyn Nami, you want set up on the objective, you want the trap line down. They were late to that dragon, and it really didn't favor them.
And it shows the power of Snap Engage, right? That is something that you don't really have at all on Loud. And you have these powerful melee carries, but a lot of their survivability is in their mobility, is in their dash, the pressure that they're putting on.
Top
so
Braum.
Just pots the quickness and CC's
Are they
up 3
trolling?
people. That means Saint and Berserker have no threat.
What
that
the
means they are
freaky?
going crazy in that fight, and that is really, really tough.
You got enters on your
Caitlyn is one of these
team.
champs that, you know, talking to Pro 80 carries, sometimes you'll ask, well, why isn't this in the meta when it's popular in solo queue? They'll often tell me, Caitlyn seems really strong until you make a single mistake, and then it feels like the worst champion in the game.
Yeah, and especially you look at the item that we're coming to now. Berserker has Triforce, about to have the Mirror Mana fully stacked. On the other side, Caitlyn with the Storm Razor and then the IE not quite completed, you're going to feel so much weaker right now in comparison.
Dokla is going to spot someone down there, but they are behind him. He needs to play very, very safe. Young-J's in the area as well as Envy. Isles was on a really
7
long flanking
game.
angle, and they feel like Shino may have overstepped, but
It would be
has the
time for a
warding
break.
Triforce spots inspired. Dokla
It
now
would
gonna
be
get the bad
time for a
news.
break.
He
Ain't no
fakes
way,
check
my boy.
into Young-J, and Envy's coming in with the
Ain't
ult.
no
That's
Vex
going to be
ult.
flashed away from, and see, it already used the ward hop, so Dokla on weak side, spends the flash, but stays alive, and that's the important part.
I think given how rough the situation was with the enemy jungler behind you, getting away just spinning a flash is pretty all right, all things considered. Does mean you're going to be a bit vulnerable for the next 5 minutes, but you'll take it. You have Dragon coming up in a minute 20, so I expect the team to start setting up for that
A
soon.
several day
We'll
break.
see who's going to be able to get
Sometimes
first
it's
move.
what's
It is Isles
needed.
face checking. The bubble will not land, so we can just use the grand exit to get away to safety. Pops the ghost as well from his spellbook. Still sitting on TP, so you would think he would want to cycle through that before this dragon does spawn. And Berserker
We've
now
got
has
some
that
good
Marmana
shutdown
fully
bounties
charged
on
up, so that is
our
ready to go.
team.
Saint, you think
We're up
probably
3K
has
gold.
his
Only
gold
person
for Zhonya's
who's
if he
kind
wants to
of
upgrade
really
before this
losing
fight.
is top.
And it is going to be Envy finding Isles with a nice little chunk of damage. Now maybe the TP pays some dividends if he needs
Did your
to
shop
go
have
base.
pre-orders? Yes.
You get so much value
Yes,
out
they
of
did.
Seekers.
I put in for
I think
extra
Bull
boxes in
has
case
Infinity Edge
like
now
you
because
wanted
if he
some.
doesn't,
But I will also
actually sells the Doran's Blade to complete the IE there, so they are very set on getting the power now for this team fight. Gonna be
I will also send you them.
Board, right? Shino's got
You
his
can
second,
order.
Young Jay's got his second. They really want to make their stand at this dragon and ideally get that early and get the trap set up. But we actually see Bull moving in bot lane and getting Prio there. I think you need your
Yeah, got you.
with your
I just
team
sent you
setting up
DM.
the traps because now Lion are pushing in, they're taking control.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Bull just kind of greeting for the wave, and it's not like you're going to base again before this fight. You already based, you sold the D-Blade, you got the Infinity Edge. This is as strong as you're going to get, so now you got to play for the fight. Chino does have that item advantage over Dokla, so Dokla just has to play it very far back. Both top laners with their TP, but Chino about to have his flash and does have it now. He is TPing in already, and he's going to be coming in behind them. Will be spotted on that ward, though. The trap line coming out. Isles trying to get around the side, but he's spotted as well.
Okay.
Getting incredibly low,
They give it to us. Nice,
They don't
nice.
have any engaged.
We're
so
on soul
can't find the
point.
angle.
Very
Envy is
good.
behind them, but doesn't want to go in on a solo mission. Would just get knocked down, and now Lion can just back it up unless they feel like they found a fight here. Bull maybe going to face check in onto Isles, and Isles flashes in. The charm is there. Is the follow-up there as well? Inspired goes forward. The Grim Deliverance comes through. The Fear is going to land on Inspired. Inspired flashes out.
Oh my gosh, he's still alive. They're so low. They have nowhere to go. They don't have flashes. Oh my gosh. God bless. Let's freaking go, bro. Let's freaking go.
Game number 5. Redbird in trouble here as well.
Redbird, you can say that again. He's got nowhere to go. Saint wraps around behind him. You said he needed to step up in this
That's
moment,
huge.
and he is doing
That's actually
just
huge.
that.
We've got almost a 2K gold lead in every lane, except for top and support.
I don't think it's enough to get back there in time.
I don't think so either. This is not a Hextech Rift. They can't get out there.
I was scared because I was like, do we even need to take this fight? We got the drag. But it was definitely good.
Idea that this is going to be happening. I think he's going to run straight over, but it's down to 5K. He's so far away. He's got no shot of getting there in time. Down to 2K. Going to be secured here. Inspired does claim it. They get the Baron. They get out. Objective bounties have spawned. It's a 7,000 gold lead off the back of this sequence.
Isles finds this great flank angle, and a lot of the CC return focus goes on to him, but he just dips out again. Inspired gets in, and with the ult soaks so much. And now
Arcane would be proud.
So many
You're so silly.
resources onto the front line. You know, Berserker untouched, Saint untouched. They can just keep pushing forward to the point that they're tower diving this Nami in this situation, turning it into Chum.
Yep, going to be able to grab an easy kill on the Nami. And that was honestly the goal difference in action for Inspired. He was barely surviving. The difference between him and Young-Jae was that Young-Jae's on brown boots, and he had tabbies plus 2 cloth armors on top.
Yeah.
That was the difference. He is surviving because of that extra armor, and now he is going to be close to the GA. Now a full death cap for Saint. He didn't even have to pop the Seekers, so go straight in towards that death cap. Third item done for Berserker. All of the luxury items coming through. Shino's lead now means essentially nothing.
I think, honestly, Loud needed to get the trap set up, and they've struggled to do that. Struggled to get in early and get the Caitlyn in an ideal position. And now, 2,100 gold lead for Berserker over the Caitlyn. I mean, mid, jungle, and AD carry, all just massively ahead of their counterparts. And Shino's lead just not nearly as big as it was earlier in this game.
It's so tough because, you know, Bull, obviously, you know, he is a target if Isles finds that flank.
One
but even
day,
if he doesn't,
I'm gonna do this stream from my couch.
All Isles has to do is press the quickness.
I think maybe
and
on
CC the daily
Saturday.
chance when they go in on your carries, right? As long as they're not stacking.
Saturday,
in
I may
one
start stream on my
Berserker and
couch.
Saint can cover for each other, and trying to fight through a Xin
Let
Zhao
me
that is
just watch
this
on the
strong is near impossible, and they just don't have the players in the spots to actually.
Crowd
answer,
is
they're
so
pushing through bot,
pissed.
but they
They've
give up
been
the top tier 2, the
loud. They've
mid
been
tier 2,
real
just to
loud.
push in a wave on bot.
But when we start winning, they
Losing so much more gold at
disperse.
this point.
Gonna look public execution in onto Dokla. The fear comes out, and he looks like he's gonna be a bit of a freebie. Dokla overstays as the rest of the team is resetting. That is
he tilted?
Silly death from him.
Yeah, not the first time this series. We saw even in that Gnar game where
Is
he
he
was doing pretty great
tilted?
little overstays when the rest of the team resets. Kind of does put an end on
It's
the Baron
giving
push
possible tilt.
from line here. It's a minute 20 until that next
See
dragon is
now.
Ocean Soul. Again, not the most impactful, but I feel like when you're already behind and you're struggling to kill off those targets, just that extra bit of health that
Who
comes
is
in
Envy? He's
is gonna be
looking good.
problematic for
Is
the
he?
side of Loud.
Let me see. Let me see what these hoes looking like. I'm looking for the hoes. Take that. How? Take that. How?
Or maybe they just give it up and try and fight a different
Let's see what. Because somebody said Gino is cute too. I think Gino has nice hair.
Try to contest and
Nice
you get
envy.
ace, the game's probably over. If you give it,
You know,
then you're praying for an elder
I'm gonna
flip,
let
right?
y'all.
But is
If you
gonna
like
get
it,
easier
I
to
love
contest
it.
Later? I don't really think so. And then you're trying to contest it into a soul. And well, we've talked about this soul not being that powerful. When Inspired is this fed, I do think it's actually really valuable for the Xin Zhao. You know, Crescent Guard gets so much value in a fight like this. Bull can't really do anything about him. And if he can just battle against these melee champs in the front line and win those 1v1s, which he can already, let alone with soul, I think it makes it really tough.
I think just getting onto a key target, if it's Saint, if it's Berserker, connecting that CC is going to be key. But you see, Lion are kind of flanking around here.
Yeah, they are 4 members strong. Dokla is behind Loud. They could look for
You
a pull
love
here.
your
Bull
bittersweet
walks up towards that
Lulu
top side.
cosplay,
He
huh?
could get a rude surprise from Dokla. They have controlled that mid wave.
Glasses
The dragon
are
is
cute.
spawned.
Can't
Chino
hate.
looking for a flank angle, and now
Can't
Dokla
hate
will
on you.
reveal. They're going to try to push him in. In comes the big engage. The Grim Deliverance is used to retreat, but Bull is in so much trouble. Pops the ghost, pops the flash. Berserker flashes forward, but he can't finish him.
He's got
But it doesn't
GA.
matter
Okay.
because
The
Loud
team
are
backing him up.
crumbling. Lion are crushing the fight here once again. It's 2 members down. It's Chino on the run, and it is Soul on the table here as
Beautiful.
Inspired has his eyes on the objective. The Soul
What I
Awakeners
love-
are more than enough to knock down Chino.
Is
The
that
Brazilian phenom will fall, and Lion, you
Inspired's team really had his back while he was in GA form, and now he gets soul for the team.
Great target selection and just
3 for 1, and the 1 was the support.
It's the
We
MasterCard
take
priceless
those.
moment of the game with the souls secured.
We take those, baby.
And Loud, it feels like it's just going from bad to worse.
It absolutely has. Saint has that full zone. He has 3 items completed. Berserker did spend the flash. That's maybe something working in your favor. The GA was also popped there from Inspired. Young-Jae, he doesn't win this. You know, even if he face checks you at this point, you just don't have the damage, and he's about to find that out as he is on the run. Saint likely not going to chase too far, but here is the fight one more time that may have just decided the game.
So, Isles actually splits onto
A lot of
Envy and
flashes.
Redbit here, and then moves over to Dokla afterwards. We see Berserker flashes in to try and take out Bull. Doesn't quite get the kill. Isles, a little bit deep, a little bit too far. I love the energy, a little bit too much, but the rest of the team is there to clean up.
I like
Might
his
not have been
hair.
the best play, but it was the confident one.
It was the confident one. The rest of the team got the dragon. They took
I
out
really like
Chino,
his hair.
and now,
Aw.
unfortunately for the CBLOL representatives, the game is in a rough spot.
Yeah, and you can see it.
I know
right?
he
You know,
not
that
crying,
is the
babes. It's
nature
only
of
day
competition. For
1.
there to be a winner, there does have to be a loser, but never
It's
nice to see the
double
pain on the
limb.
player's
Like,
faces
you
like that.
good.
Young-Jae gonna get found out
Why are
here.
you
He's
crying
gonna pop the Grim Deliverance
already?
in retreat. You'll be able to stay safe, but
It's literally
Loud has
day
to know it. It is
1.
a snowball's chance right now for them to come back in
There's
this game.
no need to cry
Your
yet.
best shot, really, I think, is just delaying
Now,
the
next
landing.
time you
Hopefully,
lose,
know,
then you
live
can
through the
cry.
Baron,
But right now,
maybe
babes,
find
lock
an elder
in.
angle as the public execution won't find Berserker.
I think
who
he
can
just
Valkyrie
tired.
safe.
I mean, I
It's been a
like the
long
attempt,
day.
right? If
5
that
games?
connects,
I'd be
maybe
tired
you
after
just get
5
all the
games
Berserker.
too.
I think you have to go for things
I'd
like
be
that.
like, dang, why
That is
didn't
your
we just
engage.
let
One of
them
your best
end?
tools is the Ambassador. Inspired started up the Baron.
He's just looking to solo it at this point. They're trying to go aggressive on a Berserker, but he's just healing back up with that Ocean Soul. He had no flash, so they might have been able to kill him, but now Shino is incredibly low, has no
It's that
TP
top lane
available.
pain. You do well, but your entire other team is 1 and 8.
Honestly, Lion could stall this out and make it sync a little bit better with the Elder.
Nah,
I mean,
actually,
it's a long way away from the Elder,
they
so
are.
maybe they can't stall out for long enough.
Yeah, that's the question: is can you survive?
He
until
did
the
do
Elder?
well.
I do
He
agree
was
that we've
up
already
like
given
what,
Soul.
1K,
Elder is your
2K.
best chance of the game, right? Elder is kind of that
Wanted
great
to carry.
equalizer where
See, this
if you
just
can
gonna push
steal
that
it, if you
narrative that
can
top lane
manage
is
to make
weak,
everything
bro.
happen in your favor and not just die in
It's
the
just
attempt
gonna
at the
push
steal,
that
then
narrative,
hey, it kind of
man.
erases the gold lead, right? Because all of a sudden everyone has like 25% less HP because there's the burn plus the execute. But it's a lot of ifs,
I think
and they haven't been able to find really any fights.
Yeah, if Lion
You'd
play
rather
this correctly,
watch
the Elder
Silver
never,
CS?
never even gets
Good
below half
grief.
HP.
Goodness
Unless Loud are like
gracious.
trapped in their base or something. So they have the Baron now to push in. They have control of the game. And Saint, 0 deaths so far this game. So I said I really wanted to see him
You
step
had
up.
to say it, buddy.
Yeah, and he's had a great game so far. He's been pretty flawless.
Yes,
And
this
a
game
big
he's been doing
redemption
well.
Considering some of the rougher games this series, it's been a struggle so far the LCS representative, but right now they are looking down a very good game state that might just get them this series win.
Yep, it's looking like it likely will. All of Loud down here on that bottom side as Saint and Berserker, they hurt at this point, and that Rocket is going to show them just how much damage he can do. You can see that as soon as they saw all 5 from Loud down here and the trap line, they're like, all right, we need to play multiple lanes, right? So they send Saint up towards top, they send Dokla mid, and they're going to be looking to push in all of these waves. Look at the damage difference between the mid laners in this game. Envy has not really been able to find any purchase on the
almost 28,000.
and it has been Saint in control.
That's embarrassing.
Pretty early on.
Yeah, he's just been doing so much work,
That's
and he's been playing pretty aggressively in some of these fights, flashing forward to secure kills, but just still never really being threatened up to this point in this game.
Yep, and now, as the other lanes are being responded to, Loud know they cannot hold bot lane any longer. They send 2 members mid to answer Dokla. They have 1 top, so it is a 2v3 down here for Redbird and Bull. They're just trying to thin the wave as much as they possibly can. There's only 1 minute remaining on this Baron power play here. But that is enough to potentially threaten this bot side inhib. GEN.G has moved down there, but I don't know that Shino can hold the wave on the top side by himself. He's going to try to do it. He goes in.
Saint got it like that? Saint got damage like that?
Kill him, but it's going to mean he has to retreat.
Yeah, it does force the ult at least, but you know, it's not that long of a cooldown, and you're going to have to back off and heal. The pressure is just mounting. Turret going down top. Bot seems soon to follow.
Saint going to be able to knock down that inhibitor. You have to think Shino coming out with the home guard, so he will have to play a little respectful, and Dokla has been chunked pretty low. Will have his Zonia's completion on base as Berserker continues pushing in through bot, hits level 18 right now, a 3-level advantage over Bull, a nearly 3,000 gold lead as well. Saint goes back to base, double TPs come out with the Zonias as well as the completed Void Staff there for Saint.
Oh, Engage coming in.
Envy, this
okay, 1 down, mid laner. Isles looking a little low, had the ulti to get out. We're going in, there's no turret. 1 down, 2 down.
The Grim Deliverance will get 1 back, but Inspired is standing and fighting. Saint and Berserker are untouched, and you know what that means. Loud can do nothing.
Nice.
The revive is there, but Berserker will camp the corpse and wait for
nice.
another
3 down.
Gets a kill. Saint knocks him down on the top.
All right, guys. GG's. It looks like Lion is going to take this series.
They win their first series here at first.
Let's freaking go.
Getting some revenge.
I was scared, y'all.
This time, LCS
I was scared for a moment. I was.
It was a close one. It was hard.
You weren't even worried.
Sides, but Lion in the
Not gonna lie, I was.
In this game 5.
I was a little
Nicely
terrified.
Done there by Lion. Really good series here from Loud as well. Very competitive, as you said.
I was a
Very back and
little
forth.
terrified. I'm really surprised they don't give us interviews.
I have to say, from Shino, I think you can see why there's a lot of hype around
Like,
him.
I'm actually super surprised.
I also felt like GEN.G as well as Envy were playing great, and Lion just barely able to scrape by. Some really
Do they have to
solid
play against
performances, I think,
Chim
from the bot lane. Kind of the unsung heroes of this one.
Oh,
People don't talk about
I
Isles a lot.
think
If they're going to
they
talk
do.
about
I
bot lane,
think
they
you're
talk
correct.
about Berserker. But I feel like Isles was so solid throughout this series. Even when they're in bad matchups, they're
think you're
surviving.
correct.
He's finding impact in the team fights, and Lion can be really happy that they were able to get through this one.
Yeah, 100%. We will be
That's tough
hearing
nuggets.
from the analyst desk now. So, what do you guys think of that series?
I think that was one of the most stressful series I've ever watched.
I think Dokla's
ending.
tilted.
That's what I think. Great ending to that series.
The first and last
I
page
think Dokla's
were
absolutely
comforting,
is.
But the rest of the series, I mean, CBLOL put up like an insane fight. The fans here have been awesome all day. We're gonna
All
have
right,
Dokla for the
ladies and
Rise of
gentlemen,
review
let's
once he gets
get
here.
into
But we're gonna go over this last game a
it.
little bit while we wait for Dokla to get mic'd up. I'm still.
Is there another game today? Thank God, no. I want to play, brother. I want to play. I am locking in. Do you see the things we put for the soundboard in Discord? I have not had time to get those situated. I'm probably not going to have time for that until at the end of this week. So like next week. This week is crazy week. Yeah, I listen to J. Cole sometimes. I don't even know what I want to play, man. I hope you don't got time for those ever. You don't want little soundboard things for people to donate for bits? A little bit moment. I don't know who I'm going up against, so let me just go Kaisa. They banned Caitlyn, so I feel like I'm likely to go up against a Samira, but I can't first pick it. I don't know what the enemy team is gonna go. And get some chicken instead. Got the crown, shut it down, had it hype up in the 6. Cardi B, bet. Those are synonyms. You see you winning. Got it? You see who stuck to the code and who forgot it? Talk about it. Jinx? Okay, this is good. Going up against Jinx is good. Zona. Zona. Nunu and Timo. We win these. Uh-oh. Mel Pike Jinx. Are we about to get our cheeks absolutely disintegrated? Why are we reporting people? What happened? What happened? Why are we reporting people? You get that. Oh, the music kind of loud, huh? Let's go. Oh, I gotta change the title. All right, there we go. Equipment gives +2 might and conquer or hold gain 1 XP. Okay, I could see that being fire. Very good for Master Yi. And my my XP girlies. Look at that.
Minions have spawned.
Look at that. I think we're gonna lose level 2. We gotta push for level 2. Because if they get it first, we just insta die. You still a Jinx main? I am. I am indeed. I'm doing great, Chrono. How are you doing? Is she gonna try and stop me from getting the cannon?
An enemy has been slain.
Time to start taunting. There was no Kai'Sa play today. Yeah, I think people forget how strong Kai'Sa is early. Thanks for coming back so I could secure the kill. I really appreciate you, Jinx. Wouldn't have been able to do it without you, brother. Really appreciate you. Wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Ooh. If you can land a bubble, I'll do it my dang self, since she was definitely gonna leave me there. I'll do it my dang self, since she was definitely gonna leave me there. Definitely not putting out a singular auto. Just gonna walk away. Not even gonna fight with me, brother. Not even gonna fight with me. No, truly, JT, like, you be getting hungry sometimes watching them games. She didn't have mana for autos. I had mana for autos. She didn't have mana for autos. She was drowning. She had no water. Oh, is that what it was? Oh. Heidi. When she misses a bubble, that leaves us wide open for engage. She needs to save that for a reaction rather than a reaction. A reaction rather than an action. Or else what just happened is going to happen every time. Now, will the Pyke actually land an ability? I don't know. Auto mod rot? Wait, what happened? I didn't even see. What did auto mod take? Is he AFK? All right, I'm gonna take my leave. Slaughtering auto or slandering auto mod. Bot is Mia. Broken whiskey glass. My share of grass. I want to see if they go in. All right, I'm 6. Do. Well done. Well done. She ate that. She ate that. Absolutely devoured that. First time seeing you not using Jinx. I feel like Jinx has been very pick or ban recently. I feel like she's always picked. Now, granted, I could have picked Jinx before this Jinx, but I feel like Kai'Sa is just so strong right now. I feel like she's just so strong. Actually, I think this is better. No ult at the moment. Dang. I had ulti on him too. I just lost vision of him. Aries. Hey.
Enemy killing spree.
Take you for a ride on my big green tractor. Babes, this is not a fight that you want to take. And I don't know what it's going to take for you to realize that. You would have taken the ult. I didn't know where Pyke was. He was obviously on the way back, so I didn't want to go too deep. Have too much dip on my chip, if you know what I'm saying. The way I would still take it. Oh, well. I don't know what to tell you in that case, baby girl. Yeah. I know they want to kill me. I know they do. See if I can bait a hook. Now I'll take this one. And I shouldn't have. Q? Oh! Where'd Nami go? This Nami is not a rider, y'all. This Nami is not a rider. She is not a ride or die. She not gonna fight with me till the end. She's a fight or flight. That's all she got. And it's normally flight. Okay. She's here to support herself. That's crazy. You're not even gonna... I don't know what to say. Not a bubble was thrown. Woo! TP. Didn't even need the W, my boy. Just pure damage coming out my bones. Hey guys, if we could do our best to stop inting. If we could do our absolute darn due diligence to not int, that would be great. Whoa. Oh, I'm dead. I got 18 seconds on barrier. Okay, we good. Oh, there's somebody here. I think we did. Yo, appreciate this Nunu for being there though. What were you saying about this Nami? She's still playing, which is great. I love that. Nami rolled your eye. Nami rolled her eyes when you pinged for help. Why is there a Yorick bot lane? Yeah, balanced. Top lane is weak. The int of top lane is now bleeding into the bot lane. We are so close to getting the turret though. We literally just have to hit it. I can't even see. That's fine. I think that's fine. I can push. They're all top. 3 dead, all top. Okay, actually, I don't know where Graves is. But Jinx was definitely top. Well, that answered that. Huh? Y'all think I can do it? Loki, I think I can do it, guys. I shouldn't! If thy greedeth, thou feedeth, and that is greed. That is greed. Dang it! Dang it, I want to do it so bad. I want to do it so bad. There's no way I'm about to fight this, okay. I thought I was about to fight Zerath for red buff. But he was just walking to the orb. You have a shutdown, 450. Let's get this turret, babe. Anything else I can do to help?
An ally has been slain.
Nice. I don't know where anybody else is. Man, I don't know what it is about watching first stand, bro, but afterwards you feel like an LCK player, bro. Crazy. What? What's happening, Buffika? What? What are y'all typing? What is y'all typing? If she stay for this wave, I got her. Sorry, girl. I wanted you, so I had to have you. Had to. Ooh. Whoa! That's a lot of problems. Girl, run. Body, body, body. All right, I got you after this game, Blando. Nice. I haven't faced the Mel yet, so I don't really know what her damage output is looking like. Somebody's here. It's the flash out for me. Oh my gosh. Do I have that much power? Ooh.
Rampage.
I'm talking about your lips. I'm talking about your muddy. I didn't even want to use the ulti. I could have, but I didn't even feel like using the mana. You feel me? I didn't even feel like expending the mana. Okay? Didn't even feel like Pike can come ult me. Or hear me out. I barrier. Can you heal me real quick? Thank you, girl. All right. Y'all think he pissed or what? Y'all think he pissed? Y'all think he pissed? I mean, like with haste. With haste. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Talk about banish. Oh, you lucky that didn't hit, baby girl, because I was about to be on that Bowie. Oh, I'm here. I'm here if need be. I'm sorry, guys. I had to. I don't think I make it out of this one. Shucks. I'm sorry, I had to. The bloodlust was too strong. It was too strong. Wait, did I not Zhonya's? Or did I just buy Zhonya's? Oh, I just bought Zhonya's. I was about to say, I definitely Zhonya's. It's about sending a message, yep. They both ignited me too. That's hilarious. Got nothing but time on our hands. York just got 1,000 gold though. I still don't even know if 3 in a turret is worth the shutdown gold that I gave them. I had 1,000 gold on my head. All right, Graves is in the area. I need help. Oh my gosh, I still killed someone. I was trying to flash out, but the Jinx traps had already activated. I really needed minions to be there so I don't take tower aggro. It's okay though. I'm really not stressing it. I still think we win. Is this Soul? No. Wow. Everybody gets off scot-free, man. Silly Graves. Tricks are for kids. Hex Soul, by the way. Owie. Yeah, that's like one of the worst feelings ever, is when Xerath can just ult. Doesn't matter where you are or where he is, and you just have to fight for your freaking life. That's literally one of the worst feelings ever. Loki, I haven't seen Mel much this game. Who's alive? Oh, they're all alive. Where the heck are they? Okay, she killed me with that. Bro, I even was spamming barrier and it still wasn't enough. What killed me? Jinx? Jinx W had to have been perfectly timed because I was spamming D. Literally spamming it. What was the card I revealed? Find out for yourself. Why don't I show you firsthand, friend? Thank you, Blando. Generational reveal, by the way. Truly, truly, truly. Truly, truly, truly. Let's go run them down. Had to get back at you. Had to get back at you. What are we about to do? Now, Pike, what is you doing, babe? Wait, Penta. Psych. Not they FF'd. Pike tilted. He really did. I'll honor the Nami. I'll honor the Nami. Woo! What a game. I did a quick 46,000 damage. I did double and then some of my enemy ADC's damage. Wow. I can have a Blondie. I can go get a Blondie. GG's. Corbin, who are you? JK, you're the Zerath. GG's. We towed them cheeks up, my boy. We towed them cheeks up. Now, can they all be like that? Truly, can all of my games be like that, please? Say you won't let go. Over your shoulder. As beautiful as ever. Y'all think that Jinx gonna ban Kaisa from now on? Some light, some slight. You say you won't let go. Lock it in. Mama, she deleted the game. She won't see Kaisa ever again. Delicious. Delicious gameplay that was. Like in our vows. Now everybody knows. You won't let go. When I hop up in the race, pushing pedals to the floor. What chroma? Shall we switch it up? Should we stunt on hose? Ezreal, of course. Of freaking course. Did it by any means. I could. There are things that I won't let them. I need him to go on tour. When I hop up in the Wraith, it's a high speed chase. Oh, I got a Threshy Weshy. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. No way. Oh, yeah. I don't think I have it on.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And Prestige? Oh, he's affluent. Oh, he's affluent.
Minions have spawned.
I don't think Teemo does too much against me besides if he blinds me, it's going to be harder to get my passive off, but I can still do damage. Oh, nice. Good little poke down before we get to level 2. Nice.
First blood. You have slain an enemy.
I almost didn't win that, y'all, because of a freaking blind. Season 2, holy. Oh, what? Not the cheater was able to come back. Mighty suspicious. I kept wishing I would.
An enemy has been slain.
A Udemy, a Udemy. Oh, that was close. I ain't never gonna let you. Ow. Shouldn't have walked up. He was super disliked in Korea. I wonder why. I wonder what he was doing that made him so disliked. I wonder if this is the same Nunu. All right, guys. He doesn't have his thing. He didn't have passive. Him doing that with no passive is crazy. Yippee yo, yippee yay! Bow wow wow to the K Daddy. Oh, very shameful. What is the dog legs? What does the dog legs look like? Thank you, Thresh. That's what G-Dragon is saying in this song. He's saying do the dog legs. Which I'm assuming is a dance. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, still landed. Favorite Ezreal main. Nice freaking meme. We're gonna have to deep ward because we know Zach is mad. We know Zach is mad. No turn is crazy. Do I have item?
Shut down. Shut down.
An ugly barnacle, thank you so much, and thank you for the 17 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today, love, and thank you for supporting the stream. I should get him to back up a little bit, at least off of him. Might lose the ward, but at least he's not dead. What? Oops. Oh wow, I missed. You know, he's talking about like when a dog cocks his leg to pee, mocking a chaotic dance. Okay, I see. I waited for the E because I knew he had it, because it's up every 2.5 seconds. All I had to do was wait. Let me get this plate. All I had to do was wait. Can I get a little pressure from you? No, you're not freezing this, sir. Nice try. Nice freaking try, brother. Nice freaking try, brother. All right, I need 1,025 for my next back, and I got a Q upgrade. Bye bye. Car ain't got no roof. Car ain't got no roof. Where y'all think he is? Where y'all think Timo is? There he is. It's my fault. I missed my W. Dang, I'm kind of low. I wonder if they'll try me. Oh, really? Really? That's how you feel? Nice try, though. You want some 2S? Because I can give you some. I promise I can. I got some waiting on you. I got some waiting on you, babe. And you can't land a Q? Yeah, I got some waiting on you, boo. I got some waiting on you. Pull up on me. He not about it. He not about it. He not about it. That's the only Q he landed all game. All game. No one Q. Thank you for being here, JT. Have a great rest of your night. All right, what we doing? What we doing? What we doing? I wonder if this is the same Nunu. I can't believe I missed Silver Scrapes. It was a series. Loud was looking pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Loud was looking pretty good. Baby, don't lie. I thought that was Shaco. Oh, I might be dead here. Ooh! No freaking way. No freaking way that hits. All right, I'm a little bit upset on that one. I guess he ate with that one, huh?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I wonder if I can catch him. Anyways. Can you explain to me why you would last hit that? Oh, he's here. This Ez is easy pickings, truly. I can't believe they got our turret though. How is that possible? I'm gonna pick up this red or blue. Yo, is this the same Ezreal too? I wonder if Nunu and or Zerath are the same, like in a party together. I'm just now noticing. Okay, 3 mid. Ow. Wow, I think he saved me. JK, because he ignited me. The flash trap. I don't think I've ever seen a trap, a flash trap from Teemo. Not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever seen that one. That's a new one. Like Pinocchio. Like a rodeo. All right, I'm gonna catch this wave, then go mid. Cowgirl. Yes, perfect. Whoa. Whoa. Job's not done. I cannot fight this. Boom. Big plays, big plays. Not them little ones. Big plays. No, there definitely has been a decent amount of Teemo supports. I concur. Oh, found you. Ow. I'm rich like I'm a Jenner. Gotta be careful here. Jesus. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Anywho, these hoes think they got one up on me, but they actually down 5. Like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Good TP, Garen. Nah, like immediate death. Okay, so no TP, no TP. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, baby girl, watch how you move. Was that Teemo? Was.
An ally has been slain.
Help! The Flash? That's how y'all feel about me for real. That's how y'all feel about me for real. Sheesh. That's how they feel about me, man. That's how they feel about me. This is the immortalized legend Kaisa Lil Uzi skin. That is how they feel about me for real. Ooh, you lucky. I feel like Teemo is in this vicinity. I might buy a sweeper. Oh, there he is. Oh, they know. Can we get it before they come? I don't think we can. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready for this. Nice. Holy. Holy, man. It's kind of unreal, the movement I got right now, bro. It's kind of freaking unreal, the movement. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Well, 2 minutes on that. The movement, oh, the movement. We kind of eating them up right now. I don't know. Oh, I do not know. Aw, period, Phoenix. I am glad you stumbled upon it as well. One more for Soul. Y'all think this Zach gonna wait for me? Y'all think Zach looking? Jeez, man. I really want this item, so I'm gonna grab this wave. Reset. Okay, I got him.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice. What? A little sweepy weepy. Found you. Jeez. Y'all think he pissed? Y'all think he pissed? Oh, I should come back and kill him. Oh my giggity gosh. Insane gameplay. insane gameplay. Woo! I feel like I'm on one right now, man. I'm on one. I'm coming. What the frick? Any more? There's one right there. I want to go pick up that red. Can you lantern me over maybe? Okay. Dame un grrr. Un qué? Yo, he's alone. That's the response I like to see. Because you know what we call that? Respect. That's called respect. You see me, you flash out. You don't even want to be on the same screen as me because you know what type of timing I'm on. That's called respect. Uh-oh. Before Dragon Soul too? Wait, they fighting? Oh, I couldn't even Zonya's, dude. I had both of them too. Look at their HP. They got him though. Dang it, man. I have both of them. So I spent $16 for a Vietnamese chicken rice bowl, 4 spring rolls, and Dubai chewy chocolate. That sounds like a good deal to me. I don't know. You feel like cooking? It was already ordered. Hey, you knew what you wanted.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I think doing that without me was kind of slag. How much do I need? 2,100.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
All right, buddy. You got 9 little kills and you think you hot stuff. Babe, I've been curb stomping you for the duration of this game. I need you to act like it. Over here, Ian towards me. Brother. Be freaking for real. Dang, I'm throwing these W's though. Throwing these W's though. I need to know where Zach is. What?
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, Sue. I wonder if that means we win. 40-second death timers, and we got Baron minions in their base. Wow. I don't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. I may just be eating hoes up on this lovely day. Another 50k damage done. What am I to say? And we've been streaming for 8 hours, y'all. It might be about that time. I've been putting it down on a riff for a while. We've watched some First Stand. I think we had us a good day, y'all. I do. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the vibes. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. I hope you guys enjoyed the wins. I hope you guys enjoyed the slaughters, actually. And I'll see you guys tomorrow to do it all over again. Yes, that's right. At 6 a.m. I will be live. We'll be watching. Hold the schedule up. We'll be watching BLG versus G2, and then BFX versus TSW. And then we'll be playing some League afterwards. I love you guys so much, and until tomorrow, I wish you nothing but W's in your games, bountiful LP, and the lowest ping that you could ever imagine. Don't forget to follow on my Instagram. Don't forget to follow my YouTube, as I will be releasing some Riftbound content soon, and the reactions to the Warhound skins and some other Wild Rift skins. Don't forget, I revealed my card today for Riftbound. I was the only person in the entire world to reveal this card, and I've got much more Riftbound content coming.